set before you even got in the car? Impressive. You've earned this moment to just chill and drive. This break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
You know, the biggest reason people don't invest is because it's too complicated. Crazy. You'd rather have the cash sitting in the bank, earning less money, than use it. So you're not saving or investing. You're losing money month after month. It's depressing. If you're looking for an investment you don't have to check 10 times a day, Noble Gold Investments is your answer. Precious metals are simple, and Noble Gold Investments understands them. You'll get a dedicated American expert who will run you through your options and be your personal contact whenever you get in touch. No call centers, no hassle. Just simple, straightforward, and real. This month, Noble Gold Investments is giving a free quarter-ounce gold standard coin with every qualifying IRA investment. Just use the promo code GOLD. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com now. noblegoldinvestments.com. And if that's not a reason to put your money somewhere else, we don't know what is. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Making your way towards Palm Beach County, northbound on the Turnpike, you'll find a slowdown between the Sawgrass Expressway and Glades Road. A crash southbound 95 at 45th Street has moved to the left shoulder, but still causing delays back to North Lake Boulevard. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show.
Look, there's a pony.
Is that a pony?
Wrong. It's a little unicorn.
Unicorn!
It's not just a unicorn.
It's National Unicorn Day.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
I'm here to meet, touch, and or become a unicorn.
Whatever gets you out of bed in the morning.
Happy National Unicorn Day.
Showtime.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Jimmy.
We haven't had to pull it for quite a while, so we got to lube it up.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Yeah, it is. Welcome into the Penthouse. Good morning to you. We so appreciate you tuning in to Real Radio all the time. We love all of our shows, including Rover's Morning Glory. Of course, our favorite here is the Penthouse, the News Junkie. Whether you're listening 92.1, 101.7, or of course on that absolutely free iHeart Radio app, we welcome you into the PH. This is Franny. Good morning, and good morning to you, Jimmy.
Hello, and good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Hi, happy Tuesday.
Can you see?
What? Can I see what?
Can you see?
I did not stare directly into the eclipse, if that's what you're asking.
That was a smart move. Apparently, not too many people got that memo.
No. Yes, we will get into a little eclipse roundup, a little rundown of things that happened yesterday. And you tell us your experiences. We do have G-Man coming into the PH at some point. He got stuck in a bit of traffic this morning. I know the roads were a bit messy. Even when I was pulling in, I'm headed southbound. I don't have that far to go, but right when I hit 45th, it was just congested all the way down. So if you're dealing with traffic, hopefully we could keep you entertained and able to get to your destination. But just a reminder, 11:45, we got that big prize giveaway. That is our Tastings event happening this Saturday. This is unlimited food, wine, craft beer. We got live music, your favorites from your iHeartRadio stations here in the Palm Beach and Treasure Coast. And when I'm talking about unlimited food, I'm saying from over 20 of the best restaurants like the Cooper, City Cellar, Payway, even Drive Shack has fantastic food, Giovanni's, so many more. Plus, you got booze from Knox and Dunn Florida Rum, Perfect Vodka, Bellini Bubbly, and Hop Life Brewing, just to name a few. We only have a limited amount of VIP tickets, just a limited. If they're not sold out already, because I know we were trying to tell you guys to purchase some and they were close to sold out, but we definitely still have general admission. So make sure you get those at pbtastings.com. Now, Jimmy, I know that you and I were both here when the peak of the solar, well, actually, the whole entire eclipse, and we had a partial
for us here in Florida.
Yeah, we had a partial. I think they said like 49%. Did you go outside at all? Check it out?
Just when we were outside.
just
so
that one time?
I came out to meet a client that was coming in to record. And then that's right about at the time, right? It was about 5 minutes, 7 minutes after 3 p.m. yesterday for Florida. And you were outside, you had the glasses, and you were nice enough to let me, check them out. And I looked up. I was interested more in, I was watching a bunch of people, different, whether it was on TikTok or Reels or whatever, it had live going on. I posted those links yesterday that NASA and some others too, and we were watching this, so you could see, where it was a full eclipse and different, perspectives.
Some incredible,
and it is
video
pretty
and
wild, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I just it looked a lot different than I thought it was going to from the people that got a full, right? Because I thought there would be much less visible sun. And it was more the sun with a big, giant black dot on it. But there was so much more sun available.
You saw the moon, and then the moon just had an outlining of light around it.
So it was a little bit different than I anticipated, but still in all fun.
Yeah, very, very cool. Obviously here, a little underwhelming because we only got 49%. We got the partial, so we're looking up. And, I mean, even other than that, the sky really didn't change much because it was a pretty cloudy day yesterday, too. So I tried to get some photographs, and I was watching on videos and TikTok, and they recommended on your phone you take the protective eyewear and you put it on your lens, and then that's how you're supposed to take the picture.
Oh, okay.
Other than that,
well, it makes sense, right? I mean, if it works for your eyes, it should work for your phone.
Exactly, and you'll get a better shot that way, because if you're just there, you're not really going to get anything. So I took a couple decent pictures, but I have a girlfriend who traveled specifically for it, and man, the videos and the pictures she sent me were absolutely incredible.
Really? Oh, cool. Where'd she go?
And she was in the Ohio area.
Oh, all right.
I'm not sure exactly wherever she's from. I know she's from there, and she went to go see her mom, but we know our local celebrity here, Steve Weagle, but I follow him on social, and he traveled for it too. I don't know exactly where. I did not retain that, but he traveled for it.
Okay.
And he took some amazing shots. So if you were traveling and you're listening on that iHeartRadio app, let us know, because it was a big deal. If you're watching some of these videos, it was a big deal for a lot of people, because it's not going to happen here, at least in the continental U.S., where we're going to be able to see it for a very long time.
Yeah, it's going to be another 21 years, I believe, right?
Yes.
2045. Now, the nice thing about that is it's coming right over Florida.
Yeah.
So did you
45, I saw that by
did you see the
us,
path?
not just Florida, but like our area.
Yeah,
because
specifically.
I know that's gonna hit. I know we're gonna get something in like 44 as well in another year, but we're not gonna be able to see it until Jimmy mentioned in 45. And of course, there's some crazy stories that came out of it, and one specifically in Florida, but you're going to have to wait for the What the Florida. And I'm not surprised, The eclipse made people do some crazy things. That's what they told them.
Shocker.
But yeah, if you have anything nutty, or if you have any cool pictures, you can always email those pictures, Jimmy@realradio921.com. That's the best way to receive them. I do have that text line in front of me. 47142 started off with Real Radio. That's how we get the text messages. Of course, if you want to participate, we have that toll-free number, 877-927-6969, and that talkback feature on the iHeartRadio app. But yeah, you mentioned in the beginning, this is the whole roundup thing, that people were Googling for My Eye Hurts, skyrocketed right after the eclipse.
Yeah. And I just started typing in MY space E, and there it was. Came right. It was the first Google search to come up. Why my eye hurts? Why does my eye hurt? Oh, seriously?
Well, because you look straight at it. You're not even supposed to look straight at the sun, even if there's an eclipse or not. But yeah, Google searches spiked for why do my eyes hurt? I love it. Yeah, because you stared at the sun, dummy. They also said if you did stare at the clips, the Weather Channel posted a list of symptoms to look out for: headaches, blurred vision, a blind spot in one or both of your eyes. They said good news, this usually resolves on its own, so don't freak out. They said only if you peeked for a few seconds. If you stared at it the whole time, you might be screwed. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember. This was something that they told us when we were kids, but it was like if you look at it for any more than 10 seconds or 12 seconds or something like that, then you start to permanently burn the retina in the back of your eye. Again, I don't know if that's one of those things that they tell you, like if you chew gum and swallow it, it's going to stay in your stomach for 7 years. Or if it was one of those, I mean, it was something similar to we had in welding shop. And of course, we would have, you have specific eyewear to keep from going blind from that. And it was the same type of thing. If you look at it for a certain amount of time, you'll lose your vision.
Yeah. So we have been told that. There actually is of it being a real thing. They reported symptoms ranging from insomnia, fatigue, no appetite. They said to one woman who claimed it knocked her off her menstrual cycle. All right. All right. That's what they're calling it. I feel like, but those are, what is it, Mercury, when Mercury's in retrograde and stuff like that. I know my girlfriend, she believes in a lot. I know a lot of people believe in that stuff, but she 100% does. She buys into it. And she swears when Mercury is in retrograde or whatever, I don't know if I'm saying that right, it makes her into a crazy person. And I'm like, you're just using that as an excuse because you're a crazy person.
Well, that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like to me. But the other stuff, too, I was seeing some of those symptoms as well as people were claiming the dizziness and the fatigue and whatnot. I mean, is there any possible truth to that? Because I don't see how that can be.
I mean, it could be. Like when we hear about the tides and the moon and stuff like that and how with full moons, and I've noticed because I've worked in the industry, if I've ever worked a night where it's a full moon, I'm like, oh, great, it's going to be a crazy night. And I don't know if it's because it's in my head, but I mean, our bodies are made up of so much water, and the way that the moon affects the tide in the ocean.
That's what they say, right?
How can it not affect us?
Yeah.
So I kind of buy into that. I do. I don't know, but who knows? I mean, I guess there's probably research out there that we haven't really discussed. And then, yes, of course, if you can go back if you haven't seen it yet. I know, Jimmy, I went to realradio921.com, the stuff that you posted. The videos are still available, so you can still look at that because they said if you wanted to see higher up, that NASA did post footage from the space station, and I believe that some of the stuff.
Did you see? I saw that on X this morning. The one that they showed with the shadow, coming and casting itself onto the Earth.
Yep.
From the space station. That was pretty cool.
You know what I got a lot of yesterday in my text line? I got a lot of balls, and I got a lot of testicles, and I got.
So you saw that one too, huh?
Yeah. And,
that wasn't me, by the way.
And what's his name? The guy that was around COVID all the time, sitting in the bed with the huge dong, and he's unfortunately not with us anymore. I can't remember his name.
Oh my.
Do you remember everybody?
The guy in bed.
Well, no, he's sitting in bed, and all you just see is his massive member.
Oh.
I know I can't remember his name, but
the big dude. He looks like a football player.
Yes. During COVID, you could not get rid of somebody sending you something like a news link, and you open it up, and it's like, bam, in your face.
Oh, man. I can't.
I got a couple of those, too. So your friends, at least my friends, you guys are a bunch of D's is what because I did. They would send me, they're like, oh, my God, look at this cool shot. And I'm a sucker, and I opened the link, and it was not of the eclipse. It was of something else. So I'm sure you got a bunch of those. Yeah, that guy. What's his name?
Barry Wood.
Barry Wood.
I think that must be his nickname.
All right. That's a very fitting last name.
Yeah, I know. That's why I think that's a nickname. I got to look it up.
Okay.
Because I thought it was something, kind of strange, like Eugene or something. It's just not something that would really kind of go with the typical look of it. Anyway, I know who you mean.
So you know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. They actually have a website. It's a Barry tribute page, and you can buy all kinds of stuff, including boxer shorts and T-shirts and ornaments.
Oh, yeah.
They even have the bobble D, they call it.
Oh, there's so much merch you can get to that dude. It's funny.
Yeah.
I didn't see any. I'm surprised I didn't get any of that.
Really?
I usually get one or two of those just from Johnny C alone.
I was going to say, I know your sense of humor, and I'm sure your friends have the same kind.
He's usually great for
sending those. I got inundated, and a lot of them were from my girlfriends, not even from guys.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it.
I can't see anymore.
I saw somebody use what would be the shadow of a woman's breast. That was one.
I saw that too.
That one came across.
Because you just saw the nip and you knew it was. Yep, there was another one I clicked, and it was like you see the sun, and then there's pictures of a pair of testicles, real ones too, mind you. That pass by it.
That's the one that I got. That was the first one I got.
So if your friends are as immature as mine.
And then another one where the moon would move into place, and then it uncovered a shadow where it said something, bad, and like the F word.
I mean, to be honest, it was actually more amusing than what I saw yesterday. I was a little underwhelmed. I stood out there for a while, and I was like, all right, pretty cool. But I'm sure.
I'm with you, or at least I know with the sense that I thought it was going to get darker. The way it was kind of portrayed to us, I thought that enough of the sun was going to get blocked out. We'd actually see a little bit of darkness, or it would look more like nightfall was approaching anyway.
Yeah.
More so than we got. I didn't see anything that looked any darker.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Obviously, in the other areas, Texas and Ohio,
but they were having
all
parties.
The way up. Yeah.
I was watching even here locally, local news. They had get-togethers, Palm Beach Gardens, all these different areas, and a lot of people were gathering to watch this happen.
So, I mean, the last one was 2017.
Yes.
They were saying, right? And is it?
And we were able to see that one because I remember we were talking. I had a welder's mask on.
Is it just because of social media that this feels like it was the event of a century?
Yeah.
I mean, bigger than New Year's and things like that.
They said so far the most traveled event or whatever this year,
right?
Including for like spring break and all this stuff. I was watching the local news, and there were people that came here from the UK to watch it. Yeah,
holy crap!
Yeah, to go watch it. They were in Erie, Pennsylvania, or something, and a bunch of people flew in from the UK.
All right, Erie, yeah, that'd be right about in the path. All right, yep, that sounds about right.
Yep. So
pretty wild, huh?
Yep. You guys can always give us your stories, 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. So speaking of things approaching, we have that deadline to file your taxes is just around the corner, 6 more days, April 15th. And if you're still working on yours, you still have time, but don't wait until it's too late, because if you miss that deadline and don't have attention, you could receive a failure to file penalty, which we had mentioned yesterday because, I know somebody who hasn't filed in 9 years. I wonder how hefty that penalty is. But they say that 5% of the unpaid taxes for each month the return is, that's 5%, of unpaid taxes for each month the return is late. Another last minute tip is to pay electronically. It's the safest, fastest, and the most secure way to file. They recommend e-filing and actually selecting direct deposit for your refund. I highly recommend that too.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Then anybody
That's the
else?
way we do it.
They said paper filing can take up to 6 months.
That's the problem.
Yep, for the IRS to process, while e-filing cuts it down to 3 weeks. So why would you want to wait that long?
If that. If that. I swear, by the time, Carla was a little late this year just because obviously she's doing the taxes and everything at her job. But so we were a little late filing this year. But even once we did, I would say even within 2 weeks.
Wow.
It was done, it was in, it was sent, and we had a refund back
already, huh?
Yeah,
Good for you.
It's so quick. Again, it's electronic,
Yeah. I gave it to my husband, and we have an accountant who deals with it. But I did yesterday. I was like, is he working on it already?
Right.
And he was like, yes.
But again, it's electronically.
Yes.
You do it all that way.
Yeah, of course, and direct deposit
Sure.
and all that
Yep.
stuff. But
Yep.
they said check for errors, especially social security numbers for each person listed. Missing or incorrect socials can delay or reduce your tax refund. They said other common mistakes, including missing signatures, math miscalculations, incorrect taxpayer ID numbers, and wrong address. So make sure you check that. They say also be sure to review the most recent tax law changes, and experts recommend using resources to help you file. I know some people just like, I can do it on my own, but they do recommend going through a CPA or another sort of platform like a TurboTax or something like that can help you out.
It's worthwhile, especially if there's anything outside of it. You're just a single person with just one income and just one W-2 form and
probably
that
easy
type
breezy,
of thing.
right?
Right, that you can maybe go online and do because it's just a matter of punching in a couple of simple
That's
numbers.
it.
But outside of that, if you're it's let somebody do it. Pay to $50 to $75. It's worth it.
I used to do it on my own, and now it's just so nice, and to have somebody else do it for me, it really is. And then just in case, if you do need to request the tax filing, you still have time. It gives you 6 months to get the paperwork together.
Right.
So it is worth it if you're just like, damn it, I don't think I can have it ready. Jimmy, do we have somebody on the line?
We do. We have our buddy Riggs checking in with us. Hey, Riggs, what's going on, pal? How are you?
Hey guys, happy Tuesday. I was calling in with a Eclipse report.
Oh, because you got total over there?
Well, here's the thing. So in Cincinnati, we had 99.6% coverage.
Okay, close enough.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
Well, that's what we thought, but it gives it fooled us, or it would have fooled us, because the sun is so powerful, Franny.
Mm-hmm.
It still seemed like a big bright spot. It didn't get dark or anything, even though it was almost completely covered, because the sun is just so amazingly powerful that even a sliver of it. It was enough to keep it bright, and you couldn't really see without glasses. You couldn't look at the sun without glasses.
I'm surprised by that. Hearing 99.6% coverage, it was still bright out.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Huh.
So, but given that we had so many people who came to stay with us at one point, like 11 people in the house, because my buddy traveled from Florida with his kids.
Oh, wow.
Another friend came by, and everybody. So. We packed everybody in our cars, and we drove an hour west to Milan, Indiana, and my buddy Jeremy has a working farm there. He's like, so just come and hang out here for the day, he said. So we went there and made a day of it, and they had totality, and that was something I'd never experienced before, and it was just next level. Whereby as soon as the moon hit that full circle in front of the sun. It was like there was a black hole in the sky. You could look at it with your eyes. It was like a halo. It was a three-dimensional halo that was projected into the sky. I don't know how to describe it because you had to see it. And my kids, like at first, they're like, yeah, whatever. We can see. It looks like the moon as it was covering. But then when it hit totality, they're like, wow, like it's something that you don't expect and you don't see very often.
Yeah, let me ask you, were your kids pulled out of school, or did they, because I know a lot of schools, they actually either cut out early or didn't have classes at all.
Work?
Yeah.
Well, coincidentally, we had spring break.
Oh, okay.
So we had the time off anyway. It was weird here. Some schools gave the break. They said, like, all right, we're going to stop everything at 1 o'clock or whenever it was. And other schools were like, nope, we're not letting anybody go out because we don't want to be responsible for any eye injuries or anything that would happen to them because you're technically supposed to be in school. So why would you be out there looking at the sun, getting your retina burned?
Very true.
Yeah.
So they were probably like, here, just you guys take the kids.
Yeah.
They're your responsibility.
Yeah, I've heard that there was other places that didn't want to do that and promote it just for that reason because they don't want to be liable for anybody getting injured from it.
Yeah. Yeah, so the whole day was a really nice day. I do think that there is some merit to that theory about getting sick from the eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm feeling it a little today, though I'm not sure if it's the eclipse or the bottle of Tito's.
I was going to ask. I have a feeling you were with friends and boozing was involved.
Oh, it's not the Tito's. We know that. That's for sure.
So yeah, I mean, it was definitely worth it. It was a lot of work to get ready and shuttle people around, but those 3 minutes were very special.
Well, very cool. So now in 2045, that's where we're going to get in here in Florida.
I believe so.
We're probably going to see a lot of people travel this way to come and see it.
Could
I'm
very
sure.
well be. And it's same type of thing, right? So this one was sort of the southwest side of Texas and then up to New York, upstate New York that way. And then we're going to be the opposite, like Oregon, Alaska, and then it comes down to Florida, and that side is the way it's going to cross the country, according to what I saw on the news.
Well, in 21 years, Riggs, if you want to come down, you're more than you can than welcome to stay with us.
Aw, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Thank
Greek has an apartment he doesn't use, so we'll just, we'll just put you in there.
Okay.
Yeah, well, my buddy Patrick, he lives in Vero, and he's got a place near the beach. So he's like, come there, and we'll watch it on the beach. I'm like, how cool is that?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Under the total eclipse.
Yeah.
I look forward to that.
Perfect.
Well, awesome, Riggs. If you have any pictures, send them our way.
Yeah, I'd love to see him.
Well, we tried to take pictures. You couldn't, even with a photo lens for a phone. You just couldn't take a picture of it because the sun is so powerful.
Yeah. Well, very cool. Thank you for letting us know your experience yesterday.
Yeah. And I was wondering, how do you get one of these tax refunds that you guys keep talking about?
Hey, it doesn't happen often for me either, so I am in real estate too, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right. Bye, Riggs.
Take care, Riggs.
All right. If you want to get in touch with us like Riggs did, you always can. 877-927-6969. We do have Greek back in the house, which means when we come back, we will have a Greeks trifecta. And, of course, this day in history on Real Radio 92.1.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Fritz seems like he's got the healthiest organs. I don't know if you really do, but you seem like you do. I mean, Sea Lion's organs are fine. They seem to be functioning.
I would like his liver. It's bigger than mine.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be anything.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Making your way towards Palm Beach County, northbound on the Turnpike, you'll find a slowdown between the Sawgrass Expressway and Glades Road. A crash southbound 95 at 45th Street has moved to the left shoulder, but still causing delays back to North Lake Boulevard. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by the Tudor Dixon Podcast.
On the next episode of the Tudor Dixon Podcast, Rescuing the Innocent from Haiti, I talked to two men who led the remarkable effort to save lives, an episode you have to hear to believe. It's the Tudor Dixon Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's the Greek for Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito's Handmade Vodka makes a good night a great night. No matter what you're doing, make sure you put Tito's Handmade Vodka in your lineup. You have a tough day at the office, grab a bottle of Tito's, sit by your pool, and enjoy yourself. Playing golf, and maybe your score wasn't that good? You want to make it a better score? Have some Tito's Handmade Vodka. Enjoy yourself and enjoy South Florida. Pick up a bottle. Tito's Handmade Vodka today. Any day is a good day, but with Tito's, it becomes a great day. Tito's Handmade Vodka. Peace.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zapata, CMO Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/free. Ramp.com/free. RAMP.com/free.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Palm Beach Harley's Keep the Same Payment event. Trade your bike for a brand new 2024 Harley with no money out of pocket and keep the same payment. Finance specialists are on site to get you approved only at Palm Beach Harley.
On approved credit ends Sunday.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
St. Louis brought the world gooey butter cake. Now Bluebell brings us gooey butter cake ice cream. A cake batter ice cream with a luscious cream cheese swirl and gooey butter cake pieces. It's the gateway to the best in pints and half gallons.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Winn-Dixie supermarkets.
At Progressive, we know how much you love your recreational vehicles, so we decided to record this commercial in an RV.
With a family on vacation.
Mom, who are these people?
Oh, that's Flo and Jamie. They're recording a commercial, sweetie.
Don't they do that in the studio?
Normally.
No.
But we wanted to feature a family who bundled their home and RV and saved with Progressive.
Yeah, it looks like you're all out of chips.
Okay, I think we'll just drop you off at the next gas station.
Bundle your home and other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Hayes the Greek, and the greatest show on earth is this Saturday at Monroe's. It's breathtaking performances of magic, fire, and freaks at Monroe's. Sexy circus girls this Saturday. If you want to be entertained, make sure you go to Monroe's this Saturday night for the greatest show on earth. And Monroe's is open 7 days a week till 5 a.m. with beautiful ladies and a 5-star menu. But April 13th, this Saturday, the greatest show on earth, Monroe's of Palm Beach. It's gonna be magic, fire, and freaks. Peace!
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had Leaf Filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Silk's delicious plant-based beverages help bring a daily dose of goodness to help you feel plenty good. They are rich in calcium and a good source of vitamins A and D to support the health of you and your family. Shop wherever you find groceries.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a breeze coming out of the east-southeast, increasing our humidity, but with more cloud cover, temperatures will be very similar to where they were yesterday in the upper 70s along the coastline, low to mid 80s inland. Tomorrow we'll have a very similar setup, fewer clouds and warmer temperatures in the forecast.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
I'm Johnny B. Good, the host of the podcast Creating a Con, the story of Bitcoin. This podcast dives deep into the story of Ray Trapani and his company Centratech. I'll explore how 3 20-somethings built a company out of lies, deceit, and greed.
I've been saying since a very young age that I was going to be a millionaire. If someone's like, oh, what's your best way of making money? I'm like, oh, we should start some sort of scheme.
Listen to Creating a Con, the story of Bitcoin, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Good day in the Penthouse, man, because we had UConn last night. And guess what we're doing today? Tapioca City, baby. Jimmy, good morning.
Hello and good morning.
Good morning, Francis.
Hi, good morning.
And thanks for being nice to me on the phone this morning. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
I called her.
What'd that cost you?
No, she doesn't trust me. That's Franny's one problem. You know, she doesn't realize, like, she's got it right there. She just snapped. She's got it. Mm-hmm. But she was actually nice, and I was like, wow.
Actually nice.
Wow, how about that? Franny was actually nice.
I know.
Oh, she's always nice.
I'm shocked.
She's always nice. I mean, Nutter's wife, she was very nice.
Yeah, Nutter's wife was beautiful. Wonderful. I was absolutely stunned.
I was stunned. Let's do this day in history and a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
right, this team will go down in history. UConn, they won it all again, back-to-back. They're not going to get enough credit, but they have covered 12 times in a row in March Madness. I mean, this was just an ATM. And as they got in deeper and deeper, people were like, they can't keep covering, and they just crushed it last night. Great game plan. They let the big guys score 30 points, 40 points, but nobody else around them. The game was never in doubt. Just rock and roll, did what they had to do. So hats off to UConn. First team since the Gators to repeat. Also the coach. He's staying. He's not leaving. Even though he's going to get a lot of opportunities, and Kentucky's calling him, offering him big money. He does make $5-6 million a year with UConn. He said he's staying and he wants to have a dynasty. No surprise last night, Jimmy. The Marlins lost to the Yankees 7-0.
How about that? I know somebody that made some money on that too. So good for them. That's awesome. I love it.
A couple of weeks ago when they started, I had my one buddy do this bet. $200 every day. He just chop down. So I said yesterday on the show, I think they might lose 7 in a row. So I have some more people last night
starting it again.
Yeah, with the Yankees on the run line, and they did win. So
it's funny, the person that won on that game last night said the same thing. He's going to say, how much can I make out of this money? And, I don't want to say how much you bet, but
yeah. I mean, it just
same type of thing.
Yeah, you got to let it ride. Just close your eyes and just go ahead. And once you win the first night, now you're playing with house money. So if they lose, you just, okay, I tried.
Or if you lose, you just lose your initial bet.
That's right.
What the heck?
Yeah, but when you win the first night, you got double, so you're in good shape. So Marlins continue great success. Time to make the donuts for us, so we are happy about that. And that is your first trifecta. Now over to Jimmy for this day in history.
On this day in history.
Well, today's history lesson is going to start in the year 1865. And yes, that is when, finally, after 4 long years, the Civil War ended when Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered to Union General Ulysses S. Grant. By the way, speaking of Mr. Grant, exactly 1 year later, on the same exact day, in 1866, long before police were pulling over cars, since they obviously didn't exist, Grant was pulled over for speeding in his horse and buggy, according to a newspaper report.
Wow, who pulled him over for that?
65 years ago, in 1959, Boston Celtics, they swept the Minnesota Lakers in 4 games, and that was the first of the Boston Celtics' record 8 straight titles. Talk about the streaks.
Unbelievable.
Basketball streaks, especially.
Oh, God. Crazy.
59 years ago today, in 1965, the Astrodome opened with an exhibition game between the Astros and the Yankees. Mickey Mantle hit the stadium's first home run. Wow, the Astrodome was the first fully enclosed sports stadium and first air conditioning event venue of its size, seating over 70,000 fans.
I think it's still there.
With enough space to include an indoor chapel and a bowling alley.
Oh,
that's
just
nice.
in case you
How
gotta
about
go
that?
confess your sins, huh?
There you go. Yeah. After betting.
Yeah.
45 years ago today, in 1979, at the 51st Academy Awards, Christopher Walken won Best Supporting Actor for The Deer Hunter, which was that year's Best Picture. And, of course, in light of yesterday's On This Day in History, all I have to say is more cowbell. 31 years ago today, in 1993, more baseball news. The Colorado Rockies played their first home game and drew a record National League crowd of 80,227 fans. 19 years ago today, in 2005, he was Prince Charles at the time, but King Charles married Camilla Parker Bowles. He was the Prince of Wales at the time, of course, and she was the Duchess of Cornwall. Finally, and I'm going to start this one off as a little bit of a trivia. What do you think is the highest grossing Broadway show of all time?
Oh,
Highway Cats?
Cats, yeah.
Okay, that was exactly the same thing that I would have thought
So
of.
is it Hamilton now?
No, believe it or not, neither of those in the top 3. 12 years ago today, in 2012, The Lion King passed The Phantom of the Opera as the highest grossing Broadway show of all time.
I've heard it's fantastic.
Phantom is now number 3 because number 2 is now Wicked, making $1.4 billion since it opened in 2003.
Wow.
The Lion King currently sits at $1.7 billion since it opened in 1997, and The Phantom of the Opera has made $1.2 billion since it opened in 1988. And I would have thought it was Cats too.
Yeah,
First thing, it was
right?
I think the longest running, wasn't it? if I'm not
believe
mistaken.
So. I haven't. I watched it as a kid. I don't remember
Right.
it, but I have no interest in going back to watch it because I've heard it's not very good.
No, but it was just the longevity is the only reason why I thought
I mean,
that.
it's still going, but Wicked is fantastic. I saw it on Broadway, really, really great, and I'm excited. Thursday at the Kravis Center, I'm going to go see Hamilton.
Oh, so am I. Excellent. Oh my God.
Oh, you're gonna be
What
there?
a
Oh my
coincidence. I'll get you backstage. And that's what happened on this day, April 9th. Oh boy.
I was like,
Jumping the
already?
gun in May.
I was like, man, I have things I have to do.
April 9th in our history.
So I got a couple text messages, 47142. Started off with Real Radio about the eclipse. Somebody else said, because I mentioned Steve Weagle posted some incredible pictures, and says, I followed Steve too. And I wasn't familiar with where he was, and said he traveled to Nova Scotia. They said
all right.
The other day, he attached a verse from You're So Vain and said, I didn't take a Learjet. Then you flew your Learjet up to Nova Scotia to see the total eclipse of the sun. They said his pictures were amazing. They were. We also have on here.
Is he from there? Is that why he chose Nova Scotia? That's pretty interesting.
Says, I watched the eclipse by looking at the reflection of my SUV rear hatch glass, which has polarized tinting. But
okay.
But it's funny because when Jason and I from the Gator, when we were outside looking, when you went inside, we were looking in your car and we could see it from your window.
Really?
Yeah, in the
Oh,
back.
no
And we're like, oh, look, you can watch it here. We don't even have to look up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so they did that. They said I wore my polarized sunglasses and it was perfect viewing. Mingara, they ended it with. Somebody else says, I think the reason the eclipse was made to be such a big deal is because we as Americans are becoming more and more dumbed down as conspiracies and non-factual information is becoming more blatant. It's a shame, in my opinion. Zero critical thinking anymore. I don't know how that has to do with why people made a big deal with the
Sounds
eclipse.
like somebody just wanted to go off on a tangent there.
Some people are just excited about it. And then Matt, we're excited too, and Port St. Lucie said, woohoo, looking forward to tastings this weekend. That's our big unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event. Make sure you get your info and tickets at pbtastings.com. Then we have, fun fact, the Royal Ponciana Hotel that Flagler built, the north side was a casino and the south side was a church.
I did hear that years ago.
Oh, wow.
All right. And then, Franny, we went up to see the eclipse at the Jupiter Inlet for the watch party there. They provided glasses and food. Also, we have a request. This is from Casey in North Palm. This is all part of a text. So could we hear Misspeak 44 for my birthday? And happy birthday to you. I'm assuming 44 if I'm putting this together. That's how old you're turning today, Casey.
Congratulations, Casey. Hope you make 45.
Happy birthday.
All right, here you go, and happy birthday.
This is your Greek Misspeak Review.
People are sneaking over the border every day. You can get out of your marriage. I mean, Kanzi corn. You know what I mean, buddy?
Yeah, Kanzi corn.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What's up, mother shuckers? I cannot believe this. I'm eating my crow and my yarn on this one.
Man, my wife won't let me eat any of that stuff.
You need to go on these excursions.
Wait, what?
Give me some pineapple, freshly squeeze it. Of course I would help the pig out. I would have Porky. What's going on? You look like you're all jacked up, baby.
Son of a bitch.
Most people are still in their car every day. Oh, they're going someplace.
Where the hell are you going?
No, rough raisin bagel.
What?
What the hell are you talking about?
I must have took it out of my pants 365 times by the next day. I kept looking at it.
It was very impressive.
Very impressive.
Good job, Jimmy. 44. Way to click it. I saw this news the other day, and I had the pleasure of meeting this young lady years ago, Cindy Crawford. And I say, why doesn't Franny have her own tequila? You're the one who should have your own tequila. So let's make it happen. With all my friends who had UConn last night.
Cindy Crawford actually has a very good connection, and that's her husband.
Well, that
Yes,
makes sense.
yes.
I hate nepotism.
So, George Clooney and Randy Gerber partnered up to make Casamigos, which is probably one of the most popular tequilas out there these
I
days.
love it.
It truly is. And it's a good product. They sold it for billions of dollars, but they still have their names attached to it. And it looks like she wanted to get in on the action. Instead of Casamigos, she has Casa Amigas. So Casa Amigas, but right now it's a specific tequila, and it is a Casa Amigas jalapeno. So she likes a little spicy in her life.
Okay.
Cindy Crawford said that they came up with the idea by her and her husband, Randy Gerber, 100% blue agave tequila that's naturally flavored with jalapenos. And they said that they came up with this 6 years ago while watching the sunset. That sounds so romantic.
That's so nice.
Yeah, so the label looks very similar to Casamigos, but it says Casamigas. But it also has her lips on it, like from like a lipstick print.
And how's the bottle? Like, what kind of shape is the bottle?
It looks like the Casamigos.
Oh, like the bottle too? Just a logo.
The bottle is it's the same shape, and it does look like the label is very similar. But as I mentioned, it includes Cindy Crawford's lips as well as her signature beauty mark on there too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you have her lips in like a little beauty mark. But the Casamigas is very similar. But I'm down to try it. I like myself a spicy margarita. So, God, it's been around this long. Casamigos was founded in 2013.
Ooh.
And it was originally founded by George Clooney, and a guy named Mike Meldman. So it wasn't Randy Gerber who was on it in the beginning. Then they sold it to a company, Diageo, which also has all kinds of brands, and another tequila in 2017 for $700 million. They said in a deal that could top up $1 billion based on performance over 10 years. They're doing okay. And I have a feeling she'll do pretty okay with this, too. Having that name behind it, having her name behind it, having that brand behind it, I think she's going to do good with it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Again, like the product has to be good, as always. See what happens. And, you know, but I mean, it seems like so many celebrities and a couple of ball players have tequilas. Tequilas are huge right now. They have been for 5, 7, 8 years, whatever it was. You being in the bar business, I know 10, 15 years ago it wasn't the way it was, and just people love it.
It was popular, just not as, but you didn't have as many options either.
Yeah,
you really did.
But that's the thing. It just feels like the market's getting so flooded.
Yeah,
every brand, though. Every brand, every bourbon, vodka. You go to the liquor store, you have so much of it.
Vodkas, another one. It's just, there's so many of them.
Even bourbons.
Yeah, bourbons, there's a ton.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
There's a ton.
Like if you go to the Warren, I mean, they got a whole wall of 100 bourbons.
There's a lot of whiskey bourbon bars out there.
Yeah. People like it. Same thing with cigar places. People like to drink, the bourbon with the cigars. But yeah, we should definitely work on your tequila.
So Kaya Gerber, that's her daughter, who's just stunning. I mean, it looks like she's a mini. She's a mini Cindy Crawford. She's been in a lot of things lately, and she's got some good acting chops. She was just recently on SNL with Kristen Wiig, but she's also on a show with Kristen Wiig, which is really great. It's Royal Ponciana? We just talked about that. Palm Royale, and that's on Apple TV. And that's based in Palm Beach.
Oh, cool.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now, does she date the kid who played Elvis? They're supposed to get married?
I don't know. I don't know her personal life.
Yeah, she does. She dates that kid for a long time. And then the brothers in acting, and then, beautiful kids, like I said. And Cindy Crawford, obviously, Gerber. They're very successful.
Randy Gerber have any ties to Gerber baby food? Do we know this?
That's his grandparents.
That's his grandparents? All right.
Same name?
Yeah.
So he's they're pretty loaded.
Yeah, they're doing okay. I think they're right. Even if they had UConn last night, they wouldn't need the money. 877-927-6969. If you had a special experience with that eclipse, everybody made such a big deal about it. I was like, what's the hell's going on? You got the big game tonight. You kidding me? But if you had an experience that was worthwhile or you had a great time and you want to share it, call us. Also, text us at Real Radio 47142. I suggested that you went to the casino and watched it. That's where I ended up yesterday. It was great. I had a good time. But let us know about that. You could also email Jimmy at realradio921.com. And over the weekend, the WWE had a couple special guests, and Kelsey was there. He was one of the guests. And the WWE.
Jason Kelsey.
Yeah, Jason. They want him back. I'm not surprised.
I can totally see it. I mean, we talked about this before it even happened. His persona, his looks, everything about him. He's just an animal, but in a fun way. He looks like he belongs in the WWE.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't know whether there is still speculation. Is he going to come back to the Eagles? He has said that. But yeah, he did. He supposedly enjoyed himself. The fans loved it. He was in Philadelphia, so he had the crowd behind him, which is cool. But they just said they want more of him.
I saw Drew Barrymore was there too, and she actually
was she in the ring?
I don't know, but she got all dressed up as like the flower power girl because that's her. She's very hippie, and she was giving them.
I was going to say the opposite of wrestling.
Yeah,
right?
but she was there, and she got to award or give Jason Kelsey and the other guy who was with the Eagles. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name.
He's an offensive lineman.
Somebody called and said he was there too. Yeah. Like she gave him a belt, or I don't know if they won, but she was there to present them with that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You said Cyndi Lauper?
No. Drew Barrymore.
Drew Barrymore. Okay, yeah.
Trivia question: Cyndi Lauper used to work at Belmont Track. There it is. Bring that up some night if you want to get a free shot, which is crazy. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. Yeah, I'm not surprised, like everybody else, that he did good with the WWE, and that they do want him back. We'll see what happens. I know the guy who owns Barstool, started Barstool, is a big gambler, and he won $2.7 million last night on Connecticut. UConn was like 6-1 when the tournament started. So I think he bet $600,000 and he got $2.7 million. He's cool, this kid, because when he loses,
David Portnoy.
Yeah, when he loses, he does say it. A lot of times he's got a dog, Peaches.
Oh, Peaches! I love that dog.
Oh, me too! Oh my God, Peaches, Jimmy, Peaches.
So
and Cream.
Yeah.
And Cream. Do they have a dog named Cream too?
No, he spoils the hell out of that
better
dog.
Than men or women get treated.
It is his baby, and it's cute to watch the two of them because I've heard he's a little douchey, and he's had some issues with women who've worked with him, and they even started a podcast. Yeah. And so however he is to people. Maybe not great, but he is amazing to that dog.
Oh, yeah. I said that dog gets treated better than a lot of people.
Yes.
Has everything in the world for him. You could buy apparel with the hat, Peaches hat.
Peaches, it's so funny. He got Peaches a Gucci raincoat.
Yeah.
And he was just like, don't tell her I spoil her so much. He was like,
oh, yeah, he's so crazy.
He realizes it's ridiculous to purchase that stuff, but he just loves
he doesn't care. And what's nice? He gets a lot of gifts for the dog, and he donates them all.
He does.
And he just took the dog on its first private plane ride. I mean, that's something. Come on, Peaches. $2.7 million he had. So, hey, bro, congratulations, you won. You had UConn. There's been a lot of times he's lost, and but he's hot right now because he also had Michigan.
But he rescued her, so she's a 6-year-old American pit bull, and so I mean I'm happy because if you read the story, like she didn't have a super great life, so it makes it it makes my heart melt when I see that. Yeah.
And again, she's got
adorable.
Millions of followers,
and
he does. His rep is out there sometimes, good and bad. But don't know him. I do know somebody who knows him and said he's pretty much what you see on social media, and
he's in this area quite often, South Florida.
Yeah, he has a house here, Miami, and this guy said he's pretty cool. He goes, Greek, you get along with him. He likes to bet, hang out, and stuff like that. But his dog is funny. But yeah, he won $2.7 million. I was trying to find out, me and my friends last night, who Drake had last night. Because my one buddy is so nervous about Drake. He's like, we got to find out what Drake had.
I'm going to find that out beforehand. That's when you want to know.
Oh, yeah, this is like 7:30. He's looking at me. I go, dude, what do you think? I can call him? I can't call him. Drake, who do you have? And that's such a bad question. Like, when you're not good at this and somebody asks you for a bad thing, you get sheepish. You're like, hey, bro, who do you have? Not like, hey, man, who do you like? You know what I mean? It's the other way around. And there are some people like that. But, when Drake would bet, who did Drake have, Jimmy, recently? Was it in the Super Bowl? And you remember you emailed us in the morning? Or was it a playoff game? It was
I think it was a playoff game.
Yeah, but he had some.
And actually, it was a winner.
Yeah, he did.
If I remember right, it was a winner.
It was.
But we joked about it because I saw like the headline for it or something, and I sent it to you
and Joe,
and just as joking reasons.
Yeah,
but I can't remember who that was.
I thought maybe it was the Super Bowl or the AFC champ, but he won.
It might have been KC.
Yeah, he won though.
Yeah,
and we had it too, but it was so funny because I remember I was like, "Great, Drake's got it."
Damn it!
That's all you need. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Don't forget Saturday, our big tastings event. It's going to be unbelievable at the outlets. Great food. You'll be able to sample it, try some liquors. You guys will have a great time. At 11:45 today, we'll give you an opportunity to win some tickets. Who doesn't want tickets? On the house, on the arm, baby, on the arm. Franny, we got some Florida stories. Anything coming up?
Oh my God, crazy Florida stories, including one of the crazy stories that happened because, according to this woman, of the eclipse. I will tell you what the eclipse made her do, according to her. Then we have a Florida man who conducted a ritual with swords while holding a woman captive. We also have peacocks getting booted from Orlando neighborhood. Why? I have those details and more stories coming your way in your What the Florida on Real Radio 92.1.
You're listening to Real Radio, available everywhere you want to listen. Yeah, even there, on our free iHeartRadio app. Download it now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Doug Plagans, radio voice of your Florida Panthers. The Panthers host the Ottawa Senators tonight at 7 p.m. at Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise. Catch all the action live tonight at 7 right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it. Woo! Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Making your way towards Palm Beach County, northbound on the Turnpike, you'll find a slowdown between the Sawgrass Expressway and Glades Road. A crash southbound 95 at 45th Street has moved to the left shoulder, but still causing delays back to North Lake Boulevard. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Herson.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have the story of the first martyr of the abolition movement. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
So, you finally have some time to yourself. Even if it is just the car ride home, it's you time. And look at you. Do not disturb set before you even got in the car? Impressive. You've earned this moment to just chill and drive. This break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
Does your garage door ever go down part way and then just stop just to frustrate you? Or stop and go back just when you thought it was finally going to close? That's the proximity detector, and it's designed to save your life, so don't get mad yet. That sophisticated piece of light sensor technology is like NASA-level rocket science in your very own house. And you don't have to live in a space station, but you do need to fix it if you want the thing to close. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our garage door experts know exactly how to get your technology working the way it should. We can recalibrate or replace faulty components so you can dock your spaceship every night after a busy day exploring the final frontier. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it is still science.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE, Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now. Like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a breeze coming out of the east-southeast, increasing our humidity, but with more cloud cover, temperatures will be very similar to where they were yesterday in the upper 70s along the coastline, low to mid 80s inland. Tomorrow we'll have a very similar setup, fewer clouds and warmer temperatures in the forecast. This report is sponsored by Reese Windows and Doors.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Win $15,000 in new Impact windows from Reese Windows. Pick up your phone, text the word HAPPY to 20129. That's HAPPY to 20129.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday, a luscious Tuesday for everybody who had UConn last night. We did, so we're happy. We're always happy, though. You can check us out on our website. Go to Real TV. Check out Francis, Jimmy, and that other guy. Always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. The experience you need for the justice you deserve at 561-689-8180. He will always help you guys out and make a bad situation a lot better. A guy that does that every day is Jimmy. Jimmy, good morning.
Hello and good morning.
And on the eve of our new tequila ready to hit the shelves soon. Hello, Francis.
Hi, what's going on? Make this happen quick.
Let's do it. You got to think of a name, too. We got to come up with a name.
Okay.
Ready for some Florida stories?
Yeah.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Well, these beautiful peacocks are also very annoying, and that's why they are getting the boot from an Orlando neighborhood. They said that they're getting booted after years thanks to what they say, a lot of poop. Orlando's Wadeview Park neighborhood was peaceful with peacocks all over the community and trees on the lawn, sitting on the rooftops. Then the poop started to pile up after a complaint rolled into the city commissioner.
Rolled in?
Pat Sheehan, went to take a look. She said, I went there and were like 3 inches of poop all over their front yard. 3 inches.
Jesus.
That's insane.
Wow.
She said there was poop all over the cars and all over the roof of their house. And I'm like, wow, I wouldn't want to live like this. So they said that they're going to start slowly trapping them and relocate the peacocks to an area where they can just poop freely and not ruin people's houses and cars.
Think a peacock be a cool pet to have or tough?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know, maybe somebody else.
I think they're very aggressive.
I'm not a bird fan.
Oh, yeah, me either. What else you got?
What a coincidence.
I know.
How ironic.
Are you going to see Hamilton Thursday?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
The irony.
I'm sitting right next to you. I can't believe it.
I do like animals. I just don't want them as a pet, is what I'm saying.
Of course.
My uncle tried to give me his macaws. At one point, he had 2 full-grown ones. Those things were jerks. Like
What is it? What was
they
it?
would break skin. Oh, the big, beautiful parrots.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're called what?
A
Macaws?
macaw, yeah. He had a blue one and a red one, and they were just, but I mean, I would try to hold them, and it broke skin on my hand, and not just that, they're very loud.
Yeah, it's one of the things because Carla wants a bird, and that's something that she's been kind of asking about for a while. And it's one of those things that if you go, you gotta see if you're compatible,
Yes.
right? Whether or not they'll take to you.
Yep.
And because that's a
They live
something
forever.
it's for life.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you're gonna will them to your kids.
Yes, they live longer than you.
Really?
The big ones, they live forever. I mean, growing up, I had parakeets and stuff. They were cute and all, but
Gotta go for
good for you.
Thanks.
And then
You wonder why I said she was nice on the phone this morning?
so
You're hurting my childhood. Go ahead.
So this happened. I'm just kidding. This happened in Florida, but
I set her up.
But Georgia's going to claim this woman. All right, even though it happened in Florida, so that's why it's in Florida Stories. Taylor Nichelle Celestine was taken into custody for attempted murder.
Uh-oh.
Yesterday, FHP said that she was driving around I-10 in the Florida Panhandle, just shooting things up, shooting at cars. The woman recently checked out of a local hotel and
Somebody Sammy?
yeah.
Sammy.
She checked out of her hotel and told the staff that she was going to go on a shooting spree.
Nice.
Directed by God in relation to the solar eclipse.
Oh, that's
God
right,
told her
yeah.
to do this. So they responded to reports of an active shooter in Holmes County. They said that she was just going around driving a purple Dodge Challenger. Entered I-10. They said within 5 miles, she started firing multiple shots into other vehicles traveling along the interstate, striking the passing cars multiple times. The driver was struck by glass fragments, thank goodness, not the actual bullet itself from windows. One was grazed on the arm by a bullet. However, he was able to steer his vehicle onto the shoulder off the road, away from the suspect. Continuing westbound, she shot at another vehicle, hitting the driver in the neck. That victim was taken to the nearby hospital and is currently receiving treatments. They will be okay, according to this. So troopers responded and conducted a felony traffic stop after the suspect was taken into custody. They recovered an AR-15, a 9mm handgun, and they were all within that purple Challenger. As I mentioned, now she has following charges: attempted murder, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, and proper discharge of firearm, all because she said God told her to do so during the eclipse. Yes.
Not planning on a full deck.
No.
Or any deck.
No. Yeah, these are pretty messed up stories. I apologize. There's just some really bad stories today in Florida. Then we have a guy who said he was conducting a ritual. A woman was assaulted and held captive in an apartment for 2 days. John Peter Stevens of Clearwater became angry with the victim after she received a text message. So he took her phone, threw it on the ground, and then forced her into the bedroom and locked her up there for a couple days. Said she tried to leave while he was conducting a ritual with a sword in the living room. So when she tried to leave, he held the sword towards her. Yep.
I have
She said
the powers.
she said she fell backwards because she was, just like the tip of the sword. She was like scared he was going to stab her. At one point, he said, "I'll cut you in half or cut your head off if you don't get back in the room and get away from me." So she crawled back into the room. She said a couple times, of course, she tried to leave the room again during the nights, but he caught her. They said he hit her on different parts of the body each time she tried to escape. She said that at some point she was obviously too scared to leave because she tried multiple times and he caught her every time. She said that she was always there, or he was always there and never was left alone. She wasn't. Well, luckily, somehow, some way, I'm guessing a cell phone, she was able to contact a friend who eventually told police where this woman was. They said she was able to leave the apartment. He was arrested. He denied any physical altercation, but guess what? She had injuries that matched her statements, and he has been charged with all kinds of stuff: battery, false imprisonment, aggravated assault, felon in possession of a firearm, and VOP aggravated stalking. And then this story is crazy. Did you hear about the student from University of Florida So he was I think he was pre-med. And this is Grady Judd saying this is one of the craziest things he's ever seen. A 21-year-old.
Wow, that's speaking volumes coming from him.
A
Oh my God.
21-year-old student has been charged. So that's why our favorite judge is talking, because he traveled to Polk County where his family lives.
Okay.
But he's been charged with first-degree murder. There was an event for his grandparents. So family was expecting him to come into town. He was going to stay with his parents. Emmanuel Espinoza drove 165 miles from UF to Frostproof, Florida. That's a new one for me. Well, when he arrived, his mom answers the door. He began stabbing her over 70 times.
Oh, my God.
She just answered the door, and he starts going. Elvia Espinosa was on the phone with another relative when the attack was happening. And not just that, he ended up calling 911 too and confessed. So this is crazy. They said that when they talked to him, he confessed, and he was like, I've wanted to kill my mother for many, many years because she got on my nerves. Judd said, we asked him, what's your relationship like with your mother? He goes, it's an 8 out of 10.
Wow.
That he really loved her, but she irritated him.
Yeah, he just is nuts. Yeah.
No,
Guy's just
but
nuts.
he had no history of mental health. He's never been arrested, nothing like that.
Same.
His mom was a second grade teacher, and Judd said, which was very loved in the community. But crazy, just a second after she answered the door, he stabbed her in excess of 70 times. He says this is one of the most bizarre murders that we've ever dealt with in a very long time. He also said he knew where to stab her for maximum effect because of his biology classes he was taking, as I mentioned.
70 times. I mean, come on.
As I mentioned,
you're going to hit every
pre-med,
spot pretty much, yeah.
I mean, this dude was the valedictorian, Frostproof Senior High in 2020. He had a 4.5 GPA. He was in his 4th year of University of Florida, intending to be a medical doctor, and now just all gone because, right?
What happened?
Even they said during his graduation when he was valedictorian, he gave so much love and praise to his mom for helping him, get through it, and like how much, he loved her and how much help she was throughout his years, and, to help him be the person that he was. And even saying when he was like, how's your relationship? Oh, we're at 8 out of 10. That's a pretty damn good relationship.
And that's after he did what he did.
After he did what he did. Crazy.
Something.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, he's definitely not playing with a full deck, obviously.
Yeah.
And he's had some issues for a long time that were hidden.
I guess so.
Sad.
Yep. And that is your What the Florida.
Oh, that's tough. Bad about this is next year, I don't know what the hell's going to happen with college basketball with women, who's going to watch it. But, man, it just, again, they broke it 3 in a row this week from the Sweet 16 to the Final Four to the championship game. Sunday, again, it was on 3 o'clock. Everybody watched Iowa against South Carolina. Some reports had as high as 18 million, which is unbelievable for a Sunday. I mean, these numbers are just destroying NBA, too, and NHL. And it does show you, again, when the public gets behind something, and obviously it's a great product, and she helps to her persona. And there was a lot of, rivalry with South Carolina and LSU. People like it, but, man, 18 million people. You're not going to see numbers like that for a long time. Mm-hmm. And then the WNBA draft is next Monday on the 15th.
That's great. I just want to give a heads up because there may have been a mistake or maybe you heard wrong. I'm not sure because I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention to the commercials. But we got a text at 47142. It says, during your commercial break, Rover says, listen for the grain in your hand keyword every 5 minutes of the hour from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., but you never mention the keyword. What's up? So as it's a teaser. So we are kicking it off Monday, April 15th. So this coming Monday, we're going back to we're doing it again, where we're going to be giving a grand in your hand, $1,000. So yes, he is just promoting what's going to be happening on April 15th, kicking off, which is nice because that's a tax deadline day too.
That's awesome.
Right?
Perfect.
Awesome, baby.
So no keywords. We're not. It's not launching until April 15th. So we got to wait till Monday.
All right. Thank you, Francis. And thanks for you guys always paying attention.
Get a tax refund and $1,000.
That'd be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want $1,000?
By the way, that I found that text that you were referencing before the break, and Drake had put $1.15 million on the Chiefs. So that one ended up being a winner.
Okay.
Yeah. Just get a recap on that.
Yeah, okay. I do remember, though. It was a Sunday morning because I was like, oh.
And that was the exact response. We didn't want to hear that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jimmy. We didn't want to hear that.
Yeah, I wasn't changing. It was too late. But I was just I was like, oh, God. Because then if it loses, you're like, oh, Drake. If you ever meet him, you got to talk to him and say, bro, what the hell's going on? Can you know?
Well, even he has to win once in a while.
Yeah. Nobody always loses. losses. You always win every once in a while, but you know what? Nobody wants to hear about the wins. They want to hear about the losses. That's what it's all about. Jimmy, I know you had something with some things that could be considered insults.
Or these are polite insults. Somebody put up a Reddit thread of polite insults that almost don't sound offensive, and somebody grabbed about like the top 10 that they thought were on here. And I don't know, I just thought I'd share these. So if you need a comeback to somebody that's kind of getting on your nerves, well, try this one. What an odd thing to say out loud. These are non-offensive things to rebut people with. How about that? That sounds like something you'd say. Not really an insult. I don't know how they say it's not offensive. I mean, that is straight to it, right? I admire how you don't let your limitations affect your confidence.
That's fun.
These are supposedly insults that aren't offensive. How about that? It's impossible to underestimate you.
That could be a compliment.
Yeah, it could be.
You never know.
It could be. This is one that I've heard before. I love it, too. Wisdom has been chasing you, but you have always been faster.
Oh, that's a good one.
I've heard this one before.
That is a good one.
I like that one. They said, like the old sigh with "Oh, sweetie," and then they put together the classic "Bless your heart."
Bless
right?
your
I mean,
heart.
that's one we've heard, especially down here in the South, quite a bit. You are all mouth, but no trousers. How about this one? Try this one on next time you want to insult somebody, but not be too offensive. Now I see what everybody's talking about. That one hurts, right?
Yeah, that's good.
That one hurts. How about the I admire your enthusiasm. Finally on this list, your teacher has always handed your test back face down, didn't she? Pretty good one. Yeah. I love it when Reddit comes up with some good stuff.
A couple of those are
just
good.
to have a quick little laugh with.
Yeah, a couple of those are good, especially the ones at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Like some of them, people might not get that. Like you're taking a shot at them. You know what I mean? And I guess that's the whole premise behind it.
Depends on the setting, right? Yeah.
I'd be like, hey, thanks. I really appreciate that. That's very nice of you. 877-927-6969. If you guys did something special for the eclipse, let us know. Maybe you met somebody. There was a lot of parties out there. A lot of restaurants had things. A lot of people were getting together. They said America as a whole got together a lot to watch it and check it out. Maybe you guys did something special that you want to talk about. You say, hey, you know what? This is what I did no matter where you were. And there was things all over the place.
I know you were stuck in traffic. Did you hear Riggs's call?
No.
He called us and told us that they had there now Cincinnati. Riggs lives in Cincinnati. For those that don't know, the caller that was on with us earlier, and apparently he had 99.6% coverage, and it didn't get dark at all.
Really?
And then, they had enough time to travel to Milan. I was like, oh, fancy. Milan, Indiana.
I believe, yeah.
It's a little different than the other Milan.
Yes, not Italy. So then they traveled there, and then they got the total where he said it just was really cool, complete darkness. And he said it just looked like a black hole in the sky.
Man, pretty wild that little bit that was still able to get through gave enough sunlight where it just didn't look like there was anything.
Yep.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, thank you, Riggs, if you're still listening. That's pretty cool that you ended up doing that and then went someplace else and caught the whole thing. Yeah, people were just going crazy. I was totally surprised. Totally was off my radar. Again, if you guys did something special or fun, or maybe it was a good day to meet somebody. You'd be out there was a lot of people, and there was something you could talk about, a common denominator. 877-927-6969. And the casino didn't come up too much, but it was still fun. Give us a call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Well, I got some sad news if it's your birthday. I'm just kidding. I know. We have somebody who texted
I know. I'm glad I got through my last one here.
This is
Everybody has a birthday. Everybody does. Some people don't celebrate them. I understand. There's some religions that don't.
Yeah, I know.
You don't celebrate your birthday? That's your religion?
Yeah, that's my religion.
Right.
But yeah, there's something called the birthday effect. And this has been in the news, and I've never heard of this before. And sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but statistically, you are more likely to die on your birthday than on a normal day.
You're about to die.
Once you pass a certain age, your birthday it's just another reminder of your impending death.
Wow. This is the motivating part of the show.
Yes.
Yeah, aren't you glad you listened?
And for some of us, it really is. So I've never heard this before, but yeah, these are stats, people, the birthday effect. There was a study 2016 that found that you're more likely to die on your birthday than any other day of the year. They said it's not a lot, but 7% more likely. There was another one that was done in 2012 and said that you are 13.8% higher chance of kicking the bucket on your birthday. No one's sure why we're more likely to die on your birthday, but experts think there might be a few reasons. All right. So, one, for some people, this is sad. Your birthday can be depressing. Yeah. So they said so. There's slightly a higher rate of suicide with that, which is unfortunate. But they said the main reason might be celebrating too hard.
I was going to say that.
Yep. They said that we are more likely to fall or have an accident on our birthday because you booze too much. And if you're older, drinking or overeating could cause a heart attack. So that's what they claim. That's what they think it is. They think that if you celebrate too hard with alcohol, it leads to more accidents and heart attacks. And that's why this whole birthday effects could be the real thing.
I mean, again, a lot of people for their birthday like to do something special, go out, be active, maybe go on a trip, do something. Maybe people, you know what, it's my birthday, I got to get some action. Maybe they're banging somebody and they're doing too much. You never know. Putting a big bet in. The suicide thing obviously is very sad. That's terrible. But, I mean, again, when it's your birthday, you should celebrate. It's your day. Enjoy it, but don't go too crazy. I mean, that's really what they're telling you. But, yeah, that sucks. Especially if you got a party they're going to have for you at night. You die during the day. What do you do? Do you still have the party, Jimmy, or what?
Sure, why not? Already bought everything. I mean, Joe would have wanted us to celebrate.
He would have. Celebration of life is what it would be.
You would save money, though, on your tombstone because it'd be like the same date, so you didn't have to do two different dates. Save a little time. Say it was like November 10th.
Yeah, but you still got to change the year.
Well, I can't have everything.
Oh, okay.
Can't fix every problem, Franny.
Sorry.
Come on, Franny.
All right, just a date.
No
year.
Yeah, so if you get whacked out and you got a party plan, you're like, all right, well, we got everything anyway. Should we get together? Yeah, stuff like that.
That sounds like something you would say.
Thank you. I'd be like, hey, it's 300 a head. What do you want to do? I mean, I'm just saying.
I read that article too, and I found that very strange. Just that you would think that there's other days that you drink or party even more, right? Like a 4th of July, New Year's, the St. Patty's or something like that. I mean, I just don't necessarily associate drinking heavily with birthday, other than like your 21st, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people that go out and finally they can. So that I get. But outside of that, I don't know. I wouldn't have put those two together. So I'm kind of, it was quite interesting, to say the least.
But some people, they really want to, it's like almost like the New Year's Eve, Saturday night effect. I got to do something. It's my birthday. You know what I mean?
For some,
yeah. Like I said, some.
I wouldn't think there would be that much of a number to boost that up to 7% more likely to pass away on your birthday.
And that's why, like, they just say, I looked up, there's a bunch of articles, one from last year, saying the number was that your chances increased by 14% on your birthday. They say getting your candles snuffed is what they call it. But even in that article and this one, that's just what they think, but no one is totally sure why.
Yeah.
So, who knows?
I mean, if you got a birthday coming up, maybe don't go so crazy.
Yeah, lay low.
Boring.
I know my buddy Buddha's got a big birthday coming up soon, and I'll tell him this stat today when I meet him for a cigar.
We don't want to do anything, buddy.
Is it a milestone birthday age?
Yeah, I think so. He's going to be double nickels, so he's going to be 55.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he had a big party for 50, and it was a great party. But he's very happy about being 55.
Oh, okay. All right.
People
so,
don't know.
so it's a good thing. He's not. It's not a downer and people just poking fun at him.
No. He's very.
I know he's got a good sense of humor.
No, he does.
He can usually take things like that too.
Yeah. No, good guy, but I will definitely tell him this stat today when I meet him later.
Wish him a happy birthday.
It's coming up. But I'll say, hey, you might want to cancel your party because you might be doing too much.
Yeah. Don't party too much.
You might drop dead.
You don't want to increase your chance of dying.
Franny said it on the Penthouse tonight.
Hey, listen, I'm just here to relay the message.
I'm just saying.
It's not my research.
Blame it her.
It's not my
you
research.
can blame her if you die.
No, that's fine. Whatever.
And question on the table: if you have a party for somebody and they do pass away on their birthday, do you still have the party? Is it still a celebration, or do you say, "Hey, you know what? Not for nothing."
Probably not, but whatever.
You don't think so?
No.
All right. Franny says no. Jimmy, do you say 50-50?
Yeah, let it rip. You already bought everything.
We got that.
Why not?
Well, that person who died was the one who was throwing the party, right?
Well, if you're throwing it for them.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it is a celebration of life sometimes. People look at it that way.
Yeah.
You never know. I mean, Let us know. 877-927-6969. If you got the place rented out already, you might have to do it. Yeah, it's just crazy. But let's think of the positive things. Like what? Like UConn last night. Woo-hoo. It is the Penthouse on a Fat Tuesday. We'll come back with a trifecta and your chance to win tickets to our big tastings event this Saturday, April 13th. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
Fritz seems like he's got the healthiest organs. I don't know if you really do, but you seem like you do. I mean, Sea Lion's organs are fine. They seem to be functioning.
I would like his liver. It's bigger than mine.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be anything.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Looks like debris on your roadway here on 95 southbound before Linton Boulevard. That'll be blocking 2 left lanes. Make sure you stay to the right. That's pretty heavy delays along the approach there. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
They're modern-day con artists, and they're the focus of Creating a Con, a true crime anthology podcast. Season 1 spotlights Ray Trapani and his tech startup scam, endorsed by DJ Khaled and Floyd Mayweather, and built on empty promises and millions from bilked investors.
If someone's like, oh, what's your best way of making money? I don't think start a business. I'm like, oh, we should start some sort of scheme, and I can't help it.
Listen to Creating a Con on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Creating a Con.
Hey, it's Franny, and did a nice tax refund put you in the market for a new car? Or maybe, unfortunately, you didn't get a refund and need to free up some extra cash? Sell your car for the most money now at GiveMeTheVin.com. They offer a 60-second bid process, pressure-free, and free pickup. Plus, they're 5-star rated by the Better Business Bureau, which says a lot considering their big 3 competitors are all 1-star. Selling your car, truck, or exotic has never been easier at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. In office, West Palm Beach.
Does your garage door ever go down part way and then just stop just to frustrate you? Or stop and go back just when you thought it was finally going to close? That's the proximity detector, and it's designed to save your life, so don't get mad yet. That sophisticated piece of light sensor technology is like NASA-level rocket science in your very own house. And you don't have to live in a space station, but you do need to fix it if you want the thing to close. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our garage door experts know exactly how to get your technology working the way it should. We can recalibrate or replace faulty components so you can dock your spaceship every night after a busy day exploring the final frontier. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it is still science.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
So, you finally have some time to yourself. Even if it is just the car ride home, it's you time. And look at you. Do not disturb set before you even got in the car? Impressive. You've earned this moment to just chill and drive. This break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
We used to argue
argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters. But then I had leaf filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code. On the next episode of the Tudor Dixon podcast, Donald Trump's attorney, Will Scharf, joins me to expose America's two-tiered justice system and what to expect next on the Trump legal front. It's the Tudor Dixon podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
For more information about contests on the station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
This is Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Zeke Elliott came into the NFL as one of the more complete running back talents in recent memory. But after being forced to carry the load in Dallas for years, his play has declined. There are rumors that he's interested in coming back to Dallas. But with a plethora of talented prospects set to be available in the middle rounds of the draft and Dallas strapped for cash, we may have to wait until after the draft for the former All-Pro to make a decision on the next steps of his career. I'm Dan Patrick. Owning a Mercedes-Benz EV isn't just extraordinary, it's extra easy. With full remote access to your vehicle from your phone via the Mercedes Me Connect app, the vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. Learn more. MBUSA.com/EQ.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Lost 80s, playing those songs you forgot you knew from the 80s. Duran Duran, Huey Lewis, Tina Turner, and more, all commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Lost 80s, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Hey! Morgan Whalen! Looks like you're gonna have to go around apologizing to chairs now! You sissy crybaby! Woo! Go Dogs!
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on the Tuesday after Monday, by the way. Always a good time. Remember, the Penthouse is always the best view. Even if you're afraid of heights, ask for the Penthouse. Jimmy's in the house. Hello, and good morning. Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
Francis, can you dissect that message that was just like?
Yeah, Morgan Wallen, he threw a chair off of a rooftop bar and got arrested. The rooftop bar was Eric Church's bar. It's a 6-story, it's brand new bar, and it's called Chiefs, and it just opened up over the weekend. And I guess Morgan got probably a bit drunk. I don't know exactly what happened, but
Wasn't his birthday, was it?
he didn't throw himself off the roof. He just threw a chair off the roof.
Now, who is he for people who don't know?
He's a country artist. He's the one. So he's been in a bit of trouble. They tried to cancel him, but it actually made his music a little bit more popular.
Okay, I do remember.
And his tickets here in South Florida were like insane.
Yeah, I remember.
I was just like, how much are you guys paying to see him?
Even on lawn, remember?
Oh my God, it was absolutely insane. But yeah, sometimes he just acts a fool, and he did this time too. And even his mugshot, like he's got this poop-eating grin, like he just doesn't give a damn that he's arrested. Like he's smiling during his mugshot. But yeah, So there's got to be a little bit more. I don't know. But yes, he did get arrested. He threw a chair from a rooftop bar Sunday night and arrested. They said on 3 felony counts of reckless endangerment, 1 misdemeanor count of disorderly conduct. So that's what he's talking about.
In Boca Raton now, they're offering a service when you get arrested. You can get Botox or a makeover before your picture.
Nice.
So they're trying to help you. Maybe
That's really helpful.
Nice.
Men and women, though, not just women, not just men.
All right.
It's going to be outside before your booking photo. They're going to help you and bring them. They'll have some clothes for you to try on, stuff like that. Because again, you can parlay this into a big career. It happens. It is the Penthouse. We're getting into a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
One of the things the internet does is when somebody speaks about something, good or bad, mostly bad, but in this case it was pretty good, they go back to it and they bring it up. The day after UConn won their back-to-back titles, there is a big news conference where the coach of the team, Danny Harley, said, hey, you know what? It's 2020. You guys better beat us now because as time goes on, we're going to be unbeatable and we're going to have a real dynasty here. And 4 years later, they do. They won back-to-back and unbelievable. They did win again last night. 75-60. Teddy Covers from WagerTalk.com did put out there the under. So if you follow Teddy, you would won some money last night. But again, the team covered 12 games in a row in March Madness. That's unheard of. And it was never close. And another stat that's pretty crazy, Jimmy, if you look at it, every game at the end of the game, his starters were never in. It was all his bench players. That's how big of a lead he had, right? Which is amazing because these games are usually traditionally close. The tournament games and the Sweet 16, the Elite 8, Final Four. But throughout the whole tournament, at the end of the game, all his bench players are in, and his other players that started were on the bench. So hats off to UConn. They did cover. He's not going anywhere. He said this morning, even though Kentucky is offering him huge amount of money, there are rumors over $10 million a year. He says he's going to stay at UConn and build a dynasty. And that is also their 6th championship as a college. They're right behind their 2nd. UCLA has the most as far as men's basketball with 11. The Marlins did go up to New York yesterday, and their offense got a clips. That's what ended up happening. They got beat 7-0 by the Yanks. Yankees off to one of their best starts since 2003. They're on fire, the Yankees, right now. Hats off to the Yankees. They're 9-2. They play again tonight. So what do you got to do tonight again? Bet the Yankees.
Bet the Yankees. And you say that Stanton and Judge's bat isn't really on fire right now, huh? So they're doing this without them.
Yeah, Stanton's hitting a little bit better than Judge, and he's got a couple homers. He had a grand slam Sunday. Judge is not hitting at all. He's like 220, 210. Last night, shortstop hit a 3-run homer. Soto hit a 3-run homer.
Yeah, just wait till 99 starts hitting.
And what was rare last night, the Yankee game, the starter pitched the whole game. And the other thing...
Holy crap!
Yeah, and the other thing that was rare, the game was over in 2 hours. 2 hours, quick. One of my buddies went to the game, and he texted me, he goes, I can't believe the game's over. It was like 8:25. It started like 6:15.
7-0, huh?
Yeah, 7-0.
I mean, there were some runs.
Yeah, but 2 hours.
Well, they were home runs.
Yeah, 3-run homers.
Yeah.
But that's quick, 2 hours.
Sure.
I mean, it really is. We didn't find out anything about the prop bet we had last night about Madonna. No. Did Madonna come out before UConn won? We didn't find that out. That is your trifecta, by the way. But I guess Ricky Martin had a little scene.
That's what they're saying. Little or
Ricky Martin.
Big.
What's he doing
big. They're saying that he may have had an erection on stage with Madonna.
Oh.
Now,
yes.
There were some dancers that came out on stage.
Uh-huh.
And they were giving him dances, I guess.
Yes.
And he was rating them with cards.
Okay.
Like a 10, 8, or 9, like that. And then I guess he stood up with Madonna, and as he stood up, it looked like he was ready for the big game.
Yes, I said that he grew aroused by dancers essentially grinding in front of him. And that's the thing. Maybe he just has a big dong. I don't know, because this is what he does. I mean, He is a very sexy dancer. He goes on tour. He's on tour right now. And there's people, he's grinding, people grinding on him. So you think that your boys are trained you're to be like, stay down.
I don't know.
Like, we do this all the time, buddy.
No,
So
I
don't know. I don't
Now, were the dancers male or female?
I did not watch the video.
Okay, I think they were male.
I don't know.
I think. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, they're blowing all up at TMZ and everywhere. People are talking about it.
and he was doing the Viva Loca.
I mean, I guess it can happen.
This is after Madonna bitch. I'm a star. I'm a queen.
I gotta check it out. I have not watched the video. I've just heard about it. But let's see. So they said a video shared to social media also appeared to show his alleged arousal. Shortly after taking the stage, Martin sat in one of 2 silver chairs to help Madonna judge the ballroom portion of the show, which typically sees the singer-songwriter dancers strut down a runway to receive scores from which Madonna and a rotating roster of celebrity judges. So I guess every tour she's brought a celebrity on there to do it. This time around was him. And so I think it's guys and girls who do it.
Cool.
Yes. Yeah. So far, this is kind of cool. Julia Garner joined her in one of them. And isn't she supposed to play Madonna? Didn't we hear that?
In a movie?
Yeah, right? You know Julia Garner from Ozarks?
Yeah.
I thought she was. No, they said that, she was one of the celebrities.
No, I said, is she bitchy? Yeah.
I'm not really familiar with it. A couple people from RuPaul's Drag Race have been on it too. I'm not familiar with a lot of the people who are doing it.
Well, Ricky, whatever, bro.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
I mean, was he wearing sweatpants? Do we know? What was he wearing?
I don't think he was wearing sweatpants. Well,
I just say that because people joke around that when guys wear sweatpants, you can see everything.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I think the size matters, right?
Yes.
How tight they are.
Yeah. Very, very true.
Well, Ricky was there, and he's doing what he had to do.
He was having a good time.
He was having a good time.
He was having a great time.
He was having a great time. Maybe in the future he could think and say, hey, you know what? I can't stand up right now. I'm getting ready for the big game. Who cares? I think it's more tongue in cheek with everybody. Yeah, I don't exactly. think I don't think it's like a big thing, but they are talking about it everywhere. Oh, it wasn't big to you?
I'm trying to seek it out. I'll tell you my opinion once I see it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna knock it. I'm not gonna say anything. Oh wow! The size queen's over here.
Well, it looks kind of big.
Nice. All right. Well, 2 thumbs up, Ricky.
Yeah, and he's wearing kind of baggy pants.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, that'll help.
Yeah.
Because if you got tight pants on, you know what I mean? It's not going to really move around. We don't want it to move. Maybe you want it to bulge. Yeah. Ricky, next time, wear some tight pants if you could. Maybe they're Lululemon pants. Who knows? 877-927-6969. If you watch the eclipse anywhere cool and it was like unbelievable, and you're like, oh my God, let us know about that. I did not see it. I wouldn't even have known about it, to be honest with you. I was in the casino. Even before it, I was like, what the hell's going on? When is this, Monday? I was more concerned with March Man. A little sad college basketball ended last night. Anytime a sport ends that I enjoy, I'm like, oh man, that sucks. But before you know it, it'll be football season, and the draft will be here in a couple weeks. Yeah, the college, the March Madness this year was a lot more popular, and I don't know if it's all her. You know, I don't know if Caitlin really created all the buzz for them and the men too. You know, putting it together, but seemed more. There's a lot more chatter about it, and I have to admit, I'm sure some of it, at least some of it, was from her. I also think down here in Florida, it seemed bigger, too, because, again, it was the first year. Again, people I know that you could legally bet. So everywhere you go, people are talking about watching it. There's always going to be that, right? Yeah. That element now that it's legal and people are talking about it more. Yeah, so that makes sense as well. There's a gentleman I know in the area, and he's got a nice place, but he said, I had to add TVs. He goes, because everybody wants to watch a different game. He goes, just like Sundays, he goes, but, there's only 8 games. He goes, but he goes, the March Madness has been fantastic for us. And he said, obviously, Caitlin Clark, he goes, it's unbelievable. Because I never thought people were going to want to, because I've had people call my place to reserve a table when she's playing. He goes, and I would have never thought that. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
What she did for the women, and I hope that translates into the WNBA. I really do. I don't know if it will, but I really hope it does. I guess it will depend on how well she does. She is going to be against pros now and not college level kids. But we'll see. She's a very talented player. So, one of the biggest things she has. It's smooth. It's so smooth watching her, the behind the back and, the dribble, pass out, and just it's amazing what she does. It's so routine to her. I mean, she practices her ass off. They said that she takes like 3,000 shots a day.
Wow.
I mean, think about that. But one of the biggest things she has in college, and it was the same thing when Steph Curry came in, they have such a range that nobody's really guarding them when they come up. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you're just so far out from the arc that
And then it changes. Then they start coming out, and that's what obviously South Carolina did. They started covering her, when she was just past the half-court line. But in many shots, if you watched her throughout the whole season or career, she's wide open. There's nobody around because she's so far back. And it's the same thing with Steph Curry when he first came in, that they were shooting so far out. If you go up on the person, they run right by you. You know what I mean? Then pass, and you're like, why? I can't do that. Yeah. And your odds are you're thinking, like Joe and I talk about it, you on Saturday, but it's like years ago, you took that shot, you got yelled at.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
what the hell are you doing? And today it's like, it's almost like when the shot
goes, you get yelled at.
Yeah, and it's almost like when the shot goes up, you're like, what are you doing? It goes in, you're a nice shot. Yeah. I mean, that's the way it seems. It's time for us to do a giveaway, I believe.
Sure. We got a pair of, what do we got? We got a pair of general admission passes to our tastings event this Saturday going on over at the Tanger Outlets. You want to be there. There's unlimited sampling from over 20 restaurants, wine, craft beer, spirit samples, and tons more of amazing breweries and distributors that are going to be there as well. Get your VIP tickets now, getting in an hour early. But you want to win a pair? Call us right now, 877-927-6969 for the general admission passes to our tastings event this Saturday going on at Tanger Outlets. Look at that. I don't even have to say anything more.
Nope.
Phone lines are already blowing up, so I'm going to get some people lined up. We'll play a little He Said, She Said, and we'll get somebody lined up for this Saturday.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. 877-927-6969. This is the time of year when there's a lot of big events, a lot of big things going on.
Festival season.
Yes. We had Tortuga. We got Sunfest coming up, the Tastings. And next Friday, Barrett Jackson. Woo! Man, and Franny and I are going to be there live doing the show. Hopefully somebody's going to buy Francis a car. Hey, that'd be good. Get a car there. How about that?
I'm looking for a new one. I'm in the market.
That's good. That'd be fair. We're going to be there with Monroe's in Palm Beach, where you can always find a beautiful lady and a 5-star menu open until 5 a.m. Monroe's in Palm Beach. We're going to be there next Friday. We're excited about that. So check us out if you're in the area, stop by, and maybe somebody will buy us a car. But the cars there are unbelievable. There's classics. There's so many makes and models.
Supercars, just everything.
Everything's cool. We're excited about being there. So next Friday, we'll be at Barrett Jackson at the Fairgrounds on the 10 to 2. It'll be the Penthouse with Monroe's in Palm Beach, checking it out, enjoying the show. And maybe we will walk away with somebody buying you a car, which would be very nice. Jimmy, are we ready?
Won't hold my breath.
If you don't have dreams, you got nightmares.
Listen, I'm just going to enjoy myself looking at all the nice cars that are there.
Jim, we ready?
We are ready, and we're starting today's contest with, look who got through first, Manny, our good buddy. He's on the line. Manny, welcome to the Penthouse.
Hey, guys. Happy Tuesday after the Monday.
Happy Tuesday after the Monday.
Manny, let me ask you something, because we have a rule on our station. Have you won anything in the last 9 years?
9 years.
No.
All right, you can play.
All right, buddy. Let's see if we can get you set up with a pair of one day passes only with general admission passes to our tastings event. I'm going to read you a quote, Manny, and you know the show. You should be able to get this hands down, easy, should be easy peasy for you. I'm going to read you a quote. Just tell us, did Greek say it, did Franny say it, or did I say it? Okay, buddy?
Yep.
All right. Here you go. I used to put it in my mouth. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did I, Jimmy, say that?
Oh, man. I'm going to go with Miss Frannis.
And I'm going to go with... Damn right. Manny got it right out of the gate, and this is what it sounded like. Where it is, right there.
Oh, I used to put it in my mouth.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she did. All right. Great job, Manny. You know the drill.
Congratulations.
What happened? Why is everybody laughing?
Love you guys. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, buddy. Love you too. Hold on, and we'll get you set up here in a minute, Manny. Nice job.
Manny, if you come by Saturday, it'd be great to see you. Say hi to us. We'd love to see you. Just kidding.
Oh, I used to put it in my mouth.
Wow. 877-927-6969. Barrett Jackson, baby, next week. Whitman Rose in Palm Beach. Give us a call if you did something special yesterday with the eclipse. And are you planning for your next one? Because the next one will be here before you know it. I think
21 years.
21 years. Be here before you know it.
Jeff DeForest called us yesterday on the Greek Zone, Jimmy, and he said to me, Greek, the next eclipse is in 21 years. Do you think I'll make it? It was a tough question.
For him?
Yeah. And I want to be honest with him because I like him and we're friends.
What is he? 93 now?
No, he's not 93 years old. He's not 93. Come on, man. Devo's the best.
88.
So I said to Buddy, I'm going to have to think about it. Give me a couple hours, then we go back to me.
I doubt it. You got the under, right?
Yeah. Well, I had the under on him totally. Now he wants to add 21 years. I'm like, wow, that's going to be tough.
You're pushing her off now, buddy.
I'm just saying.
Made it here.
I hope he makes it. That's what I said to him. But I don't think so either. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Maybe you did something super cool for the eclipse and you want to speak about it, tell us about it. Maybe you met somebody new. Anytime there's a big event, you'd be like, hey, good icebreaker.
Is that an eclipse or are you just happy to see me?
Ooh, nice. So let us know about that. I said to somebody last night, why don't we make this bill be eclipse? Can we do something about that and take it away from us? But give us a call or text us at Real Radio 47142.
It doesn't make much sense.
Nothing I said. Nothing I said. I actually woke up today. It's a crazy story. I couldn't find my pants, which was crazy.
What?
There's a surprise.
Obviously, you were not at home.
Welcome to my world.
Obviously, we know he wasn't in his condo.
Did you say condo or condom?
A condo. Oh, no, you're not wearing a condom. Everybody knows that.
Nobody does that, right?
87. I love you guys. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved in the show. We just gave away our tastings tickets. Our big event is this Saturday. Manny, one and done. So hats off to Manny. Great job. Jimmy, thank you for your help always in the Penthouse. A lot happened over the weekend, and one of the things that happened was all the money that came in on the women's basketball. Las Vegas and New Jersey are reporting records of people betting on the games, and that's going to definitely help their ratings. There's no doubt about it. But I don't know if it's going to continue next year. That's the whole thing. I mean, Caitlin Clark was so big and just so awesome that I just don't know if it's going to help next year. And if the ratings are bad, then I think it's going to hurt the kids next year, and people might just not be as interesting. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think I did find a cruise I'm interested in.
Oh, yeah? What is that?
The Ritz-Carlton has a beautiful boat.
Oh, yes. Those are nice.
There's a surprise.
Seen pictures, right?
Anybody?
He says no to a boat every time unless it's got Ritz-Carlton in front of it.
A friend of mine
Anybody?
Anybody? A friend of mine works for them, and he did send me a video yesterday and some pictures. I was like, wow, this thing looks tight. I'm sure it's got a tight price tag, too.
I'm sure it does, too.
But it looks really, really nice.
Speaking of tight price tags, I saw somebody post a video that they did on Icon of the Seas.
Okay.
They did a cruise. It was a man and wife, and it was like $9,000 something when all was said and done.
Oh, yeah.
And
It's
outrageous. That was, but they did do a lot. I mean, as far as like excursions and all the extras
that had everything on there.
On the ship and everything. I think it was $4,500 for just the tickets alone.
I looked into it when the boat was coming out, and it was too much for me. But and that's the thing, it's a brand new boat. You just got to wait a couple years. The boat's still they do really. I mean, they upkeep those boats. Yeah. They do a good job with those. But there's a new one I saw. Isn't there a new we have Icon now, but I think Royal Caribbean is about
Royal has one coming out.
Yeah,
that
another
thing
one
looks insane too. It was like $1 billion.
Yep.
That it cost.
Well,
That's good.
I think the Icon was something ridiculous like that too.
Yeah, it had to be.
Yeah, no, the boat looks incredible. I mean, you're in a floating city with an amusement park and everything on there. It's nuts.
What was this one with the Ritz?
It was
meant for adults.
Yes, it was definitely for adults. Yeah. It definitely was. There was Ritz-Carlton, and he showed me the video, and I think it's out of Fort Lauderdale, Miami. It's really cool. It's really nice. It's not like it's a big boat, but not like these ones I think you guys are talking about.
They're not.
Oh, no. Yeah. Not necessarily. I mean, I would assume it's more luxury.
Yes.
It's more designed for, a crowd, obviously, with money. So.
That's how, the Viking cruise ships are, too. And those are the ones that do a lot of, the Mediterranean ones.
Oh, okay.
But because it's not, they call it the Ritz-Carlton Yacht Collection.
Yes.
I see.
So those are the boats. They're yacht voyages, exclusive yacht voyages that take you out. And they're an all-inclusive experience, too. But yes, luxury yachts, big, but not like Royal Caribbean.
Yeah, they're not and he said that. He goes, don't expect it to be like the big cruise ships. He said they're big, but not like those.
No, I mean, they're huge. Another one that you may like, and because it's adults only, and they have a lot of, is Virgin.
Yeah.
I've heard good things about them too.
Celebrity, the one that we went on, it's more geared towards retirees, that type of crowd, where there's not as much kids, right? There aren't as many things for the kids to do. Where like Royal and those, they have the rides and the swings
Same thing,
and
carnival.
and the carnival, and they have the water slides and things like that in the back of them. Which you sit and you think to yourself, how can they fit all that on there? And
well, with
sure enough, they do.
so you did celebrity. I've never done a celebrity. I've done Norwegian, Carnival, and Royal Caribbean are the only ones I've been on. And all those are family friendly. Is yours adults only, or it's just?
It's not adults only, but it's really geared more towards that because again, they don't have a lot of kids activities on that ship. The coincidence for us was that there were a lot of kids on it when we were on it because it was spring break. So it just happened to be, a coincidence. That's all.
Yes.
So they got a bunch more families with children on, which doesn't bother me. But it, for some of the other people, it does. I mean, they don't. It's the kids running around with soccer balls and running, in front of other people as they're trying to walk down the hallway. Kind of annoys others.
And that was the thing I forgot. I did MSC cruise too. That was the last one I did. I didn't have a super great experience on it, but that is also kids are allowed. But it wasn't the same thing. The pool was small. There wasn't that many activities. You could tell the kids were like, "This sucks." Get me on a carnival. But that was because yours, the Ritz one, and the Virgin, I know are adult only.
And he said a lot less people too, because he said,
"Oh, sure, yeah,
he
a little
said
smaller."
He said a lot of the cruise ships there could be 4,000 or 5,000 people on there. But you never know.
That's a big boat.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, that's a big boat, 4,000.
So we'll see what happens. Who knows? But it does look like something. He sent it to me last night. I said, "Wow, this looks pretty cool." See what happens. It is the Penthouse. We're going to come back with some fun facts. Remember, if it's your birthday today or tomorrow, be careful. Franny told us you have more of a chance of dying on your birthday, so just be careful out there, whatever you're doing.
Yeah,
Maybe
try not to die.
Yeah, try not to die. Because life is great. Remember that. And every day that you're up here, you're enjoying it, and it's a blessing. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
iHeartRadio is the easy-to-use app for music and radio. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Doug Plagans, radio voice of your Florida Panthers. The Panthers host the Ottawa Senators tonight at 7 p.m. at Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise. Catch all the action live tonight at 7 right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Hey, it's the Greek and Jimmy. We'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets this Saturday for tastings and unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event.
Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com, and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want.
For tickets and all event information and VIP options, head to pbtastings.com.
Tastings is presented by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
We have an accident slowing us down at State Road 7 South, right beyond Weissman Way. We do have a right lane block. Make sure you slow down for pedestrians on your drive. Expressways look good. 95 and the Turnpike both up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by NexGuard Plus. NexGuard Plus, Afoxalon or Moxidectin and Pyrantel chewable tablets, is the one you want for your dog's monthly protection. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Ask your veterinarian about NexGuard Plus Chews today.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
It's Palm Beach Harley's Keep the Same Payment event. Trade your bike for a brand new 2024 Harley with no money out of pocket and keep the same payment. Right out of Palm Beach Harley with the same amount of cash you walked in with. Finance specialists on site with the best financing in Harley history. You don't need perfect credit, don't need a cash down payment. Palm Beach Harley has over 100 bikes in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Trade up today for a new Harley and keep the same payment at the Keep the Same Payment event only at Palm Beach Harley.
On approved credit ends Sunday.
You know, the biggest reason people don't invest is because it's too complicated. Crazy. You'd rather have the cash sitting in the bank, earning less money, than use it. So you're not saving or investing. You're losing money month after month. It's depressing. If you're looking for an investment you don't have to check 10 times a day, Noble Gold Investments is your answer. Precious metals are simple, and Noble Gold Investments understands them. You'll get a dedicated American expert who will run you through your options and be your personal contact whenever you get in touch. No call centers, no hassle. Just simple, straightforward, and real. This month, Noble Gold Investments is giving a free quarter-ounce gold standard coin with every qualifying IRA investment. Just use the promo code GOLD. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com now. noblegoldinvestments.com. And if that's not a reason to put your money somewhere else, we don't know what is.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Florida State League action is back at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium. Catch the 2023 champion Jupiter Hammerheads at the Palm Beach Cardinals Wednesday through Saturday, all season long. Get your tickets today. Call 561-630-1828 or go to RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com. We'll see you at the ballpark.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had Leaf Filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, it's the Greek, and the greatest show on earth is this Saturday at Monroe's. It's breathtaking performances of magic, fire, and freaks at Monroe's. Sexy circus girls this Saturday. If you want to be entertained, make sure you go to Monroe's this Saturday night for the greatest show on earth. And Monroe's is open 7 days a week to 5 a.m. with beautiful ladies and a 5-star menu. But April 13th, this Saturday, the greatest show on earth, Monroe's in Palm Beach. It's going to be magic, fire, and freaks. Peace!
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a breeze coming out of the east-southeast, increasing our humidity, but with more cloud cover, temperatures will be very similar to where they were yesterday in the upper 70s along the coastline, low to mid 80s inland. Tomorrow we'll have a very similar setup, fewer clouds and warmer temperatures in the forecast.
This report is sponsored by the Tudor Dixon Podcast.
On the next episode of the Tudor Dixon Podcast, Rescuing the Innocent from Haiti, I talked to two men who led the remarkable effort to save lives, an episode you have to hear to believe. It's the Tudor Dixon Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is Tuesday. You know why? Because yesterday was Monday and tomorrow is Wednesday. So we figured it out. So enjoy the day after the eclipse. Hope you guys are having a good day. I hope you listen to Rover and his crew And after this show, it's always the Greek Zone, give you inside information, the odds, and how to make some money in sports betting. And then the day concludes with the, is that a show?
The News Junkie?
The News Junkie, that's right. Thank you, Franny. That'll be on later. Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Hello and good afternoon.
Franny's here.
Hi.
And it is... Come on, Franny. Calm down, Franny. Give me some fun facts.
It's Franny's fun facts.
About brunettes.
It's not about brunettes.
Oh.
If you were listening in the beginning of the show, you may have heard that today is National Unicorn Day.
Oh, my God.
Speaking of brunettes.
And unicorns.
And unicorns. Now, this is tongue-in-cheek. I understand that they are mythological creatures. Or are they?
Are they? Isn't it a compliment if somebody calls you that?
Yes, they do say that. Because they're very... Because they well,
depends on the context around it.
Oh,
true.
please don't hurt me, because now I believe it was a compliment.
But most of the time when I've heard it, they say you're like a unicorn, even though they don't exist. Because they're like, oh, you're very rare, or you're magical, you're mythical.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's... I don't understand how they don't exist, though. I mean, I get it, but I don't. Because
I didn't even know they don't.
how can... I mean, there's... got rhinoceros. The elephants have tusks. How come there's even... what are those whales that they have the unicorn horns on them?
Yep.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Or the
Walrus?
porpoises? No, but there's one that actually has, like, it looks like a unicorn. It's a I gotta look it up. Somebody knows out there.
Do you think that they're out there?
Somebody knows out there.
Do you think there are unicorns?
Maybe once
Okay,
upon
so
a time,
if you
but
think
they
so,
are
that's
known,
all that matters.
They are known. They are a mythical creature.
Did
We
Michael
don't
Jackson have one?
We don't have evidence, huh?
Thought Michael Jackson had one on this.
Did he have a unicorn?
Yes, I thought. Or was that a llama?
It was Mr. Ed with a birthday hat on.
Oh, that's what it was. I mean, you're always on everything. Is that a unicorn or is that Mr. Ed?
Hello.
Yeah, the unicorn of the sea. Look it up. Doesn't sound like Greek. It's a narwhal, but they have unicorn horns.
This is really.
So
I've never heard of
So how
that.
can there not be a damn horse with a horn on its
Hey,
head?
I tried to save the zebras years ago. You should try to bring back the unicorns.
They were never there, though.
What,
So I
zebras?
can no,
Save the unicorns.
Unicorns. How can
come on, Franny. Save
How can
the
I
unicorns.
save something that's doesn't exist?
Allegedly.
Again,
All right,
nobody,
well, okay.
if nobody can prove that they're not there, nobody can prove that they're
I think that's why,
there.
because we haven't found one yet. So, but anyway, so these are fascinating fun facts, and I say this because they don't exist. But if they did you know the horns of a unicorn were once used in pharmacies back in the 1700s in numerous medicinal recipes because it was believed of curing poison. The horns were first turned into a fine powder and then used as a poison antidote. So it must exist, right? If they use it for that.
Yeah, especially for it gets poison.
Yes. A unicorn family has an elder unicorn that is basically the head of the family, and all of them are almost 100 years old.
It's like wise guys.
Nice.
Yes. The magical sparkling of a unicorn is officially known as alicorn. However, a horse with one horn and a pair of wings is referred to as an alicorn too. Not all unicorns have wings. When they do,
Sparkly.
it's an alicorn and it's sparkly.
Can you be a unicorn in the bedroom? Like if somebody says, you're like a unicorn. Could that be a compliment? No?
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Whatever.
All right.
Rare.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Maybe
But-
like to cuddle, talk.
It doesn't exist. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a compliment. Baby unicorns are some of the purest and most beautiful creatures, which is why they are often referred to as sparkles. This name also has to do with their breathtaking and sparkling appearance. Young unicorns love playing games with their friends exactly the same way that babies and toddlers do. Did you know that?
No.
They said yes. Since they practically grow up around so many other unicorns, they have a large group of friends that love playing all sorts of games like hide and seek, apple bobbing, or even tag.
Ooh, apple bobbing.
Had me at apple bobbing.
Yeah, I mean, that always impresses something. On a blind date, if somebody said that to you, I'm a good apple bobber.
Come here.
What
And
are you
as-
saying? Get dessert.
And as silly or unbelievable as this may sound, okay, these are fun facts. Unicorns actually do poop rainbows. They
Wow.
do.
That's how you know.
Yep, they say they often fill their tummies with all sorts of varieties of goodies because unicorns have magical qualities about them. So does their poop. So if you ever happen to spot a rainbow colored somewhere, that must have came from unicorn. Yeah, just playing in the area. You ever see rainbow colored poop?
Somewhere.
It's not really on my agenda looking for poop, but okay.
Scotland's national animal is a unicorn. Must exist if that's our national animal, right?
Yep. With 4-leaf clovers.
Must exist. Uh-huh.
I never knew they didn't until you brought this up today.
Really? You had no idea, huh?
It's all your fault, Franny.
It's just another myth you're taking out there. Something I believe in.
They say when a unicorn is born, you can't really see their horns. because they're actually covered with very fine, thin, and soft hair. But as they start growing and are a few days old, their foreheads display a little sparkle with the help of which helps you see the horn when it's starting to
Makes sense.
protrude from the forehead. I know, it really does.
Goats with horns, moose with horns. They got all kinds of animals with horns. Why can't you have a horse with a
That is what I'm saying. I believe they existed. According to old mythological beliefs, whoever touches a unicorn, they're saying in particular that pure white unicorn, will have their life filled with happiness, love, and bliss.
That's what you need, Greek.
Yes, it's believed.
Go find it.
Their horns can bring a great amount of good luck. However, one should only touch their horns if the unicorn bows its head to you.
Bow to me.
Or
I am the
else
Greek.
your life
Bow to
will
me,
be
bitch.
Yes. If it doesn't bow its head, because it's allowing you. It's like, hey, touch my horn. I want to. Yes, I want to offer all of this happiness and love and bliss. But if you touch it without it bowing its head to you,
no good.
Your life will be full of ill fortune and bad luck.
So if you see a unicorn, let's make this gin clear.
Yes.
You got to let it bow to you before you touch it.
Yes.
Well, that's good because everybody bows to me anyway. So I'll be like, okay,
Oh my God.
here we go. Step in line, unicorn.
I had a guy do that too. Once.
All right, there. That's enough.
Oh,
For
no,
unicorn
yeah,
fun
thank God.
facts, yeah. I'm
Come
good.
on, I love the
No,
unicorn.
good.
Thank you, Francis.
Yes.
Great job. Unicorns, do you believe in them? Yes or no? And if you do, who cares what the world thinks? All right? Just run with it. Make yourself happy and screw the world.
All right. Screw the world.
Thank you.
Well, here you go. 63% of divorcees say this is the number one thing that would have saved their marriage. Go ahead, Greek.
If they married somebody else?
Francis?
The number one thing that would have saved their marriage?
Yep. I do know the
Does that have anything to do with like chores or something?
Yeah, sort of.
Communication?
Drinking together.
Nope.
Again.
There are many reasons why people choose to file
he
for
brought up that
divorce.
study the other day that people who drink together stay together.
I know, gambling.
Yeah, but we talked about that the other day.
Oh, my God. It's crazy.
They say that there are many reasons why people choose to file for divorce. Lack of family support, infidelity, and compatibility are top 3. But according to a survey by Forbes Advisor, which polled 1,000 Americans who were divorced or currently getting a divorce, almost all those surveyed believe that the union could have been saved by one factor or another. In fact, only 5% of respondents said they don't think that anything could have fixed their partnerships. In other words, they really feel that it could have been, right? They could have saved it. Here are the top 5 factors that divorcees believe could have saved their marriage. A better understanding of the commitment of marriage prior to marrying.
I agree with that.
Yes, which
But
a better understanding of the commitment.
Yeah, but
that's what marriage is.
Yeah, but there are so many people.
It's a commitment.
You're right, 100%. But there are so many people. One beef, I'm out. I see it, male and female. You get a marriage, you got to work at it.
Don't get married.
You're
just
right.
Stay and just be boyfriend, girlfriend.
You're
right.
You're 100% right, Francis. And I know that it seems like this should be a no-brainer.
It does.
But there's a lot of people out there. That is one thing. I'm with you 100% Greek on that. But people get married thinking that it's no big deal. It's not that, nowadays we have that, that mentality that if it just doesn't work out, then we'll just get divorced.
It's not a pair of jeans. You don't try it on. And also, it's not sunshine and romance every day. You got to work at it. I mean, you just can't say, that's it. I'm done.
Another factor that people believe that could have saved their marriage, a better understanding of the values and morals of their partner prior to marrying, knowing what they're like, whether or not they'll cheat, because obviously that's one factor, right, that's out there. Waiting longer to start a family, another idea behind it. Seeking professional help from a therapist or a couples counselor, and then finally waiting longer to get married and, just from the beginning, not even getting married right away, having waited some time. Of those surveyed, 63% said a better understanding of the commitment of marriage prior to marrying could have saved their partnership. Many couples who decide to get married have unrealistic expectations of happiness. And again, I think that we see that from some people.
And you got to be happy with yourself before you can make anybody else.
Now, this didn't get into it. This only talked about the fact of divorces and how people felt that what could have saved their marriage. And what I was surprised there is that 5%, only 5% of people said that there was no way we could have saved our marriage.
That's a low number.
Right? So that does seem low. That seems like a lot of people gave up too soon. That's what that says to me.
Or they put up with it for long enough, and that's the thing. And then you just realize, because some people stay in a bad relationship and then just wait a certain amount of years because they don't want to. A lot of people feel like failures if they get divorced, even though they know that they're not with the right person. I mean, I was married prior to Matt, and that was a thing. But it was also one of us wanted to go to counseling. One of us didn't think we needed it.
That's a problem.
So yeah, you both got to be on the same page when it comes to that too.
Yeah, and you got to both want to go. If somebody just goes just to take a knee, like just sit there, that's not helping. You got to be like, hey, we can fix this. We want to work it out. But like somebody said to me once, you know what? Two people have to work it out. If one person does, it's never going to happen. And marriages work. And I respect anybody who's married, and obviously for a long time because they did something right. And there's ups and downs and everything.
Of course.
I mean, that's what life's about. You know, you don't walk home every day and it's like, oh, my God, this is fantastic. And then you know what? Here's newsflash for you. You'll meet somebody else, and it'll be a bigger headache. My dad used to tell me, your problems, put them in a room with 4 people at a table. I guarantee you take your problems back. So get with it, people. Don't make me tell you again.
Yeah, people.
That's what you got to do. 877-927.
Kind of curious how these numbers would have, again, this article only talked about that, but I think because we see a lot less people getting married these days, or people getting married later in life, right? It's not as much of a priority of their younger years, and people more, I think like the average is going up from whatever it was like 25 to maybe 30 or so age-wise. And we're seeing that type of an increase, and less people having children, less people getting married, and being more just they cohabit together, right? I think we see that on a bigger scale.
And it's just a different time, too, today than it was 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, with social media and different things that are out there for people. And I think a lot of times, too, people, you got to know the person. I mean, that's what it really is. And it should be in a perfect world, and it's not. It's your best friend, your partner, and somebody you're attracted to. Those are 3 important things. And if you can find all that, you're lucky. And if not, stay single. 877-927-6969. Because everybody wants somebody. I mean, that's the one thing you hear. Everybody always say, people who don't have it, and obviously you guys are married, but people will say, hey, I want to find somebody. I want a partner. I don't want to die alone. Don't you need somebody? You know what I mean? You always hear that. At least I do to people I'm out with. So, I mean, it is important to most people. Not all. There are some people who are like, you know what? I like to do my thing, and I'm happy, and I'm on my own. But you got to realize, too, you got to definitely sacrifice, and you got to definitely compromise. If you can't do those 2 things, then you shouldn't get married.
Get a dog.
That's it. Roll over, Rover. 877-927-6969. Some people went after Caitlin Clark after the game on Sunday. Social media, you're always going to have people that are haters and different things. And LeBron James, who has millions of followers, went right to her aid and said, hey, you're just a hater if you don't like Caitlin, and just leave her alone. I was pretty impressive for LeBron because whether you like him or not, he is the king. And when it comes to hoops, he has been the man the last 20 years, or one of the biggest stars in the NBA. But he did go on his social media and say, just leave her alone. And if you don't like her, you're a hater. And that was impressive. It really was for LeBron to do that. He's not a guy who usually steps out on different things with people, stays to himself and stays to, his own crew. But this is one of the times I saw him. Now, other things he gets involved with, obviously, if you follow followers, he definitely does. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. If you did something yesterday special for the eclipse, or maybe you were just like, hey, you know what? That was a lot of fun, getting together with a lot of people. A lot of people have said since the pandemic, that's something that went away from us, that, you know what, people don't get together as much. We don't do as many things together as a group, and it's coming back, obviously, more and more every day. But it does seem like people enjoyed it and had a good time. Let us know. Almost like the same effect as like a Super Bowl when people get together for parties and hang out and enjoy. And you know what? It does show you that people do want to be around somebody when there's an activity.
Speaking of wanting to be around, somebody wants to be around under the table so they can check out what Greek and Jimmy are wearing or not. Says that both Greek and Jimmy aren't wearing pants today. Can we get the camera from under the table? Yeah, because we do have a camera on us at all times. Jimmy's shaking his head no. RealRadio921.com. Click on Real TV. Brought to you by Jason Weiser. But yes, I'm sorry. It's just from the waist up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe one day. If you pay extra. Yeah. You might be able to get that under the desk shot. And then we have somebody who says, I'm going to start my own cruise line called the Pineapple Cruise Line, where there's always money on the dresser.
Yeah, they have those. It's called hedonism.
And then at Norwal, everybody was like, we're talking about the whale or whatever with the horn.
Yeah.
Multiple people. It's like the Norwal has a unicorn horn. And then we have, thank you, JJ. He sent me a picture, and I knew what it was. I just couldn't think of the name. I appreciate that. Sending it through the email. And then somebody says there was a Siberian unicorn that existed 39,000 years ago.
Oh, yeah?
According to the text, yes.
Only in the cold, huh?
Uh-huh. They said unicorns with horns, goats with horns, horses with horns, and don't forget Ricky Martin with a horn is what we got at 714.
Apparently so.
He's not going to live that down.
Mm-hmm. And to go along with Ricky Martin's pocket rocket, the ULA is launching a Delta Heavy rocket today at 12:53.
Wow. Good to know.
If the clouds cooperate, we should be able to see the huge blast from the 3 booster rockets.
Nice.
Let's hope the Delta rocket can maintain its massive thrust and deposit its payload into deep space.
Wow, this is deep.
Between Ricky Martin and rocket thrust, am I the only one who can use a moist towelette right about now?
I need a moment.
Toodles. Hugh.
Wow. Wow, that was pretty
Of course,
fun.
it's from Hugh.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Nice. Thank you, Hugh.
Oh, I didn't think it was for him. I
I was
wasn't
going
sure.
to let you guys guess, but
Oh, my
I just
God.
let you know.
He always stretches it a little and everything with it. we
Really?
speak
Oh,
about.
wow. Good to know. I'm sure he's happy to hear that.
Or not. You can call us at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Love the text messages. Franny does a great job with them. You guys getting involved. Or you could email. You could email Jimmy at realradio921.com. So that big day is coming up. Tax day. It is right around the corner. I believe it is Monday. And I know, Franny,
Sure is.
you had some tips. No.
Yeah, I mean, I did. I can tell him again. If you would like me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Greg wasn't here and didn't hear.
Heard here. It's not necessarily tips, but they're
I'm
just.
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. But it's just kind of giving you a heads up on things that you should make aware. And you know what? Not everybody's tuned in at the same time. So let's talk about it again. Just last minute things. This is according to a news station here in Florida, saying if you haven't filed, you still have time, but not that much more time. If you miss a deadline and don't ask for an extension, you could receive a failure to file penalty. They say that's 5% of the unpaid taxes for each month the return is late. Another last minute tip, pay electronically. They say it's the safest, fastest, and most secure way to file. They also say they highly recommend the e-filing. And when you do, select direct deposit for your refund if you want your refund in a quick and safe manner. You don't have to worry about that check getting in the mail, maybe getting lost, maybe somebody taking it. They say paper filing takes up to 6 months for the IRS to process. When you do it e-filing, it cuts it down to 3 weeks. And in Jimmy's case, he said it was like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think even less than 2 weeks
Yeah.
we had ours.
Yep. But think about that. Either wait 6 months or 3 weeks. Which one do you want? Especially if you're getting your money back, right?
Oh, of
That's
course,
what
you
you
want
want
it
when you're e-filing. Yes, 3 weeks.
I think also the earlier to do it, it helps. I mean, I've always heard that, even myself. When you do it early, it comes back right away. Like if you do it early February, I did mine early February. I got it back by the end of the month.
Yeah, it's great. And then check for errors. Just make sure. Make sure your social security number for each person is listed. Missing or incorrect socials can delay or reduce your tax refund, according to this. Other common mistakes, including missing signatures, math miscalculations, incorrect taxpayer ID number, and a wrong address on there. Also, be sure to review the most recent tax law changes, and experts recommend using resources to help you file. And they said they do recommend going through a CPA or another sort of platform like a TurboTax. I do believe the IRS did have something this year for you to e-file for there are certain states, including Florida, which it was open to. And this was one of the first years that it was doing that.
That's great.
For a simple return, right?
Yeah.
If I recall correctly. I think you talked about that when they announced that, and again, it's only a simple return, but at least for those it can. It was in a cheap way. You know what? It was free, I believe.
Yep.
So don't get any cheaper than that.
Yeah, they said the CPA and TurboTax kind of platform, instead of filing it by hand just because of the way the tax structure is, it's complicated to calculate your taxes, according to experts. And if you have not requested an extension, they just want to let you know that you still have time to do it, and it gives you 6 more months to get your paperwork together. But they said, but keep in mind, extensions don't give you more time to pay if you owe taxes. So,
okay.
Yes,
I
they
think a lot
don't
of people,
extend that.
yeah, I think people think that right away. Like I have an extension, I don't have to worry about it. But again, don't mess around with your taxes. That's the
Well,
really
the extension is to file.
Yes,
Correct?
yes. But I think some people think that pushes back the date that they would have to pay if they owe, too.
I figure once you file, then that's when you owe, correct?
Well, once you get
if you owe,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
If you do, I mean, you have to send the check in with, or you're supposed to send in payment with the forms.
Yeah, you definitely. I mean, they're on you too. Believe me, they don't just like, whatever you got it.
I would imagine.
Yeah, and they'll put penalties on you and everything, and they're very expensive. They're not somebody to mess around with. Thank you, Franny, for the tax tips. Version 2, by the way. Great job. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Having a good day. I hope you guys are and enjoying yourself. Might be a little rusty because maybe Monday it was and you might have took off. A lot of people did take off. A lot of schools had to close, they said, because a lot of teachers were out for the eclipse. And maybe you're back in the action today. And you're always back in the action with the Penthouse. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
Fritz seems like he's got the healthiest organs. I don't know if you really do, but you seem like you do. I mean, Sea Lion's organs are fine. They seem to be functioning.
I would like his liver. It's bigger than mine.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be. I think.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
We have an accident slowing us down. It's State Road 7 South, right beyond Weissman Way. We do have a right lane block. Make sure you slow down for pedestrians on your drive. Expressways look good. 95 and the Turnpike both up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Whenever you need us, just reach out and we'll be there with more locations, more experts, and more resources to deliver the healthcare you need to comfort you and make you feel your best. Find a care site near you at hcafloridahealthcare.com.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had leaf filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Does your garage door ever go down part way and then just stop just to frustrate you? Or stop and go back just when you thought it was finally going to close? That's the proximity detector, and it's designed to save your life, so don't get mad yet. That sophisticated piece of light sensor technology is like NASA-level rocket science in your very own house. And you don't have to live in a space station, but you do need to fix it if you want the thing to close. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our garage door experts know exactly how to get your technology working the way it should. We can recalibrate or replace faulty components so you can dock your spaceship every night after a busy day exploring the final frontier. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it is still science.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Injured on the job? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anna Jar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Glenn Levine, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. They're U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm a waitress, so I know the difference between regular shoes and Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. Skechers slip-resistant work shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta primavera.
Thanks.
While regular shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta whoa! And that difference is why I wear Skechers slip-resistant work shoes to keep me safe on my feet. Plus, they're easy to clean and have Skechers exclusive air-cooled memory foam for comfort throughout my shift. Get America's #1 selling work shoe at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever work shoes are sold.
Imagine having all the money you need for retirement, all the income, every month, guaranteed. That's Secure Future Investor, an indexed annuity tied to growth in the stock market, but without any risk of loss ever. It's guaranteed money for life income, no matter how long you live. Call 888-509-2228. 888-509-2228. Sponsored by GP Agency, Inc., Raleigh, North Carolina. Licensed in all states. Performance may vary. Consult with your financial professional before making an investment decision.
Try the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. It's like walking down recent memory lane. To have Orange Dreamsicle Frosty in our timeline is truly something special. And we shouldn't let the moment pass us by. And be quick. It's only available for a limited time.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a breeze coming out of the east-southeast, increasing our humidity, but with more cloud cover, temperatures will be very similar to where they were yesterday in the upper 70s along the coastline, low to mid 80s inland. Tomorrow we'll have a very similar setup, fewer clouds and warmer temperatures in the forecast.
This report is sponsored by Discover. As humans, we like having options. One option you might like is speaking with a real person when you call about your credit card. With 24/7 live U.S.-based customer service from Discover, everyone can talk to a real person anytime, day or night. Limitations apply. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Lost 80s, playing those songs you forgot you knew from the 80s.
Gotta get back in time.
Duran Duran, Huey Lewis, Tina Turner, and more, all commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Lost 80s, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Yo, Penthouse, what's going on? Hey, Franny. You're talking about an antler. The beluga whale, the narwhal, I believe that is a tooth. So technically not an antler, but pretty close. Looks like a unicorn thing. It is technically a tooth, I believe. Peace, guys.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. I hope you're having a good day and enjoying the day after the big eclipse. And what are you doing today? Can you look up at the sun today? I think you can. Today's cool, right?
You really shouldn't look directly at the sun.
Yeah, do it today. Really? What about when you're getting tan? You're just looking at the sun, you're sitting on your
Do you
ass?
just stare at the sun?
I do. It stares at me.
All right.
I stare back. What are you staring at?
Okay.
Jimmy's in the house. And then Greek sends it a bill. That's right. For staring at me. Franny's here.
Hi.
Chuckling. I almost said a different word. Time for a Greek trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
The most viewed women's college basketball game was Sunday. 18.7 million people watched Iowa take on South Carolina for the championship. Those numbers are incredible. And it's safe to say I think they're going to be around for a while. But they are just unbelievable numbers that Caitlin Clark really was the main ingredient behind it. But hats off to everybody who did that and helped Iowa and South Carolina. $18.7 million. Wow. You know how many people would have bet against that? And what is also great is all the advertising that was done during those shows. Man, they definitely got more bang for their buck because so many more viewers watched than they anticipated. So hats off to her. WNBA draft is April 15th. Talk about other things she changes. This is the first time anybody's even talking about the draft, and that is this week on Monday. So we'll see where she ends up. Does she end up at the first pick? Most people think so in Indiana, but does something happen mysterious over the weekend, and maybe she ends up in a big market? Speaking of hoops, last night, UConn did it, baby. Back-to-back, first team since the 2005 Florida Gators, which we are the home of the Gators. UConn covered 75-6. They covered all 6 games, and they covered all 6 games last year. They were an ATM. Just go in and put in your ticket. And yet there were still people last night who said, I don't think they're going to cover. I could not believe that people were saying that. And that game was not even close. They covered first half. They were winning by 6. And the second half, they were 2.5. You got a trifecta of that last night 3 times for the game at first half and the second half. And guess what? You would have some whipped cream today on your pickle. You would have no problem enjoying your day. And the coach.
Disgusting.
Have you ever had whipped cream on a pickle? I bet you never have. Have you ever had that?
I haven't.
Oh, we'll see. It's different. Don't knock it until you try it.
Have you?
Never. It's probably terrible. The coach of UConn said when he got the job in 2020, Villanova beat him pretty bad. He said, you better beat us now because we're coming. And when we get good, nobody's going to beat us. And boy, was he right. 2 years in a row. And he did say that he's going to stay at UConn. He's not leaving, even though there was a rumor Kentucky wants to give him $10 million a year. He is making $5 right now with UConn, and I'm sure he's going to get a raise. He also had a bonus that he was going to kick in last night if UConn won. He was getting $1.5 million. Now, do you think you called today to school and say, hey, you got my bonus? I won last night. I don't know if you saw it. But hats off to UConn. They covered every single game, and they made a lot of people who were on that train a lot of money. And the Marlins lost yesterday. They played the Yankees. Are they going to lose every game this week? We shall see. They are playing again, the Yankees tonight. Yankees beat them last night. 7-zip, complete game by the Yankees pitcher, and 2 3-run homos. Soto hit one, and Vogt. Whatever. Oh, yes. Oh, no.
I'm not going to repeat it. So a show that I know you really enjoy, Jimmy, is...
Queer Eye for the Straight Guy?
You're
out of control. One of my favorites. Be a professional.
I can't. Oh, my goodness. All right, so.
Oh, my God. It's so bad. She's crying. She's actually crying. So much.
Tulsa Kings. So you really
Where
like
did
that?
they film that?
You like that show, Tulsa Kings? I guess in Tulsa.
Is it Tulsa?
I don't know. Probably in Georgia. They film more things
that's
there.
where everything's filmed, right?
Yeah.
Georgia.
But Tulsa Kings. I know, G-Man, you said that you saw it's going to be renewed, right?
Yeah, for the second season. Stallone's in it. It's supposed to. I haven't got a chance to see it. I heard it's great.
I haven't watched it yet either.
I didn't know that was a question. I thought it was, it was being done.
I didn't know. I know that you had something. I saw G-Man and your topics for today saying that they
weren't. What I read in the very beginning, he liked it. He was happy with it, but they weren't sure they were going to bring it back. But not because of ratings. Okay. You want to keep laughing?
I'm good.
It's a good series. I mean, I did see season 1, and I enjoyed it a lot. I mean, I wasn't sure. It was one of those shows that I went into it going, I don't know. Yeah. Let's see if we'll get through the first episode. And I was hooked. I was hooked by the end of the first episode. So
I'm intrigued. I am. But is it Paramount? I think it's
Paramount.
Yeah, I don't have Paramount Plus.
Paramount, I believe, yeah.
But there is some news about it. So the casting agency that works for Tulsa Kings has actually quit. They said that they don't want to be around this negativity. There's allegations that are flying around Stallone and one of the directors who said that they were not too cool with the background actors. We don't know. Like I said, this is just reports. And I was great. Rose Locke Casting of Atlanta was hired to cast the actors for the show.
Okay.
And there's a Facebook page for Atlanta saw posts appearing, including one that claimed that Stallone and an unnamed director called some of the extras ugly, tub of lard, fat guy with a cane. Like, that's how they would describe them.
Wow.
Another allegation said that he then suggested that production bring in pretty young girls to be around me. He said these aren't the only claims, and now there's an investigation into what they're calling a toxic set. The investigation is underway now for it. So these are just reports. We're just here to report what we read because everything online is factual. Just kidding. But yeah, that's according to Deadline. So we shall see. There's an investigation now going on.
I don't think that's too uncommon, right? When you have big time stars, around people that are extras and whatnot. I'm sure that there are times that they may try to approach them and get the old "Hey, I am who I am" type of an attitude.
But for the casting department, the company, they just said, they said, we wanted to send you an update on the happenings here on our casting world. We've chosen to part ways with Tulsa King.
Wow.
We will be finishing up next week, and the 12th will be our last day. We send well wishes to whoever takes over the show. We thank all of you, great background artists, for your continued support, is what it says. But yeah,
pretty strong.
They want to separate themselves from that toxic environment, is what they're saying, or set.
I mean, if they're backing away, that's pretty strong. You never know what you hear or what you read. There's always three sides to every single story.
Well, and a successful show too. I mean, if you're going to walk away from that, I mean, if it's one that doesn't really hit too many people's radar, then I guess maybe it's not as big of a deal. But if you're walking away from success, then there must have been something there. Yeah, you would think.
That's what I said. It's got to be something that exactly what you just said, that they really believe in, or they trust the source because they want to step away. Because it's not, there's so many different TV shows that go out series, and a lot of them don't make it, a high percentage. So when you got one that makes it, you would think you want to stick around. Hopefully it's not true, and they'll get to the bottom of this. That, like I said, it is on Paramount. And Stallone is in the Palm Beaches now. So if you see Stallone, ask him. Walk up to him, say, "Hey, bro.
Hey, are you making it a toxic work environment?"
Yo.
Rumor has it.
Yo, Adrian. I mean, I'm just saying.
But we don't want to believe it, Stallone. We don't.
Yeah. He seems like a great guy. He does.
I've heard nothing but good things.
So have I.
We don't know. We don't know him, right?
Yep. Yeah. I've heard people who met him. They said he's so cool.
And that's the thing. How many times do we do that? Do we have that topic on here where we talk about the celebrities that have had interactions with, everyday people, and it's usually good, right? And he's not one who usually pops up on the radar.
Nope.
Very true.
I've heard it from numerous people, I was saying last year, who've bumped into him, different places. I know somebody at Worth Avenue, somebody at a gas station, somebody at a hotel, and very friendly. Can you take a picture? That's nice. And there's some people be like, no, they just walk right away from you. And he doesn't. And we talked about Billy Joel. He just moved into Boca, one of his homes, I know about 3-4 months ago. And I know somebody who bumped into him, and he said he was really, really cool. And also, you know what? It depends how you approach somebody, too. Be respectful.
Yes.
I mean, that's one thing you should be. And if they're with their family or having lunch or something like that, maybe you don't want to interrupt them. But I always think, please, and do you have a second? Big fan, obviously, say that. I think that always helps people be a little bit nicer to you, and it ends up being a good transaction on both sides. And I think also you should ask if you want to take a picture. Just don't take a picture. And these are things that, a lot of celebrities talk about, if you're out and about, especially if you're right next to them in a restaurant. Because you know what? You may notice them, and I know this is crazy, and maybe people don't. And then if you start taking pictures, then all of a sudden they got 10 people around them, and that could be annoying and a problem. So just be a little respectful, and I think everything will work out good if you want that. And it seems like today people more want a picture than an autograph. I mean, that's the biggest thing. You know what I mean? Like, people always ask.
Selfie.
They like, do you mind taking a picture?
Sure.
As opposed to an autograph. And, because people like to post it, show their friends, hey, I was with him or her or whatever it would be.
Sure.
But, I think you got to be nice in all situations. If you're nice with things, you know what? You're going to get more honey. There's no doubt about it. 877-927-6969. If you think unicorns are true, Franny had a fun fact today about it. I believe in them. Never saw one, so can't say they're not true. But if you think they are, give us a call at 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Also, you can text us at Real Radio 47142. And you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Now, I know both of you guys had this on your agendas. Some guy, I think, faked his debt to try to get out of something. What was he trying to get out of? It has to do with something?
Not paying something is what it was.
I thought it would have something to do with money. I mean, it's just always money.
Yep.
What was he faking? His debt, so he didn't have to pay what?
Yeah, he faked his death, right, Jimmy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, alimony. I think he wanted to get out of that,
Child
right?
support.
Or is it child support?
It was child support.
39-year-old man in Kentucky named Jesse Kipf has just admitted to attempting to fake his own death after, and he gave it a lot of effort too. He's accused. He accessed the Hawaii death registry system. This guy went all hog wild, right? He used details. He went in like a doctor would, right? From another state. He created a case for his own death. He signed himself as the medical certifier for his own death, and then he certified it. Amazingly, it worked. At first, that is. He was listed as deceased in many government databases. The police say he was primarily faking his death to get out of paying more than $100,000 in child support to his ex. Wow. It's unclear how he was caught, but it sounds like he got a little bit too happy. He was also accused of fraud for opening bank accounts with a false social security number. So he was hacking everybody. Let's see. He also hacked into a business, government, and corporate networks with information he stole from other people. He then attempted to sell access to the networks online. So again, just if he just stopped somewhere, he probably would have been fine.
Got away with it.
He could have been sent to prison for 30 plus years, but he did agree to a plea deal to serve 7 years and pay a $500,000 in fine. And he's going to be sentenced later this week. I guess he probably would have been better off with the $100,000, right? Versus $500,000 in fines. So yeah, this guy he went too overboard, right?
He did.
He never should have done it anyway.
No,
we joke about it saying it that way, but it's terrible.
It really is.
Pay your child support.
Yep.
And that's, $100,000. That's a lot. How long is he not? Did it say in the article how long he hasn't paid for?
Quite a while.
Yeah,
if you rack up a bill of $100,000.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends on whatever the settlement was, but still, in all, you would think that that's quite a while to rack it up that high.
That sucks. Again, you have a kid, support it, and take care of it. You brought it into this world, and be a good father or mother. And a lot of guys and girls don't want to do that, which is a shame. And you know what? Think of the kids, because that's who you're really hurting.
But did he go out of his way?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to cause around $195,000 in damages. Yeah, that's not only to his ex, his family, the computer networks that he infiltrated, everything. So he's not even just getting busted for that. There's so many things. Wire fraud stuff. Yeah, I mean, the guy's just... and not just that. Like, okay, so you're trying to get out of this, but then you're also leaving a kid thinking that his actual father died too.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, that's terrible because, you can't tell the kid. What do you do? Call up the kid, say, hey, it looks like dad passed away, but I'm really here. I just don't want to pay the money I owe. That sucks all around. Not a good person.
Doesn't sound like he was spending too much time with the child either.
Probably
with
not.
the sounds of it, you would have to kind of assume that. I know it's an assumption and we shouldn't do that, but I would think that that's probably along those lines.
I wouldn't think that's a far stretch at all. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved with the Penthouse. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. That's how you can always get involved in the show. Don't forget, our big tastings event is this Saturday, and it'll be April 13th at the Outlets in West Palm Beach. It's going to be a fantastic time. I'm sure we'll have some good weather, great food, and a great opportunity for you guys to taste some food and also sample some alcohol. We've been doing it for years. It's always been a great event. You definitely want to go and have a good time. We will give away tickets again tomorrow. We were doing it all week. We did it Tuesday and Monday. Always a great time, the tastings event. And one of the highlights of our job is we look forward to doing it and being out there and meeting you guys.
It's a great time, and we are giving away tickets, so you can get in there for free. We're doing that every day this week, 11:45, when we do our ticket giveaway. But something that isn't free is housing. We know that. And it's getting tough these days. Half of homeowners and renters struggle to pay for housing. This is research that's done by Redfin. And in order to afford rent or mortgage payments, people are starting to make sacrifices. And I will let you know what exactly they are sacrificing to afford housing. And a lot of it even sacrificing your time, because people are picking up extra gigs in order to do it, whether it's doing deliveries or ride shares, whatever it is. A lot of people are doing that. But we understand the cost of living is more than some people can manage right now. What was it? I had something that we never got into it, but our insurance,
a lot higher.
5 times more than the rest of the nation.
Yep.
I saw.
Homeowners?
Yep.
And car is
But they say-
going up a lot too.
But yeah, the cost of living, it's pretty tough. Mortgage payments are near their all-time high, so people are making sacrifices to make their ends meet. New research that's done from Redfin finds that about half, 49.9% of homeowners and renters in the U.S. struggle to afford their housing payments, leading them to give up on things to keep the roof over their head. And some of these are quite sad. Like some I understand, like vacations and stuff like that, maybe got to put aside. But Redfin is a real estate company, and they surveyed nearly 3,000 homeowners and renters. And they said almost 1,500 sometimes or regularly or greatly have a hard time paying their rent or mortgage in this past year. So to make sure that they're doing this, as I mentioned, about a third are taking fewer vacations or none at all. They said that's the most sacrifice they're making. But this is where it gets terrible, right? Followed by skipping meals, not eating, because they can't afford to, which is terrible. So skipping meals is one of those on there. Working extra hours at their job, if your job does allow that, right? If you do get overtime or you're paid by the hour, they said. But some have even started selling their belongings, which I can see. Borrowed money from friends or family. I can absolutely see that. Have already started dipping to their retirement savings. Almost 18% of people have started doing that already.
I believe it.
Nearly 1 in 7 millennials have used retirement savings to pay for housing, compared to only 15.5% of Gen Xers, or that 27 of baby boomers. This is terrible too, because your health should be the most important part. Others have delayed or skipped health care or medical treatments. Almost 16% of people have done that to pay for housing.
I believe it.
Yep. And then this, working side hustles or received a financial gift from a loved one in order to help pay. But they said that homeowners are about twice as likely as renters to report easily affording their housing payments too.
Well, a lot of people that are already in a house,
Yes.
but I don't know how people have been doing it. I really don't.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, we've seen since the pandemic hit in 2020. We got 4 years now, but those first couple of years, we just saw rent going up and up and up. And I know that, depending on where you were, you didn't have to pay any rent. But, just because of the way some local governments were running things. But once rent started hitting, I mean, even down here where that didn't exist, because we were only, shut down for a couple months at the most here in Florida. But to see rents go up by thousands of dollars and almost double for some people, I don't know how people were doing it. I really don't. And we can see how they were by not eating.
Yeah. It's
Sad.
really, really, really unfortunate. I know, obviously, it's not enough, but I do know that they are starting to do a little bit more affordable housing here in Palm Beach County. But yeah, I mean, it's not making much of a difference. I mean, some people are trying to help in that, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy. A lot of people have to move out of somewhere that they've lived their whole entire lives.
Yep, just because they can't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
Last night was the conclusion of the basketball for the NCAA, and a guy that was on hand, and a lot of people didn't realize this he was there. You saw him was Bill Murray. Bill Murray was at a lot of games, and he's been at a lot of games for UConn, and people didn't pick up on it. I knew this, but his son is the assistant coach. Bill Murray's son is the assistant coach of UConn. Now, Bill Murray's a big sports fan. He always was. Big Cub fan for years. Used to be at all the Cub games, a lot of sporting events, golf. But his son is assistant coach for UConn, and that's why he was there. And people would say, wow, Bill Murray's at the game. And for whatever reason, they didn't pick up on it. I read it a while ago, but his son is an assistant with UConn. So obviously the big night last night, wanted to share it with his son and celebrate with him the success of UConn winning back-to-back. Who knows what his future is going to be for his son. I'm sure he wants to get involved more and maybe be a head coach. But, yeah, Bill Murray's son is one of the assistants at UConn. I remember seeing him a couple times in the stands. And it's, it's one of those things you see him and go, oh, my God, it's Bill Murray. But, you got to remember, they got lives, they got families, too, and that's why he was there. People didn't realize it. Larry David was there at one of the games last week. He got pretty beat up, though, for not a good thing, just the way he was sitting. But a lot of times when you see a lot of these athletes, even myself, Jerry Rice, his son was a big star this year at USC, and you would see him on the sidelines. But Bill Murray was there last night celebrating with his son and UConn, who won back-to-back championships, first time since 2005. And they covered 80-65. That was another big thing, too, and the game stayed under. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Hope you guys are having a good day. We're going to come back in a few minutes, and in the 1 o'clock hour, we do have some Florida stories. Franny, what is there for us to consume?
Yeah, I will start with the worst of it, and then, like last time, I won't leave us at that. This is a story that one of our favorite sheriffs, Sheriff Judd, said is one of the most messed up things he has ever seen in Polk County. I will let you know about that. Then we have a woman who claims God directed her to do this during the eclipse. And then somebody else was like, this was straight out of a horror movie. A woman was attacked by something inside of her home, and it was not a human. I will let you know what it is when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
Download the app and then take us anywhere. Except maybe there. Get it from your app store. Search for iHeartRadio.
Hi, everyone. I'm Doug Plagans, radio voice of your Florida Panthers. The Panthers host the Ottawa Senators tonight at 7 p.m. at Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise. Catch all the action live tonight at 7 right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it. Woo! Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Drive times along the Palm Beach is up to speed. We are looking good. No major delays on 95 or the Turnpike. Make sure that you slow down for bicycles on your ride today. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Sharp stomach pain? Advice is here. Consult a nurse. Answers, advice around the clock. Consult a nurse. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you. Call 844-70-NURSE. It's free.
Hey, it's the Greek, and the greatest show on earth is this Saturday at Monroe's. It's breathtaking performances of magic, fire, and freaks at Monroe's. Sexy circus girls this Saturday. If you want to be entertained, make sure you go to Monroe's this Saturday night for the greatest show on earth. And Monroe's is open 7 days a week till 5 a.m. with beautiful ladies and a 5-star menu. But April 13th, this Saturday, the greatest show on earth, Monroe's in Palm Beach. It's gonna be magic, fire, and freaks. Peace!
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made Storm Smart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, Storm Smart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on Storm Smart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Have you heard of Nepo billionaires? Celebrity kids inheriting untold billions? Take Jay-Z and Beyonce, who are handing down over $1 billion to their kids, much of it in their blue-chip art collection. That's right, for the richest families in the world, fine art is a vehicle for transferring and growing their wealth. And for the first time, everyday investors can invest like billionaires themselves in this potentially lucrative asset class, all thanks to Masterworks. With this platform, you don't need to be an art expert, and you can still invest in blue-chip artists like Banksy and Picasso. Oh, and you don't need to be a billionaire either. Schedule a call with Masterworks advisors by going to masterworks.com/cake That's masterworks.com/cake. This advertisement relates to the provision of advisory services by Masterworks Advisors, LLC, and is not intended to offer or solicit investment in any securities. Masterworks Advisors is affiliated with Masterworks.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had Leaf Filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to lifelock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a breeze coming out of the east-southeast, increasing our humidity, but with more cloud cover, temperatures will be very similar to where they were yesterday in the upper 70s along the coastline, low to mid 80s inland. Tomorrow we'll have a very similar setup, fewer clouds and warmer temperatures in the forecast.
This report is sponsored by Reese Windows and Doors.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Win $15,000 in new Impact windows from Reese Windows. Pick up your phone, text the word HAPPY to 20129. That's HAPPY to 20129.
The Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in The Penthouse on a Tuesday afternoon. Thanks for always tuning in to Real Radio 921. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and Lake Como. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hello, hello.
And it's time for this edition of Florida Stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All right, so we'll go to the one that's a little tough to hear just because it's such a crazy story. There is a 21-year-old student, goes to University of Florida. Now, this kid, the suspect, we're going to call him, was a 2020 Frostproof Senior High valedictorian. He had a 4.5 grade point average. This is his fourth year at the University of Florida, intended to be a medical doctor. No previous issues or anything like that. They said, his family and everything never suffered from any kind of mental health issues growing up, nothing like that. So it's like, what the heck happened? Why did this happen? So Emmanuel Espinoza, 21, drove 165 miles from UF to Frostproof, Florida, which somebody texted and they said it's just outside of Lake Wales for a family event.
Okay.
And he's staying with his family, his mom. So when he arrived at his mother's, right when she opened the door, he just started stabbing her. They said he stabbed her in excess of 70 times. She was on the phone with a loved one when it was happening. They heard the whole thing go down. When Judd was talking about the sheriff about this incident, he said the second she opened the door, he charged in and just started stabbing her. He made the statement that he knew where to stab her for maximum effect because of his biology classes. Judd added that it was one of the most bizarre murders that we've dealt with in a very long time.
Unreal.
Yeah. The only motive that we have, because he called 911, he confessed to this. And he said, I wanted to kill, this is his words, I wanted to kill my mother for many, many years because she got on my nerves. Well, when Sheriff Judd, he said, we asked him, what's your relationship like with your mother? And Emmanuel goes, we're like an 8 out of 10. And I really do love her, but she irritated me.
Sad.
Yep.
Beyonce.
Just
Elvia,
no explanation.
No.
None.
None. Because she got, but sounded like they had a great relationship. Even people were saying that grew up that they did. When he was valedictorian, he graduated during the speech. He thanked his mom so much for making him the man he was and this and that. So just a very crazy situation.
Not even like a snap judgment that happened
so he was ready for
when
it.
you're there at a party and you're even drinking or something like that. There was no... He drove there with that intent.
With the intent.
And all premeditated.
Mm-hmm.
So it's obviously whatever it was, that snap happened somewhere before that. Just
very, this is just sad, bizarre. They said Elvia, her name Espinoza, young 46. She was a second grade teacher and said was very much loved by the community, according to Sheriff Judd, but just nuts. And then next up in your What the Florida, speaking of nuts, we have a nutty woman from Georgia. Georgia claims her, but she was in Florida when this happened. She is facing charges now. Attempted murder, by the way, because she left her hotel. Her name is Taylin Celestine.
These are tough today.
She checked out of her hotel. This was yesterday. And when she left, she told people that she was working that she was going to go on a shooting spree because God directed her to do so, and it was all related to the eclipse. And she went off to do what she intended to do and what she told everybody she was going to do. They said she drove on I-10, just shooting away. They said, one person got hit by some shrapnel from the glass. A bullet grazed them. Another person got a bullet to the neck, but they were able to go to the hospital. They will be okay. As I know of so far, from what I've read, no fatalities, nobody has died, but she is still in a lot of trouble. As I mentioned, attempted murder, all because of the eclipse and the voices in her head, I guess, that she thought was God. And then finally here in your What the Florida, man, I want one as a pet, but after reading stories like this, probably not. And I know they're not supposed to because they're wild animals, but they're just so dang cute. And I mean raccoons.
Oh,
and this woman is saying, I want a unicorn too. This woman says it was out of a horror movie. This is how she describes it. A St. Augustine woman was hospitalized overnight after, this is a big bitch, a 30-pound raccoon.
Damn,
That's a big raccoon, right? Ooh. She said a 30-pound raccoon chased her and her dog into her house We see them. We have them out here. They will stand up to you.
Oh, yeah.
They don't give a damn.
Yeah, they want like a cover fee.
Oh, yeah. They were just like, and what?
Yeah. Yeah, they're at the door. $20.
So this
Where's
75.
my food, bitch?
Yeah.
That's what he usually says
That
to me
is.
when I come in.
Well,
Where's my food?
Well, he's eating the cat food, the one that I see all the time, and he
Oh,
eats
yeah.
it, and then he looks at me, and I've seen it stand up on his hind legs, like, you going to stop this right
Yeah,
now? And I'm like, nope, you keep on eating.
What are you looking at?
Do what you do, raccoon. But
Sit on their hind legs.
Yeah, the 75-year-old woman and the dog were trapped, she said, for an hour and a half in the house and were bitten several times by this crazy raccoon.
Damn.
Uh-huh. There was a friend in there, too, who was trying to help fight it off. They were like, he was big and very powerful. And it was definitely something that I've never seen before, the neighbor, John Ness, said. He said he's okay, but a little shaken up. I get it. He said that it all started. Ness said his neighbor spotted the raccoon on her porch, and then it got inside and went after her and her dog. He heard screams from inside the woman's home and came to help. He said he was in the kitchen, tried to fight off the raccoon. He managed to snap a photo. I love this. First, hold on, let me take a picture.
Of course.
Of the animal in the house.
Time for a selfie.
Yeah.
Once
Let
he's-
me take a selfie.
Yeah. Once he was inside the house, that's when all the real problems started because he couldn't get him out. He was like, the raccoon was on top of me. I actually had a butcher knife that was he said, this big, and I used it. It's something right out of a horror movie. He said, I used the knife when he was on me to stab it continuously until he finally got off me. He called 911. And of course, Florida Fish and Wildlife officers were able to evict the raccoon by looping it on a long pole to keep its teeth a safe distance away. They said when they got it outside, they did shoot the raccoon by a raccoon. The woman who was bitten on her foot. Yeah, she was bitten on her foot a few times, and the puppy dog was being screened for rabies at the hospital, which you have to do. The dog has its rabies vaccine, so luckily did not need any medical attention despite it being bitten.
But you got to wonder, I mean, that might have been the reason why the thing went nuts.
The rabies?
Yeah.
The rabes, yeah. So they said the dog had no medical attention, but the neighbor's going to bring the dog to the vet just in case because it did have his vaccination, but you never know. You never know. And that is your What the Florida.
Thank you, Francis. Appreciate the stories. You guys always give them to us and let us know what's going on out there. We do it 11:05 and 1:05.
Well, here's so you were talking earlier about how it's so much harder to afford a house these days. And, well, maybe this is something to look into. This YouTuber named Unspeakable, he posted a video in which I posted it at realradio921.com under the Penthouse blog, so you can see it. And the thing racked up 13.6 million views on YouTube and Twitter. Apparently, he does this a couple of these, and the video in it is him buying a house on Amazon. That's right. I said he bought a house on Amazon, bought it for a cool $20,000. Now, it's a now viral clip. Unspeakable unboxes a tiny home purchased on Amazon, and I'll give you a brief description. So it's about the size of a small shipping container.
Okay.
So just to kind of put it into perspective, all right, the overall, when everything is said and done, is it's about 19 by 20 foot, to put it into that perspective. But when he unboxes it, and it's in an Amazon box and everything, by the way, delivery was free.
Can you imagine that person who has to deliver that?
Delivery was free. So anyway, he opens it up, and it has a front door on the end of it. So he goes inside, and they start roaming around, and you see in the video. And what ends up happening is the outsides of it, the walls on the sides, they lift up, and then more walls from the inside push out. So
that's cool.
it almost creates it like it's a triple wide type of a dump, a metal container, right? So the video shows him It does that. However, they look and see the inside walls. They lift up. Yeah, I went through that. It's about 19 by 20 foot space. Comes equipped with a built-in bathroom, shower, and kitchen cabinets. You just need to hire an electrician to wire it up for you, so you can have electricity in there. It's big enough to have a bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen. Does not come furnished. And the part of the video too is him buying everything to furnish the house from Amazon. It almost looks like he's doing a commercial for Amazon. To be honest with you,
sounds
That's what it seems like.
when you watch it, but in essence, it's still it's one of those things that you see this, you see some other ones. Tesla apparently has one too. That when I looked up others that
Tiny
are similar
homes.
to this, where there's tiny homes. Maybe this is the solution to our problems that we're having. But obviously, something like this would never hold up here in Florida because of what we need for hurricane standards and things like that. Unfortunately, but maybe other parts of the country. I just thought it was pretty neat that you could actually buy a home on Amazon. I mean, it's legit, allegedly. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm on it now. They sell tiny homes, tiny expandable homes, prefabricated homes from $8,000 to, I'm looking right now, $27,000.
Ooh, baller.
Yes, you can purchase these things. You can even make payments way less than a mortgage. You can pay it off very soon. It's only like the one that's expensive, the $27,000. I think there was like $650 a month. But
you see more and more people living off the grid, converting a trailer or building a trailer out of, just from scratch. I've seen a lot of people take an old school bus that they'll buy at auction after it's been used,
campers,
and they refurbish it and make it into a home, quote unquote.
I saw one I wanted to purchase. It was
home.
Jupiter Marketplace or Locals or something, and I sent it to my husband, and they were selling it for $14,500, and it was a school bus that they started to work on.
Oh, okay.
So they gutted everything and they put in the framework.
Oh, all right.
Of what they were going to do with the kitchen and the bed and everything. So it's just that. And then they didn't want to finish it. They were like, oh, the project was taken. Something happened where they couldn't. So for it was a big school bus that they were turning into.
Sure.
They were looking for somebody to buy it and to take it over, and which was good because you can make it your own. Of course, we don't have the money to do that, but, just one of those wishful thinking kind of things. So it was like, it would be cool for trips, like an RV purpose, not to live in.
Well, if you're going to do that, I mean, you might be better off with an RV because I think a lot of times I see those where they do a conversion like that and they're kind of more meant to take somewhere and just park and live, right? Or you see them people that live off the grid with it because, with the power inverters that you need, some people put solar on top so that they're self-sustaining.
This one actually had stuff for solar. This one did,
okay, yeah. So you see more and more of that and people going down that road. And I guess I can't blame them when you see that, you see what it costs for housing. Again, going into the last segment when you were talking about that with how expensive it is to buy a house or to rent now.
Absolutely.
And yet here we are still spending, 1 point something trillion in credit card
Too
usage.
much. And a lot of people, that's their... unfortunately, way that they're surviving right now, and they're putting themselves into debt. It really does suck. But after the pandemic, when we did a pros and cons list of purchasing our first home or buying an RV.
Yeah, I remember RV.
And doing RV living.
Right.
That was we were really serious about it. And the pros were more on purchasing a house than anything else.
Well, you have a beautiful home.
There was a time, thank you. There was a time where we thought about it, doing the RV living.
Sure.
Like, I'm kind of crammed with the dogs. That's a lot.
Well,
where would our V go? And I understand traveling.
Your Georgia stuff.
Yeah. Where would we put all our things?
What about all the Bulldogs? I mean, you got to put that stuff. 877-927-6969.
It's a great idea if you're retired and you want to travel or something like that. I mean, I think it can be a lot of fun. It's something that I wouldn't mind doing when, upon retirement. But obviously, if you have a steady job, you come here, you can't do that on the road, and most of these people, when they do a full commitment and live off the grid, I mean, obviously your expenses are pretty low.
Yep.
You don't have to pay for water and electric and all that stuff. But
47142 started off with Real Radio. We had the child support story about the guy who faked his own death. So he didn't have to pay child support. Somebody said regarding child support, I paid around $150,000 over 15 years. I got divorced in 2007 and my son was 4 years old. It's not cheap for sure. I really didn't make that much money during that time either. Thankfully, my ex is a responsible, smart woman. So there you go on that. And then Brett from Melbourne listening on the iHeartRadio app. Hello, Franny, Greek, and Jimothy. So Ricky Martin was chubbed on stage. I guess Greek had front row seats for Madonna's concert because it definitely isn't Madonna doing that to a man. Says, you go, Ricky. Talk about a banana maggot. BTW. I took Greek's advice and was at Hard Rock Casino in Seminole. And did watch the eclipse outside the casino, and I got my ass kicked at the casino. So thanks for the great idea, Greek.
I didn't say we were going to win. I said it was a good place to watch it.
And then any news, I don't know, on Sarah B. from Nashville. We've not
she
heard
was
from-
in Jersey Shore?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's the same text, but money's on the dresser, or maybe her at the karaoke contest. I don't know. So if you want to shoot us a text, Sarah, if you're listening, you can always do that 47142, and anybody can start it off with Real Radio.
The Penthouse. I'm sorry, Jimmy.
No,
the
go ahead,
Penthouse is hot. We told you UConn and bet against the Marlins. So I mean, you could have had a great day yesterday.
Gave you Kansas City.
Yeah.
You know, what more do you want, people?
We gave you a lot. Go ahead, Jim. What do you got?
Well, this employer lawyer, he says that there are 3 things that he would never do at a job, or specifically, at work there. He says, here are the top 3 things. Employment lawyer. His name is Craig Levy, and he's telling folks, he posted a video on it, but I saw it written out. And he said, 1, don't secretly record conversations with your boss. Many workers like to record their conversations with their supervisors, but believe it or not, you might be breaking the law doing so. Of course, that's something that we've talked about, so you can't do that.
No.
It's because some states require 2-party consent for video or voice recordings. So even if the employer is doing something wrong and you get it on tape, it's not admissible, right? So there's no point in even bothering with it. But on the reverse side of that, don't neglect the paper trail. So while voice and video recordings without permission aren't advised, Levy recommends creating a paper trail if you want to complain. Have everything in writing as much as possible. If something's wrong, bringing that grievance to the Human Resources Department is common practice. However, without the paper trail of your complaint, these grievances might well be whispers in the wind. In other words, have proof, right?
Yeah.
It's like anything else.
And the response, obviously, I sent the email X day. You responded 2 days later.
Right.
It shows it all.
But once there's an electronic or a paper trail, even if it's electronic, right, same type of thing, then you've got it in writing. And then finally he says, this is something you would be doing wrong if you skipped your annual review, or in other words, don't skip your annual review. Most companies have a system in place to review their performance of their employees on a regular basis. However, sometimes these reviews might slip through the cracks. And his advice is, I would not let the company forget about my annual performance review. He goes on to say, they're perfect opportunities to prove your worth to your employer and ask for a raise. And the best part, it's all documented. Again, another paper trail. Finally, it's important to recognize that TikTok videos aren't a substitute for personalized legal advice. And I love that. I had to add that into the end because, yes, if you go to TikTok for your legal advice, you're doing something wrong.
I mean, the paper trail obviously helps you in every aspect. And, you got to think about 20 years ago, 25 years ago, whatever it was, when there was no email and people had problems at their job. How do you prove it? I had dinner one time with an attorney who's retired now, and he said, it'd always be the employer against the employee, and usually the employer won because there was no paper trail. It was phone calls, he said this, she said that.
Sure.
He goes, and it was very, very hard to prove, on the other hand, for the person, unless you had another person step up with you who witnessed it. He goes, it was almost impossible for employees to, win any kind of cases or anything like that. But like you said, today, if you have an email and you send it to somebody and, they respond to you, and I guess also the other thing would be text messages, because I'm sure a lot of people send text messages to their boss and stuff.
And also document things too.
Yeah.
When things happen, if you do document it, and it helps keep a trace and track of things that have happened. But yeah, it's always better off if there's something. Obviously it depends on what the grievance is, right?
Sure, obviously.
So not necessarily everything will be written out in an email.
No.
But if you document and keep a track of what's going on, that always helps, and it's good to have that written down.
Yeah, I think even if you're emailing somebody about a situation and even though they don't respond, it is good that you could say, hey, I've emailed you 3 times, whatever it is, February 10th, February 16th, February 20th, you're not responding. And that could help you too with somebody who's looking at it. Say, I finally going to look at the other person and say, why did you not respond to 3 emails?
Sure.
But I think, again, a lot of that stuff, you just has to be in your mind. Yeah. Like, hey, I got to do this.
Yeah. I always have a mentality of covering your butt. It always helps when you're at your job. Something that I've done. I've got emails from years and years and years ago, just in case, because you never know.
Yeah, you don't. 877-927-6969. What do you think about these people who are buying houses on Amazon for $20,000? Would it be something that you would like to think about doing? And they'll deliver it to you, too. So
Yeah, free delivery.
Two-day free delivery.
Free
Prime.
delivery with Prime.
If you're a Prime user. Last night, UConn won, and they won it all. Jimmy, what do you think the ratings will be last night? Will that go over 20 million?
No, I don't think that one would be. Do you? Do you think it'll top the girls?
I don't, because at the time, there were so many people, again, my network guys, they were like, can't stay up. And I don't want to be like in the middle of the game and not watch it, or, see it in the morning. Or a lot of my friends were like, I'll check later. I was out last night, of course, with my friends, and we stayed up the whole time. But a lot of guys were like crashing, and girls. I got to get to work. School night. I can't get home 11 or 12 o'clock.
Well, their mom isn't cool like yours.
Oh, yeah. Jules was cool.
Let you stay up.
Yeah, I talked to Jules last night. She goes, did your team win, G? I said, yeah, they won. She goes, good for you. I said, yeah, UConn won, the Huskies. But, yeah, I don't think it's going to – I don't know. I don't think it's going to surpass 20 million.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But you never know, I guess. I mean, it was an exciting year. Maybe people were looking for – I think a lot of people bet on UConn, so that might have helped it. And I think maybe there's a large number of people that wanted to see them go back-to-back since it hasn't been done in so long. So, there's a couple of factors that might help there. I don't know as far as it being late, because part of the reason why they did that is to entice the people on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Since, from what you said. So does that help make up for it?
I mean, even this morning I was talking to our market manager, Mark. He's a big basketball fan, good guy. And he was saying, like, nobody out West even cared. Purdue doesn't have a huge number of people that are going to follow it. It's a big school, but not like the big ones, like the Blue Bloods, like Carolina, Kentucky. He said, in UConn's an East Coast school. So I don't know how the ratings were. If I had a bet, I would say under 19 million.
I mean, my point with that, too, is also if they had it at 8 o'clock, let's say, as a tip-off, and that would have meant 5 o'clock for the West Coast, would they have lost that many, with it being that much earlier? Did they gain that many more because they had it later? I don't know. It's hard to tell.
I think this year where the teams were, it would have been, obviously, you can't pick it, better if it was an East Coast thing. Like if UCLA was in it or USC or somebody in the Pac-12, it would have mattered. I think there was. I don't think there was much interest out there. Again, we'll see.
We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah,
next day.
19 million was the girls. 18.9. I'll take under. Yeah, I definitely would. And the second half was it started out a little close, and then there was a blowout. And when games are blowouts, they just seem to take it.
That doesn't help.
And Sunday, it was 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon. I mean, and again, I was in 3-4 spots. Everywhere I went, the game was on and people were watching it the whole time.
I believe it.
It is the Penthouse, and it is a Tuesday. We'll come back with a trifecta and a lot more. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
Fritz seems like he's got the healthiest organs. I don't know if you really do, but you seem like you do. I mean, Sea-Line's organs are fine. They seem to be functioning.
I would like his liver. It's bigger than mine.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Drive times along the Palm Beach is up to speed. We are looking good. No major delays on 95 or the Turnpike. Make sure that you slow down for bicycles on your ride today. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have the story of the ex-slave turned Wild West lawman, Bass Reeves. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
They're modern-day con artists, and they're the focus of Creating a Con, a true crime anthology podcast. Season 1 spotlights Ray Trapani and his tech startup scam, endorsed by DJ Khaled and Floyd Mayweather, and built on empty promises and millions from bilked investors.
If someone's like, oh, what's your best way of making money? I don't think start a business. I'm like, oh, we should start some sort of scheme. And I can't help it.
Listen to Creating a Con on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Creating a Con.
Hey, it's Franny, and did a nice tax refund put you in the market for a new car? Or maybe, unfortunately, you didn't get a refund and need to free up some extra cash? Sell your car for the most money now at GimmeTheVin.com. They offer a 60-second bid process, pressure-free, and free pickup. Plus, they're 5-star rated by the Better Business Bureau, which says a lot considering their big 3 competitors are all 1-star. Selling your car, truck, or exotic has never been easier at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Does your garage door ever go down part way and then just stop, just to frustrate you? Or stop and go back, just when you thought it was finally going to close? That's the proximity detector, and it's designed to save your life, so don't get mad yet. That sophisticated piece of light sensor technology is like NASA-level rocket science in your very own house. And you don't have to live in a space station, but you do need to fix it if you want the thing to close. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our garage door experts know exactly how to get your technology working the way it should. We can recalibrate or replace faulty components so you can dock your spaceship every night after a busy day exploring the final frontier. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it is still science.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add 1 unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had Leaf Filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, DQ fans. They've got the deal of the century for you. Download the DQ app and get buy one, get one free Blizzard treats. Just like that, you can get any 2 Blizzard treats for the price of 1. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy tastes good.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a breeze coming out of the east-southeast, increasing our humidity, but with more cloud cover, temperatures will be very similar to where they were yesterday in the upper 70s along the coastline, low to mid 80s inland. Tomorrow we'll have a very similar setup, fewer clouds and warmer temperatures in the forecast.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber.
HOA and condo board members, it pays to have fiber. Let Blue Stream Fiber show you how fiber internet provides revenue for communities while saving up to 50% off retail rates. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio to find out more.
I'm Johnny B. Good, the host of the podcast Creating a Con, the story of Bitcoin. This podcast dives deep into the story of Ray Trapani and his company Centratech. I'll explore how 320-somethings built a company out of lies, deceit, and greed.
I've been saying since a very young age that I was going to be a millionaire. If someone's like, oh, what's your best way of making money? I'm like, oh, we should start some sort of scheme.
Listen to Creating a Con, the story of Bitcoin on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greg's Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, it is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning into Real Radio. Don't forget, after this, it is the Greek Zone, where we talk about sports gambling, the odds, the money. We'll break down where all the money's at, and we'll tell you what you should be betting on to put cash in your pocket. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hola.
And it's time for your last trifecta of the day.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
And the numbers are in, and the numbers don't lie. The women's basketball championship game brought in 18.9 million people on Sunday. That's a new record that I think is going to stand for a long time. Hats off to Iowa and South Carolina. It was the championship. 3 o'clock Eastern time as South Carolina became undefeated, beat Iowa, and is the champs of the NCAA. In the men's division last night, it was UConn going undefeated, and guess what? 12 games in a row, March Madness they covered, and they just blew teams out, winning last night by 15, laying 6. If you were betting with Hard Rock or on the Hard Rock app, you are a happy camper today. Hurley, the coach of the team, when he got the job in 2020, said, you know what, beat us now because you're not going to get us later. And he was right. He built the dynasty over there. 2 years in a row, they've won it all. He is staying, not going to go to a greener pasture. There was speculation, maybe he go to Kentucky if they offered him $10 million a year. But as of now, he says he's not going. But seeing $10 million with a lot of zeros could change things. Marlins played the Yankees last night, and they've only got one win. And they played last night, and that's all they got is one win. Yankees won 7-0. Big game for the Yanks. And also time-wise, the game started last night about 6:05, 6:10, and it was over, right? 2 hours and 1 minute. And that is one of the biggest things baseball was complaining about. And then it's funny because the fans now are at the game, they say it's not really a big experience. You're in and out real quick. And what am I paying for? So you can't please everybody. But,
I can't please anybody.
Yeah, it's the truth. I've heard that from so many fans. One of my buddies went to a Marlin game. He goes, it was over before you knew it. But that's what they want. Yeah, I mean, the pitching count, the clock is the biggest thing that is definitely affecting it. These guys can't take long between pitches. I do think the pitch count is a good thing for the sport, and it keeps it moving. But, I mean, again, everybody's going to have a different opinion about it. And that is your last trifecta of the day. Peace.
Thank you. Well, we talk some celebrity talk here, but some things we may not have ever heard. And These are quite interesting. So there's a lot on here. We're not going to go through them. They have 31 of these, but these are celebrity facts that range from wildly shocking to just completely bizarre. And this is odd to put it in, but it is in a celebrity category. But the first one they have on here, Osama bin Laden. If you did not know that he was a major Whitney Houston fan. Major.
No way.
Yes.
Wow.
So this is according to somebody named Cole LaBeouf, who claimed to live with bin Laden for a few months. He said that he had a paramount desire for Whitney Houston. Although Osama bin Laden claimed that music was evil, he spoke of someday spending vast amounts of money to go to America and try to rearrange a meeting with Whitney Houston.
No kidding.
This person even claimed that bin Laden planned to kill Bobby Brown whom at the time she was married to before her passing. Yes, that's how much he loved her. I have heard this story before. Actor Colin Farrell was once an attempted murder suspect.
Really?
So he was talking about this on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. He revealed in True Confessions, this is a game that Jimmy Fallon plays, that as a teenager, he was brought in for questioning about an attempted murder, which... By the way, this murder was never solved, this attempted murder, because he looked like the pencil sketch of the perpetrator.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, he said, I was in Sydney, Australia, and I was pulled in by the cops, and they showed me a photo of this pencil sketch of a guy that attempted to murder another guy. Said, I guess I'd beat him up and left him on his own to die. And he said it was terrifying. He said he was there being questioned for about 6 hours. Thankfully, a friend of his kept a journal in that particular night and that particular time, and they knew that he was at a party on the other side of town doing ecstasy. So he wasn't there.
Oh, thank God.
Yes.
Talk about having a paper trail.
Yes.
That's awesome. I was with my drug dealer, dude. Come on.
Yes. He
I was getting high.
He was very. This one's messed up. You know actor Terrence Howard?
I believe so. Yes.
So Terrence Howard witnessed his dad stab a man to death.
Ooh.
Now, that's messed up, but it happened while they were in line to take a photo with the department store Santa.
Jeez.
Yep.
Really?
Yep. He said in what became known as the Santa line slang, Terrence said that the man, who was also there with his family, made a racist comment to Terrence's father, Tyrone, after he thought that they skipped in line. So Tyrone ended up stabbing the dude
Did he go
to
to jail?
death. Well, yeah. So he pleaded self-defense, but ended up being convicted of manslaughter and spent only 11 months in prison.
Wow.
Right?
That's a pretty light sentence for killing somebody.
Great. In front of their family.
Oh, my God.
And a line to go see Santa.
Jesus.
This one I've heard too, but I think it's very rare. I don't know if many people know about this. When Angelina Jolie was 22, she hired a hitman to kill her. She was suicidal, but was worried that people in her life would blame themselves if she died by suicide. So she found a hitman in New York, which she said wasn't that difficult to find.
And I guess not that good either.
Yeah, but he ended up talking her out of it.
Wow.
So,
Oh,
yeah.
no kidding.
She said, yeah, he was a decent enough person and
Damn.
asked if I could think about it and call him again in 2 months. She said something changed in my life, and I figure I'd stick it out.
Wow, that's got to be weird. Imagine if you're a hitman and somebody says, I want to put a hit on somebody. Like, who? Myself.
Yeah.
That's got to be crazy.
I don't think I've ever heard of that in my life.
Isn't that nuts?
And she found a hitman with morals.
Yeah, isn't that nuts?
See, that's unbelievable.
Yeah. He's like, give it a couple months. Just think about it, all right?
Yeah.
Julie Roberts, who was in that movie Runaway Bride, was in fact a runaway bride. I did not know this. So she was with Kiefer Sutherland for a while. So they were going to get married. And she called off the wedding on the day that she was supposed to be married. She instead, this is so messed up, went on a date with this guy, Jason Patrick, who was actually friends with Kiefer Sutherland.
Oh, the tramp.
Yes, but had recently been uninvited from the wedding. She then ran away with him to Ireland.
Yeah, didn't they hang up for a while?
So yeah, to Ireland. So yes, she was a runaway bride.
She was a tramp.
This is funny. You're gonna love what this one, Jimmy. Nick Cannon.
Yeah, he claimed to wear a condom.
Yeah, nobody believes that. Nick Cannon has claimed multiple times that when him and Mariah Carey had sexy time, she would have to play her music. In particular, she liked to hear Hero while they were making love.
Oh, my God. How vain can you be?
Oh, how pretentious.
God. It's like guy put on his
people are like
radio
that,
show.
Greek.
Oh, my
Can you
God.
imagine?
There's some good stuff. These are shocking revelations and stories about celebrities. Fran Drescher claimed that when she was younger, she was abducted by aliens who put a chip in her head. And that the same thing happened to her ex-husband, Peter Mark Jacobson. She like, it's funny because Peter and I both saw aliens before we knew each other, doing the same thing. We were driving on the road with our dad, she recounted. We were both in junior high. A few years later, we met and we realized that we had the same experience. I think that somehow we were programmed to meet. She continued that they both have scars in the same spot where the chips are. The aliens programmed to think the scars were from something else. Spooky.
All right.
Yeah, speaking of aliens, Van Halen, Sammy Hagar, wrote that he had an alien abduction experience too. He said, aliens were plugged into me. It was a download situation. Said this was way long before computers or any kind of wireless. There weren't even wireless telephones. Looking back now, it was like, they downloaded something into me or they uploaded something from my brain like an experiment. So he claims that he also had an experience with aliens. They downloaded something into him.
Crazy.
Barbara Streisand cloned her dog Samantha after she died using cells from her mouth and stomach twice. She said that she has to dress the dogs in different colors to tell them apart. So it worked. She got 2 dogs out of it.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? Somebody did it. And that ain't cheap.
No,
Diane von Furstenberg, designer, and her husband, Barry Diller, also cloned their dog to create twin Jack Russell Terriers, which cost them over $100,000.
I thought it was going to be higher. You're going to tell me
Hey, how about you adopt?
Yeah, really? 100. I think you're going to tell me $1 million.
No, it's I mean, you would think still a lot of money.
Not here in the States, though, right? I mean, I think that stuff's done overseas.
Maybe. I don't know if she lives in the
Or
States.
Hialeah.
This is not 100% confirmed like the other stories, but there's rumor that Brad Pitt brings his own toilet seat to hotels and unfamiliar houses because it grosses him out not knowing who used the bathroom before him. So he takes his own seat with him.
That's why they got divorced, him and Angelina. That was one of the problems. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah, these are very interesting stories about celebrities you may not have known. I remember this. George Clooney had a pet pig. This pig was huge. This pig was almost 300 pounds. His name was Max, and Max slept in bed with him. So he bought the pig for his then girlfriend, Kelly Preston, who, R.I.P., was married to John Travolta for a long time. Then kept him after they broke up. But Clooney was highly attached to the pig and once joked about marrying the pig if he would fit in a wedding dress. They said even one time Max the pig saved his life before an earthquake. He said about 3 minutes before, Max woke me up and kept nudging me like he was trying to warn me. He said that's how smart he was. I have heard pigs are very smart.
I did. He will never have a BLT.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why.
Because I said in an interview, because I'll never have a BLT.
Or pork chops.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know about the pork chops.
Yeah, well, same thing.
And then we're going to throw in some quickies. Then we're going to throw in some quickies here. LMFAO, the band, they're actually made up of an uncle and nephew, if you were not aware of that. Paul McCartney was once arrested and deported from Germany on suspicion of arson after he lit a condom on fire. Yep. Something else you may have heard about McCartney. He was also arrested and deported from Japan after being caught with a half pound of weed.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's come up on this day in history.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you think having sex with your cousin makes unattractive babies, you are incorrect on this case because Paul Rudd's parents are actually second cousins.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Yes, Paul Rudd. Handsome fellow. Pierce Brosnan used to be a fire-breathing act in the circus after learning the trick in 1969.
How about that?
Wow.
Yes. James Bond himself used to be in the circus. Somebody else,
Bond.
Christopher Walken, worked as a trainee lion tamer at 16. Did you know that?
Yeah, I heard that one time.
Danny DeVito used to be a hairdresser, and he would sometimes do dead women's hair for their funerals.
Oh, that was nice of him.
Yeah, really.
Did he stand on a box when he cut somebody's hair?
I've heard this. Whoopi Goldberg, speaking of dead people, used to do makeup for the corpses.
Well, you can't get any complaints. I mean, that's true. I mean, you say, you can't say I don't like it.
Mick Jagger has a son who's younger than his great-grandchild.
Oh, wow.
And finally here, I don't know who this is. Do you know? They said this one small, but I think it's hilarious. 5SOS. Who is that? It's got to be an artist, right?
SOS was a group.
Once crashed Justin Bieber's party and claimed he had his own album on loop for like 2 or 3 hours. Claim that Justin Bieber had his own album on loop for 1 to 3 hours.
That's
it's over.
pretentious, isn't it?
Who
Creek?
would do something like that?
I have no idea.
The Beeves. The Beeves. Imagine people say, what are we listening to? Me.
It's me, obviously.
What do you
2
think?
hours worth.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Speaking of celebrities, I saw a list of some strange celebrity connections that kind of go right along the lines of what Franny was talking about here. Did you know that Elton John is Eminem's AA sponsor? Just a couple of odd, strange things that some celebrities you wouldn't necessarily put together. Keanu Reeves met Dolly Parton when he was a kid because his mother made costumes for her, including her infamous Playboy bunny outfit.
Really?
Mom also knew Alice Cooper, who once babysat Keanu.
Oh, that's cool.
Huh.
Cameron Diaz went to high school with Snoop Dogg, and she's pretty sure she bought weed from him.
Yeah, I saw her.
I've heard that.
I saw her on, I don't know, Jimmy Kimmel or something. She said that she bought weed from Snoop Dogg.
I've heard that too.
Yeah.
Before she met old Harry there, Meghan Markle did the invitations for Robin Thicke's 2005 weddings because she was working as a calligrapher before she made it big.
I thought she was also probably man, that time wasn't that Deal or No Deal too? She was one of the
it just before that.
She was one of the models.
Yeah, she had a briefcase
with the box.
Yep.
With the briefcase. Excuse me.
Kevin James and WWE star Mick Foley went to high school together and were on the same wrestling team. Couple of strange celebrity connections.
Yeah, I mean, I remember reading that Rob Lowe and Charlie Sheen, and obviously Charlie Sheen's brother and Patrick, they all went to the same high school.
There was a couple of them, I didn't get all the ones that went to high school together, but there was a couple of them that just was weird. What a coincidence.
Yeah, and they all made it obviously huge. I don't know if they were all in the same grade, but they all went to the same high school and stuff like that. I remember reading that.
I think in Connecticut, for some reason, that's jumping out of me if I remember right. It doesn't matter, but point being is, they went to high school together.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was in L.A., but there was like 4 of them that went to high school together, and then they all became, obviously celebrities.
Speaking of which, Scarlett Johansson and Jack Antonoff dated in high school. A couple of people, and going back to high school times. Ed Sheeran slept on Jamie Foxx's couch for 6 weeks when he first moved to L.A. We've heard that story.
I don't know if I have.
No?
Maybe if you guys talked about it, I just don't remember.
And Martin Luther King Jr. paid the hospital bills. Remember this? I think we have mentioned this. Paid the hospital bills for when Julia Roberts was born because Julia's parents let his kids attend their theater school at a time when few programs would admit black children. Matthew Perry, he went to school with Justin Trudeau and a couple more high school. And Coretta Scott King, she babysat John Lithgow when he was a kid. Oh. Again, a couple just oddball, strange celebrity connections. Maybe you've heard of some, maybe you haven't.
Yeah, if you have any you want to add or something that you heard, call us at 877-927-6969. Maybe there's something that happened in somebody's life. You'd be like, you never believe what happened. Or even maybe somebody you hung out with, somebody you lived with. You never know. Things that you did, especially when you were growing up. The celebrity stuff is pretty unique, though, some of the stuff you hear. Larry Holmes used to be Muhammad Ali's sparring partner. A lot of people don't realize that, and worked with Ali for years, and then obviously became the champ of the world and had to fight Ali at the end of his career and said that was one of his toughest fights he ever had because Ali was out of, not the same as he was when he was in his prime. But that had to be tough for him because they said they were really good friends. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you get an opportunity. You want to call us about that. The solar eclipse was yesterday, and a lot of people did a lot of great things together with people. Did you do something special? Let us know. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Our Tastings event is coming at you this Saturday on the 13th. So make sure you guys get out there and have a great time. But all week, we're going to give you the opportunity to win tickets for this great event. You'll be able to have a good time with your family and friends, whoever you bring. Enjoy great food, great atmosphere, and drinks at our Tastings event this Saturday, April 13th.
And VIP, if not sold out, may be sold out, all right? We're talking limited VIP gets you in an hour earlier. And I know yesterday they said we were close to it. So check it out because that gives you 1 hour earlier than everybody else to sample all that unlimited food, craft beer, and wine.
Sure, you get to go in at 4 o'clock before anybody else gets there. Go to pbtastings.com to grab your tickets today.
That's pretty cool. We do it every year. We're excited about it. It's a great event. You guys will have fun. There's no doubt about it. And you get the rest of the week to try to win tickets for the event on Saturday. UConn last night are the champs. They beat Purdue pretty bad. Purdue has the most wins ever of any program in Division I, 49, without winning a title. So over their years, they have won 49 games in the NCAA, but they've never won a title. tough for that to happen.
And the tournament itself, they've got 49 tournament wins.
All time.
But have never won the big one, huh?
Yeah, because a lot of times, I mean, that could be years. A lot of times, maybe you lose first round, you know what I mean, a whole year. But they got 49 wins and the most ever by a program that's never won at all. Good run again last night. There's no doubt about it. Won 5 games, but didn't win the finals because they went into UConn, one of the best teams at all. So not surprised about that. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. That's it for us. We're going to wrap this up, even though we're not a big fan of that, but we are going to wrap it up.
We is too many.
Okay.
Yeah, wrap it up,
I highly recommend wrapping it up.
That's right, kids. Wrap it up and be smart, always. But if you can't, just frig it.
Just
Jimmy,
frig it.
This things happen, Franny.
What? Like what?
Yeah, Franny.
You forget to buy something?
Yeah, so then you're like, you know what? Can't do it today. Forgot to buy them.
Calm down, Franny. You think people are going to not do it if they don't have a condom?
I know they are still going to do it. I am not that naive. I get it. I'm just trying to put out a positive thing so you don't get any STDs. It's not just about pregnancies.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you had UConn
Chlamydia is on the rise, people.
Wow.
Don't go to the villages.
Stay out of the villages. But if you had UConn last night, it's not going to matter. Jimmy, great job
Doesn't
as
matter.
always.
You're immune.
Are you immune to all STIs?
You're
Got
immune.
it.
Jimmy, great job as always.
Thank you, Greek. Thank you, Francis. Always a pleasure working with both of you. Thank you for listening.
Just like sex, Jimmy, it's better if you do with somebody together when you win. So here's off to UConn.
All right.
Thank
nice.
you.
Nice.
Not always. Franny, great job as always. Thanks for all your help. You are tremendous. You made my day start off right when I called you and you were nice to me, so thank you.
You're so welcome for being nice to you.
You were like, oh, hi, how are you? I'm like, oh, my God. I looked at the
she asked
number.
how I was.
She said my name.
Thank you, Jimmy, of course, G-Man. And thank you for listening. G-Man, do you have parting words?
When you win, stand up and be proud, baby, because you don't win all the time. And whether you win or lose, it's how you look. Remember that, too. Greek Zone coming up next. We'll give you some winners. Peace.
Some of us have a face for radio. Go to realradio921/watch so you can watch us make radio.
Hi, everyone. I'm Doug Plagans, radio voice of your Florida Panthers. The Panthers host the Ottawa Senators tonight at 7 p.m. at Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise. Catch all the action live tonight at 7 right here on the Florida Panthers Radio Network.
Hey, it's the Greek and Jimmy. We'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets this Saturday for tastings and unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event.
Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want.
For tickets and all event information and VIP options, head to pbtastings.com.
Tastings is presented by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Earlier accident in Lake Worth clearing High Biloxo Road at Jog Road. Expressways look good, accident free. If you're on the turnpike, drive times up to speed on 95. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Reese Windows and Doors.
If you want your windows there in weeks, pick up the phone and just text Reese.
Win $15,000 in new impact windows from Reese Windows. Pick up your phone, text the word HAPPY to 20129. That's HAPPY to 20129.
Hey, it's the Greek, and the greatest show on earth is this Saturday at Monroe's. It's breathtaking performances of magic, fire, and freaks at Monroe's. Sexy circus girls this Saturday. If you want to be entertained, make sure you go to Monroe's this Saturday night for the greatest show on earth. And Monroe's is open 7 days a week till 5 a.m. with beautiful ladies and a 5-star menu. But April 13th, this Saturday, the greatest show on earth, Monroe's in Palm Beach. It's going to be magic, fire, and freaks. Peace!
I'm Trey Lytle, a partner at Lytle Writers, Smith Ivey, and Fronrath. My firm has been handling personal injury, product liability, medical malpractice, and nursing home litigation for almost 40 years and has recovered billions of dollars for our clients. If you've been injured, contact us to speak with an attorney. With offices throughout South Florida, our team of skilled professionals are ready to help. If we don't win your case, you will pay absolutely nothing. Check out our reviews and see for yourself. Visit Lytle Writer at foryourrights.com. Main office, West Palm Beach.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, Head of Marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Come rock with us at the 2024 Orange Bowl Food and Wine Celebration, presented by Florida Blue. Head over to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino on Friday, April 12th, and experience unlimited food tastings from 40 of South Florida's A-list restaurants, while vibing to the house DJ and live band. All this plus an open bar and a chance to score incredible raffle prizes. General admission is $125, $250 for VIP. Proceeds benefit Orange Bowl Cares initiatives. Get your tickets at orangebowl.org.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had Leaf Filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's time to look beyond the label of autism and see the person.
I want people to know that I'm smart. I want to go to college.
I want to be able to keep up with my peers. This April, the Autism Society is encouraging you to celebrate differences for Autism Acceptance Month. Help spread awareness for early diagnosis and promote inclusion in your community, because acceptance happens every day. Go to autismsociety.org for resources and to learn more. That's autismsociety.org for resources and to learn more.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a breeze coming out of the east-southeast, increasing our humidity, but with more cloud cover, temperatures will be very similar to where they were yesterday, in the upper 70s along the coastline, low to mid-80s inland. Tomorrow we'll have a very similar setup, fewer clouds and warmer temperatures in the forecast.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have the story of the first martyr of the abolition movement. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
You been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. Thanks for listening, tuning in to Real Radio. The Greek Zone is where we get into gambling aspects of sports, the lines, the trends, where the money's at, how you can put some money in your pocket, and we break down a lot of the games. Always have a special guest at 2:35. Today we got Mike, the horse guy, giving us a call. We'll talk to him about the NBA. We'll talk to him about March Madness, the big game last night, and so much more. If you want to get in the Greek Zone inside the three-point line, it's 877-927-6969. And we did talk about March Madness last night. Last night's game ended, and UConn won and covered it all. And I think Jimmy has the audio for the end of the game.
It is a UConn coronation. The Huskies make history. Back-to-back national champions. Number one lives up to the billing. They defeat Purdue 75-60. They've done it again.
And the good thing about that game is they were up by 6 if you had UConn. And it was more or less in the second half with about 15 minutes left. It was a RC, which in the sports gambling world is called a rocking chair. And it seemed like more people had UConn last night. UConn, again, 12 games, last 2 years. Not only did they win every game, they covered every game. I think their average point victory, a margin of victory, was 13 points and change. So, again, played very well first half. They had a great thought process. They let the big man score for Purdue. He scored, I think, 39 points. But guess what? His team only scored 21. And that was a great move. They thought about it. They said, hey, and that's what Hurley said after the game. That was our plan. Let him score and let the other guys try to beat us, and they weren't going to, and they didn't. So hats off to them. Congratulations. Back-to-back champs. I don't know if they'll do it again. Who knows? The odds will be out. I did see them late last night. It's so funny. You can find the odds out for every sport 5 minutes after it ends. Like Super Bowl ends, and the odds are out already. And UConn, I believe, is 9-1. A team that you might want to bet on now for next year is Duke. Duke did very good this year in the tournament. They're bringing everybody back, and they have this top recruit coming in, Cooper, who I did get to watch in a McDonald's All-Star game that the high school kids play, and this kid's really unbelievable. So Duke at 10 or 11-1 is something that people were thinking about and looking at. I don't know about UConn if they could do it again. I wouldn't bet against him. Again, in the portal last year, they got a couple of big guys. They got Spencer, who was a great guard from Rutgers. Kid played his ass off and did everything. He was a gritty guy, hit shots, hit threes, played defense, blocked some shots. He was a guard and really did good. And Newton was great. He was the player of the game. Hats off to him. Another transfer from South Carolina. But great franchise and a great program. Hats off to them. They did a very good job. In the NBA tonight, you got Indiana and Toronto. Toronto is home. Indiana's laying 13. Again, most teams have about 4 games left in the NBA, and then it's Tapioca City. Detroit against Philadelphia. Philadelphia's 15.5 over Detroit. Philly's home. They need to win. Right now, 2 teams you bet on is Philly and Phoenix. Philly and Phoenix. Late at 15. Screw it. Smoke a cigar and take a nap and wake up later and then say, okay, what happened? Dallas and Charlotte. Dallas on the road laying 13. I don't know about giving Charlotte 13 at home. I might go with Charlotte there. Miami, our Heaters playing Atlanta laying 4. Boston and Milwaukee. This game has changed. All right, early in the morning, Milwaukee was 1. Now they're getting 2. Bet Boston. Boston. That's all I can say is Boston. San Antonio, Memphis. San Antonio giving them 4.5. Rookie of the year, obviously, on San Antonio. The kid came out and did a great job. Sacramento, Oklahoma City. Sacramento getting 5.5. The Knicks playing the Bulls. Bulls getting 4.5. That might be a nice pick, the Bulls on home. Minnesota and Washington, the game's a joke. Minnesota's home. They're laying 60.5. It's whether or not they can blow them out by 30. I don't know if they're going to. Houston, Orlando. Orlando minus 3.5. When Orlando is a big favorite, they do very well, and they cover a lot. When they're a small favorite, 2 or 3 points, they're usually not that good. Denver and Utah. Utah getting 15 from Denver. They're home. New Orleans and Portland. There was no NBA last night, so it's a full slate tonight. You got New Orleans 13.5 over Portland, another team that's bad. Clippers and Phoenix. Phoenix laying 7 over the Clippers. Lay it with the Suns. So you got your parlay tonight. You got Phoenix Suns, you got Philly, and you got Boston. And remember, you heard it here. There's your 3-team parlay. Jimmy will check this tomorrow. All right? And then you got the Lakers minus 2.5 over Golden State. And the Lakers are playing great right now. They really are playing well. Golden State was 2 up to about a week ago. But that's another game I would look at. In Major League Baseball, we'll check the lines over there. Last night, the Marlins ended up losing 7-zip to the Yankees, and they're going to hit it again today. Detroit and Pittsburgh, that game started at 12:30, bottom of 6. Pittsburgh's winning 3-1. They were favorites. Baltimore and Boston, they're starting at 2 o'clock today, and Baltimore is pretty big favorites over Boston. White Sox and Cleveland tonight at 6. White Sox big favorites over Cleveland. Cleveland, big favorites over White Sox. White Sox not a good team. Cincinnati, favorite over Milwaukee. Yankees, big favorites over Miami. That game's at 7:05. Seattle and Toronto. Seattle is getting a few. Toronto's minus 113. Mets shocked the Braves last night. Oh, that game hurt. Mets won 8-7. Mets playing good on the road.
No kidding.
Yeah, after they started 0-5.
That is a big upset.
Yeah, it is. It was a shocking game. Mets came back. Braves had them up 4-0. But a lot of these teams, and it matters, bullpens. No bullpen, you're in trouble. Houston minus 120 over Kansas City. Might be something you look into. Dodgers and Minnesota. Going to be a good game. Dodgers big favorites, 165 over them. Philly, St. Louis. Philadelphia 122 or 112. Oakland and Texas. Texas big favors. Oakland sucks. Texas, again, world champions. Arizona and Colorado. Again, full slate. Colorado. Arizona got beat by them tonight, so you might want to watch Colorado. Tampa Bay and the Angels. Last night, Angels beat Tampa, and Trout's having a good season so far for the Angels. He could carry that team. So, again, when you're looking at it, I don't think you bet against the Yanks again. Might have to go back-to-back with them. Texas over Oakland, maybe the run line. Dodgers over Minnesota. Houston. There's a couple games that you would definitely look at. Talked about this on the Penthouse. Bill Murray's son is an assistant coach for UConn. So if you notice, Bill Murray was in the stands a few times watching UConn. You might have said, what the hell is he doing there? And that's what he was doing there. The coach of UConn, Hurley, there's some audio of him talking about the team in 2020, saying, you better get us now, because as I get going, you're not going to beat us. And he was right. This team is not, last 2 years, unbelievable records. And they've done it all during the season. Their tournament, the Big East tournament, they won that. And then they get all the way to March Madness, obviously, and win it and cover every single time. A very good coach, a history of coaching in that family. They both played ball, him and his brother. Danny was at Seton Hall. His brother was with Duke, where they won 2 titles back-to-back. Tremendous teams in the 90s for Duke. But the father's a great coach, too. High school, he was a great coach in Jersey City. And he was a legendary coach. He's in the Hall of Fame for coaching. But again, this kid's done a great job. He's brought this program back. UConn has won 6 titles since 1999, more than anybody. So hats off to them. They only trail UCLA, who has 11 all time. But again, very good game, good defense. They knew what they had to do. They had a good game plan. They went in there. They executed it. And that's what you have to do. You have to have a game plan. You got to do it. And they definitely did. I'm going to miss college basketball. Like Jimmy said earlier, it seemed like it had a little bit more buzz, maybe for 2 reasons, Caitlin Clark and the sports betting down here in Hard Rock. Jimmy, did you think it was more of an impact? I know you said earlier that you seemed to get into it a little bit more this year.
I noticed it talked about more. So, there seemed to be in more headlines. There was a lot more emphasis put on the tournament this year, at least to me. Mm-hmm. I put that bet in a while ago, with your recommendation. And I didn't really follow it anymore, but I heard a lot more about it, and I think that's probably because it's people gambling on it.
Did you get the green check last night or this morning on your app?
I wasn't up last night, so I didn't stay up for it. So it's I didn't see it until this morning.
Yeah, so that's always a good feeling.
Matter of fact, I had Joe sent me a message, a different Joe, but he sent me a message on Facebook Messenger congratulating me on the win, and so that was my first indication when I saw that. I was like, oh, looks like UConn won, and sure enough, we checked it out, and there it was. Cash was there.
And this morning you had a great text that you sent me and Joe. I've heard about this from a couple people about the eclipse and Aaron Rodgers. So why don't you tell people about that? Because I thought that was pretty brutal.
That was a joke that made its way around. It says, today's solar eclipse peaks at duration of 4 minutes and 28 seconds, almost 3 times longer than Aaron Rodgers' career with the Jets.
That's sad. That's sad. That's sad. That couldn't have ended any worse for Jet fans.
That was
sad. It was just sad. I mean, I remember watching that night, and the biggest surprise of that night, too, was that the Jets won the game. Because once he went down, I thought it was over. And they ended up beating Buffalo in overtime. It was a very good game. It really was. And the Jets won on a punt return, which was odd, crazy, that this kid ended up – I remember the kid running back to do it. And Wilson came in. Zach, he was terrible. And, but it was just so like, oh, my God, is he here? And when he first got hurt, nobody knew. They were like, oh, maybe he'll be back, this and that. And then obviously he missed the whole season.
Still a very, very, very bizarre injury, the way he kind of stood right up.
Yep.
And then he was there. And then he had that delay, sit down. And then he ended up walking off the field most of the way.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a limp, but
for an Achilles,
seemed
you'd think
very strange for an Achilles. Yeah,
and he healed quickly. Again, Rodgers was out the other day talking about it. He likes certain things. He likes to play golf. That's one of his hobbies on the outside. He's definitely a different kind of person. Beats to a different drum. Been more outspoken, I believe, since he's been in New York than when he was in Green Bay for years. But we'll see what happens with the Jets this year. And whether or not they can bounce back. Jets may be a good pick for the division. I know you don't want to hear that, some people, except if you're a Jet fan, but I think New England's got major problems. I think Buffalo's going to take a little step back, pending on the draft. And I think our Miami Dolphins definitely a step back because of all the defensive losses that we had. Offensively, I think we're going to score when you have Waddle, and obviously you have the great running back, a very good running back, and you got Hill, one of the best. We might sign Odell. I don't know if that's going to be an impact or a decoy, whatever, but Tua stays healthy. The Dolphins will score some points. Defensively, we took some hits. We lost like 4 or 5 starters.
Yeah.
And guys that were really, really good.
Yeah, Van Ginkel was a big hit, if you ask me.
The biggest one was the line with Wilkins. I mean, 5 times, obviously his 6th year and what he did, all pro this year, led the team, I believe, in tackles. And just a mainstay in that line. I was surprised Dolphins let him go, but it's always about money. And one of the things that the Dolphins have ahead of them is signing Tua this summer. And, I just as many fans as I hear like Tua, I hear just as many don't like him.
Yep.
It's right down the middle. That's the way I feel from the people I know. And he's going to get a big payday. He definitely is. The biggest golf tournament is this weekend, and it is the Masters. And Tiger Woods is playing. And this happens every year with Tiger. Like people are like, if everything goes right, he's in great shape, he looks fantastic, he can make a run. Now, Tiger is a long shot. So, Jimmy, if you get a chance later, let's check his odds.
Let's see his number.
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, his odds. So it's worth a long shot if he ever does do it. I don't think there's a chance that he can do it because I think obviously the injuries he has, he still has a hard time, playing 4 days. But there are people who say he looks better than ever. But you hear this a lot of tournaments when he's warming up. But Tiger looks fantastic. Article on ESPN today said, if it all goes right, Tiger can win. I think it's a lot more wishful thinking than anything else. But I don't see it. I really don't.
Plus 15,000.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But again, he's worth a flyer. He's definitely worth a flyer. I think he'll make the cut. And I'm sure you can bet on if he's going to make the cut or not. That's always out there, too. We'll see. And a lot of guys with golf take 4 or 5 guys and hope they make the cut and then see what happens at the end of the day. And a lot of times it's somebody who's not a household name. And John Rahm won last year. I know he's one of the favorites this year. And he's also with the LIV Golf Network. So he's playing with them, and he's allowed to be playing in the Masters.
Other futures, Tiger, top 40 finish, -130. Tiger to score 4+ birdies or better in round 1, +115. Tiger, top 30 finish, +150. Tiger to score 5+ birdies or better in round 1, +300. Obviously, these numbers are getting big. Tiger to score a birdie or better on first hole in a tournament, +750. Tiger to have a bogey. This is just all futures. They're all Tiger. Tiger to have a bogey-free round in the tournament, +900. Tiger to score a hole-in-one in the tournament, +10,000.
He's Tiger Woods. There's no doubt about it. And people like to watch him, root for him, check him out. And he's still the biggest draw no matter what. And we'll see what happens. I hope he makes the cut.
To make the cut, there's Rory is there. John Rahm is there. Koepka is there. Some of the bigger names that, I mean, even if I know them, I'm trying to see Tiger not on the list.
Yeah, he's got
to be to make the cut.
Yeah, really. I would think he's there.
Yeah, I would have thought so too.
Yeah, I would bet that he's going for his 24th year, and it's to set a record. He'll be the one who made the Masters the most times than anybody.
I'm shocked by that he's not in there.
Yeah, it's got to be there someplace. Maybe it's not on the Hard Rock app, but usually every golf hitter have it to make the odds. He's won it 5 times. He's got 5 green jackets. The last one he won is, I would think, within like the last 10 years. He won one when he was all banged up. That was an unbelievable time. But yeah, 5
Shuffle, Matsuyama, Spieth, Clark, Neiman, Aberg, Cantlay, Hovland. You know, there's another 5 or 6 there. He's not on the list for the Hard Rock app. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah.
I definitely am, because I thought he would definitely be there with his odds. But again, it's Tiger Woods, and we'll see what happens. I mean, he's one of those guys that everybody does watch. And if he starts playing good and he ever, it'll definitely help the ratings. There's no doubt about it. People will be excited to watch him on Sundays to see how he does. And I'm sure it's one of the people.
Okay, so there's here's where it is. It is there.
Okay.
To make the cut, he's -120. No is they're both same thing. Yes or no is both -120. There is a special line of Tiger specials.
Okay.
There's tournament lines, matchups, first round, and all this. And then there's Tiger specials. That's where it's at if you want to look for that under the Hard Rock app.
There it is, Jimmy, giving you a little heads up. I knew he had to be there, probably in his own category, like you said.
Yeah.
And there it is.
He does. He has his own. And the other thing, too, is if you keep going over and you see specials, nationality, and then other futures. Other futures is where I had all of that Tiger top 40, Tiger birdies, and et cetera, that I read off earlier. So he's almost got 2 categories just for himself.
Not surprised.
How about that for a guy that, more than likely he's not going to win, the tournament. He's been out of it as long as he has. I'm even a little surprised that they have so much to bet on him alone.
I'm not, because you know what? They go where the appetite is of the public, and they want to bet on it.
That's what people
they're excited about it.
Will bet on, yeah.
Just like we saw with Caitlin Clark in Iowa. You know what? People were betting on basketball that they never did, especially college basketball, especially women's. Can't tell you how many guys I knew over the last week had her under-over every night, 32, 31, 30. You would never have heard that. Never. But again, they put it up there because people want to bet it.
Sure.
And the same thing with Tiger. First thing comes to your mind is Tiger. First thing. I mean, years ago.
Still.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Even still, which is absolutely amazing.
I mean, years ago when he used to be in tournaments his heyday was Tiger or the field.
Yeah.
After that, you would have one guy against 65 guys.
Yeah, and he was the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, he would still win.
They had to really entice you to take the field.
Oh, my God.
The field. Everybody.
That's right.
Anybody but him.
That's right. 65 guys, 70 guys in a tournament, and they said Tiger or the field. I remember seeing that in Vegas one time, and I asked my buddy, because I don't bet golf, and I said, what the hell does that mean? He goes, it's either Tiger Woods or the whole field. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes, the whole field against Tiger. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's like when I would bet the Derby that time, 18 horses out of 20 and lose. And you would still lose if you bet the field.
Yeah, it'd be, one horse or the rest, everybody else.
Yeah. And there it is.
How good is that horse?
Unbelievable. And no matter what, even if it's 10 horses, and you're betting, you're like, all right, I got a shot. I got 9 horses.
That's wild.
That happened in the Florida Derby last week. Horse broke, and the 10 hole was the favorite, took a lead, and never looked back.
Yep.
And also, they're talking about that horse that it could have broke a track record. But if you watched it, if you missed it, you could check it out. Go online. But the jockey never gave the horse any kind of juice. He looked like he was in a very quick shock.
Sure looked like it. Yeah. I mean, he really didn't break until after turn 4.
Yeah.
When he did, he just took off. But again, it didn't look like he was even pushing him all that real hard.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be the favorite for the Derby, they say.
That's what they were saying as soon as the race was over, the Florida Derby.
Yeah. And the Florida Derby's had some great success at the Kentucky Derby.
Sure. Yeah.
We're going to talk to Mike in the second part of the show. He's a big horse guy, owns horses. Also, he is a good handicapper in other sports, but he's a big horse guy. We'll talk to him about that. And we'll also talk to him a little bit about the Masters. John Rahm, who won it last year, he is 10-1. When you think about odds with something, really sit down and check it out, because when you're betting a football game, you're putting up 110 to win 100. If you bet a golfer, and I know it's way tougher, I'm not saying it is, but you put up 100, you win 1,000. So think about that when you are betting. And it's 4 days. So if your guy makes the cut, you got a shot. You definitely do. Rahm is the champ from last year. He was also, when you win the Masters tournament, you get to pick the menu for the next season. That's part of it. So he has his menu out. And it'd be interesting to see what happens. Special shout out to one of our good friends, Jimmy knows him, Drew Martin, handicapper with us for years. Got engaged, I guess, and he's getting married. So, Drew, if you're listening, I know you listen once in a while. Hats off to you, and your lovely bride, and many years of success.
Big congrats to you, buddy.
He'll be calling us this week, and we'll talk to him. I did happen to see him last week and have a quick cigar with him. Didn't know about it, so I guess it must happen over the weekend where he asked her, and he probably had UConn, then he won, then he felt good.
Well, that'll do it, right?
Yeah. I would have been lucky if a couple times I got engaged, somebody said no. That would have been my luck. Johnny C. always told me his song, and it's so perfect. Some of your greatest prayers are the ones that are not answered.
Mm-hmm.
You want something so bad, and at the end of the day, when you look back, you said, man, I wish that didn't happen. Yanks and Marlins tonight. Is it automatic? Do you just set it and forget it? And can the Marlins lose another 6 in a row this week as they take on the Braves and the Yankees? Yankees last night, 7-0, never in doubt. Complete game by the pitcher, by the way. Which
That's
was
amazing.
Yeah, I was shocked. I put the game on the 8th inning, and I'm like, is this a replay?
Yeah.
Because I was going back and forth between NCAA when we were out, and that's what I thought. I said, this is my replay. I go, same pitcher in? It shows you how it changed.
Well, his count must have been low. I mean, the Marlins didn't score any. It was 7-0, you said?
Yeah.
So his pitch count must have been down.
Oh, it is, but still, it's rare that they go. I mean, it's usually 3 pitchers in a night.
If you see a pitcher pass the 6th inning, or 5th inning anymore, it seems like it's a lot.
You go back to like the 70s and 80s, these guys used to always do complete games.
They'd pitch double headers.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Can you imagine that?
Oh my God, they go 5 innings today. He's like, oh wow, great game. It is
but it's not them, right? I mean, it's coaching, isn't it? I mean, I never took it as if it was the pitcher saying, hey, I want to come out.
The philosophy changed of the game. Obviously, they changed it. They went more to relief pitching and more specialization and looking at the computers. That this guy pitches better against this guy. We're going to take this one out, bring him in for 1 round, 1 pitch, let him pitch to him, and move on. And like anything else, they're looking at all the numbers and they're seeing where it's at and they're looking for their best odds.
Sure, that I get that, especially in the playoffs, right? That is where I usually see it more.
Every game they do it, but a
now
World
it's
Series.
more like that even in a regular season.
Oh, yeah, every day. In the World Series a couple of years ago in Tampa, we could ask Mike, they took out a pitcher who was doing fantastic. He went to his pitch count, took him out, and then they ended up losing a game.
Yeah.
And again, it's your gut. To me, if I was a manager, you're doing good. I come out to you and I say, Jimmy, how you feel? I feel good. Keep pitching. You're doing good. I'm not taking you out.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just not. It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. We'll be back in a few minutes with Mike. We'll talk a little bit about the March Madness and the NBA and so much more. We'll be back. Peace.
is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Peter, what would you get a robot for?
Only thing I care about, sex purposes. That's it. If I'm in the mood for a handy.
You're going to trust that robot hand to be gripping it?
There's got to be a kill switch on it. You know, like on his chest. For the nipples, be 2 red buttons. You hit
on
it to
his
kill
chest.
it.
That's interesting that you say that.
I said it.
On
I
his
said
chest.
it.
Oh, good catch.
I want a female robot.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We have a breeze coming out of the east-southeast, increasing our humidity, but with more cloud cover, temperatures will be very similar to where they were yesterday in the upper 70s along the coastline, low to mid 80s inland. Tomorrow we'll have a very similar setup, fewer clouds and warmer temperatures in the forecast.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have the story of the ex-slave turned Wild West lawman, Bass Reeves. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Hey, it's the Greek for Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito's Handmade Vodka makes a good night a great night. No matter what you're doing, make sure you put Tito's Handmade Vodka in your lineup. You have a tough day at the office, grab a bottle of Tito's, sit by your pool, and enjoy yourself. Playing golf, and maybe your score wasn't that good? You want to make it a better score? Have some Tito's Handmade Vodka. Enjoy yourself and enjoy South Florida. Pick up a bottle, Tito's Handmade Vodka today. Any day is a good day, but with Tito's, it becomes a great day. Tito's Handmade Vodka. Peace.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
In Florida,
Hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In office, West Palm Beach.
At Progressive, we know how much you love your recreational vehicles, so we decided to record this commercial in an RV.
With a family on vacation.
Mom, who are these people?
Oh, that's Flo and Jamie. They're recording a commercial, sweetie.
Don't they do that in the studio?
Normally.
No.
But we wanted to feature a family who bundled their home and RV and saved with Progressive.
Yeah, it looks like you're all out of chips.
Okay, I think we'll just drop you off at the next gas station.
Bundle your home and other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Injured? Call Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather at 500-HELP. HELP is just a local phone call away.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Delray Beach, accident involving a tractor trailer. Expect delays. We have a right lane blocked. This is 95 South, right before Atlantic Avenue. Turnpike looks good, up to speed and accident free. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Try the new limited edition Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. Try the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. It's like walking down recent memory lane. To have Orange Dreamsicle Frosty in our timeline is truly something special. And we shouldn't let the moment pass us by. And be quick, it's only available for a limited time.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Lost 80s, playing those songs you forgot you knew from the 80s. Duran Duran, Huey Lewis, Tina Turner, and more, all commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Lost 80s, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
But so yeah, do you put peanut butter on one slice of bread and jelly on the other and slap your sandwich together? Or do you spread peanut butter and jelly onto the same slice of bread? There is a very unscientific poll that was done by Twitter. Users proclaim the former method the winner by a margin.
So you put the jelly on the peanut butter on one slice. Okay.
Interesting, right?
That's how I do it.
That's a shame for the other piece of bread because it's like naked.
Yeah. It's kind of getting screwed. It's getting greased.
It's getting greased.
It's getting greased. It gets nothing on it except for whatever leftovers the second slice, the first slice doesn't get. La-di-da.
The bread to me is the whole sandwich. Like if you have good bread,
It's got to be decent, right?
Yeah. There's a certain bread
that'll
that
make or break any sandwich, right?
Yeah.
Good bread. Mm-hmm.
Astronauts can make peanut butter and jelly in space.
Oh, that's impressive.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
How do they do that?
They said it's a staple aboard the International Space Station. Of course, it's made a little differently without gravity to aid the process. Instead of 2 fluffy pieces of bread, astronauts use a simpler tortilla as a base.
Oh, okay.
Squeezable jelly aids in the process, as does a system of Velcro and tape to keep the jars and utensils from floating away. God, it's got to be such a pain in the ass.
Every day up there.
Imagine squirting someone in the eye. Sorry, buddy.
Whoops. And then just a couple more here.
Take it as you want it.
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. He shoots, he scores! Light the lamp, bitches. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a great Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning into Real Radio 921. Good afternoon, Jimmy.
Hello and good afternoon.
And every day at 2:35, we have a special guest join into the Greek Zone, a individual who is a horse guy but does know his hoops and NBA and college football and NFL. He does it all. Mike joins us. Good afternoon, Mike. How are you, pal?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am doing great.
You can't be great unless somebody says you're fantastic. And what were your thoughts last night on UConn?
Well, my thoughts were that was going to happen. Vegas lost very big last night. Everybody and their mother had UConn last night with first half, second half, 40 game, didn't matter. Was pretty confident that was going to happen, especially with how numbers look. And Freak, I'm sure you know how to look at spreads. Purdue was almost even money.
Yeah.
Plus 6.5. To me, that spelled doom for Purdue right out of the gate. And that's kind of what I thought. Not much offense outside of Edey. They kept it close as much as they could, but UConn's just a too much complete team and was the best team all year, best team in the tournament, and really was never even close.
Yeah, it's rare that it works out like that. We're talking to Mike, again, aficionado in a lot of sports betting and a horse owner and a good buddy of mine. But, yeah, it was one of those situations, and the coach of Connecticut said that was our game plan going in. Let him score whatever he has to do. And what did he have, 39, and the rest of the team had 21, which is pretty pathetic.
Yeah, and we said the same thing the day before with Caitlin Clark. It's almost the way to play those type of teams that are so one-dimensional around one player.
Yeah.
Just let them go score. They'll miss their shots, and the rest of the team just hold at bay, and you'll win. And that's what happened in both games. Two best teams won.
Yeah, I mean, 2 years in a row, UConn, and they show. You know what I love? One of the things I like with the internet, there are good and bad things, but one of the things they showed him in 2020, and they got beat pretty bad by Villanova, and he was like, you know what, get us now because we're going to be coming, and when we're coming, nobody's going to touch us. And in the modern era, with the way transfers are and kids don't say, it's pretty unbelievable that, they went back-to-back the way they did, and obviously a covering machine because that's what the Greek zone's about. And I think it seems like to me the average bettor, not the sharp guy, the average bettor says, well, and I've talked to this about people, they can't keep winning and covering, and yet they did. And to Purdue line, I think it could have been as high as 9.5 going in.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And if you took UConn last night, like I said, it was layups all the way around. And I was sitting with you at halftime. Once we found out the second half line was 2.5, it was almost laughable. And for good reason. I mean, they came out hot, I think, on a 9-0 run to start the second half and never looked back. So, like I said, if you had all three ways last night, you did pretty well for yourself.
Yeah, you could have bet the first half. You could have bet at halftime. You could have bet at the game. UConn going in was 5-1. Next year, they're 9-1 already. Duke is a team that I know people were talking about already because of what they did this year, and they got this kid Cooper in. It's always amazing how the odds come out right after the game, and they show you the odds for next year. But a lot of people, and I know you're one of them, Mike, who likes to bet future bets, and they say that market is getting bigger and bigger with bettors.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially with the ability to parlay futures bets. Now, not every sportsbook offers it, but down here in Florida, Hard Rock sports bet app, you can parlay futures, and it's always fun to put those lotto tickets together. I put them together all the time.
Yeah,
if you can get rolling, it's a lot of fun. And so if you're going to do that, I would get on it right now because it's always the best time to bet when it first comes out. So
and you never know
before a team starts to get hot. Yeah, no, you never know. So you put those. For me, baseball just started. Still good. Maybe put a baseball team in there. You want to take basketball for next year, basketball for this year. The NBA is still going, hockey, whatever. But with Hard Rock, you're able to do that, and I'm a big fan of it.
Now, Mike, one of your favorite teams of all sports is the Yankees. You're true and blue, and, man, your Yankees can get off to a better start when many experts thought, man, Cole's out and Stanton's still there. The Yanks are not going to have a good season. Yeah, obviously they have the big free agent, but, man, they are just on fire. And is it set it and forget it all week this week when they play the Marlins?
Oh, I mean, that team is really pathetic, and I'll get into the news we heard this morning about the Marlins. But, yeah, I mean, I couldn't be happier with the Yankees. I was one of the experts who thought they were going to get off to a miserable start. I was gladly proven wrong, and I'm very happy with a 9-2 start. Everything is looking good in New York when it's really not. I mean, their best player is not hitting. I mean, he's batting $170 on the year.
Yeah.
They're missing their best pitcher, arguably the best pitcher in baseball. They really don't have a bullpen, and there's guys that still haven't started hitting yet outside of Aaron Judge. So that all being said, if you have the best record in baseball, tied for the best record in baseball, you got to be pretty happy. So I'm thrilled.
Yeah, I mean, again, Soto having a great start. The shortstop for the Yanks having a great start. They got 2 stars. And
Volpe's on fire.
Yeah, Volpe's great. And, again, great start for him because a lot of people were down on him last year, and it was his first year. But, again, a premier player, even his first series. We're talking to Mike, a good buddy of mine and a horse guy and aficionado in sports betting. He won a couple of those games with big hits, a good defensive player, and I always remember, like, you get the right guys out there, and he's worth signing right now, and I'm not saying the Yankees aren't trying to do it, but I don't think that's going to be done until next year.
But I do think it's whatever he's going to want will be on a check, and that'll be it. And if it's not going to be from the Yankees, then it'll be from somebody else. Because, I mean, he's only 25 years old, and the sky really is a limit for him. And he does everything.
Yeah.
I mean, the energy he brings, too, is another dimension the Yankees really have missed since all those teams that won. And speaking of energy, the team that's down here has no energy.
No, the Marlins
found out this morning that Bruce Sherman basically ripped up Skip Schumacher's contract. So after this year, Skip Schumacher will not have a job unless the Marlins do decide to extend him. And this is a guy who won Manager of the Year last year and is off to a 1-10 start this year. What has happened to that organization, I don't really know. They just continually, basically load the gun and shoot themselves in the foot every year.
Yeah, that's amazing they did that to him. That's not a great way to have a season when the whole team knows that. I mean, you're basically firing him, but you're not firing him. And I think that's terrible.
Greek, we talk about it all the time. Everybody says, especially in baseball, it's early. The Marlins season, theoretically, is already over.
Yeah,
they have to play 100-game baseball the rest of the way on that path to even be considered for the playoffs, and they're not going to do it. Not many teams do win 100 games, so
no.
They in complete disarray. Kim brought them into such a good spot last year, made a couple good moves at the deadline, got them into the playoffs. She's out of a job. Now the manager that she hired is going to be out of a job next year. 2 weeks through the season, I just question what's going on down in Miami.
Yeah, and again, a lot of teams are not off to great starts. Yankees, obviously, the best start in American League, no doubt about it. But it's just amazing that the team, like you said, they're ripping up his contract, and that sends such a bad message to the rest of the players. And, they're 1-10, which is terrible, but they're only 6 games out. So, the Braves are a machine. Yeah, I mean, the Braves are a machine. They lost to the Mets last night. So, I mean, they could easily be, in the first week, 10 games out if they were in a division where the team was hot, like the Pirates, 9-2, something like that. Then you would really be in trouble. NBA, Mike, is coming to a conclusion. 3 games left, 4 games left. Who do you see coming out? Do you see Denver just winning it again? Because they're a champ. They remind me of UConn in college basketball. Nobody talks about them. I don't think, first of all, UConn got enough love all year at all because they had a good season, very good. Nobody talked about them, and I think it's the same thing with the Denver Nuggets. Everybody's looking for somebody else in the West, and I think it'll still be the Nuggets.
Yeah, I think it's the year of the repeat. I mean, there's no reason why Denver can't do it. UConn did it. The Chiefs did it in football.
Yep.
And, I really believe that they are the strongest team in the West. I do think the best team in the NBA, though, is the Boston Celtics. And I think that the public and the NBA would love to see that series if it made it down there. But if you're looking for value outside of that, maybe take a look at the Clippers. I think we said this a couple times, but the Clippers have a lot of proven players. In the playoffs, going to be hopefully tough. I do like maybe the Clippers out of the West. I would definitely fade in the East the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, the Bucks not playing good. I mean, again, when we lost last year, we didn't get Lillard. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, he's going to the Bucks automatically." And sometimes, and for whatever reason, it doesn't work. You know what I mean? It just doesn't work, and it hasn't worked there. They're having a good year, and they'll win the division. But man, it is one of those situations where they keep losing.
Yeah, Doc Rivers criticized their play on the road. I forget the exact quote he used, but the energy and everything else that they bring on the road is not good. And in the playoffs, you will get run out of the gym if you don't bring it. So, yeah, to your point, Greek, I do think Denver's going to come out of the West. Celtics are probably the best team in the league. So there might not be a lot of drama in the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Hurley, I don't think – he says he's staying at UConn. Do you think there's any possibility he goes to Connecticut?
Leaves Connecticut? Yeah, I do.
You do?
I'm not getting paid that much money. Looked at the contract this morning. I think it's 5.3. There's going to be schools out there that give him 10 a year, easily.
Yeah, he's getting 5.3 with UConn. The athletic director said in a comment, we might have to sit down with him again. Obviously, they don't want to lose him. One of the guys who loves to bet, and he's all over with it, I know you're a fan, the guy at Barstool, he won $2.7 million on UConn. Highest bet he ever won. Greatest bet of my life, he says. And this is a guy for a while. I don't know him, obviously, but I like because when he loses, he says it. And you and I always talk about that. You got to give a guy respect. but he bet $600,000 on UConn, and they won it, and he had a nice payday.
I wonder if he will be willing to give me a down payment on a house or, some other things that he can help us out with. What do you think?
You got to reach out to him. If you don't ask, you don't know. But he's got stones, though. He definitely has stones. And I do like it.
You definitely have to have it, yeah.
Now, Jimmy, I know you said earlier in my mistake, did Drake have UConn? Or we didn't know?
We didn't discuss it.
No.
Yeah, we were talking about that old where he had Kansas City.
Yeah. That was the Chiefs. Mike, I know you also played a lot of golf, almost at the professional level for a long time. Tiger this weekend, any possibility he could put it together? He says he's got one more in him. I think it's obviously it's going to be tough, but what do you think, knowing the sport?
He said that this morning. If everything comes together, he'll have a chance. I don't see it. I think he withdraws almost out of every event that he plays in now. That place is a complete tough trek to walk because of all the hills and everything else, and he can't really move around. So I don't see him putting it together for 4 days. I do think, though, him to make the cut would be a good bet.
Yeah.
In Greek, I don't know exactly what the number is, but I know that Phil Mickelson's even money make the cut. So, I assume Tiger's kind of right around there. If he is, I would take him to make the cut. Why not? Knows the place pretty well. Shoots 70-70, probably makes it.
What about John Rahm? He won it all last year. He's 10-1. Worth it again?
Yeah, I'm looking at odds right now. 10-1's great. I mean, I'm not taking Scotty Scheffler at 3-1, 3.5-1. It's just not going to happen. Golf is too hard to win, and that's not a lot of value for me. The best thing to do if you're going to bet this week, guys, is try to find 4 or 5 guys that are hovering around the 20 to 40-1 mark.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody can win, and these guys are all very, very good. Sprinkle a little bit everywhere, and hopefully one comes in.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Would be one of them, maybe the second one.
Because with golf, I mean, you get your money's worth. They make the cut. You got 4 days. You got a rooting interest, which is always something good. And were you surprised with Caitlin Clark and the amount of people who watched on Sunday? Now 18.8 million. Unbelievable. Nobody's going to touch these numbers for a long time in college basketball.
No, I wasn't. I think the lack of sports on Sunday also kind of did that in. And, I mean, she's such a phenomenon that it just kind of took over everything. So, no, I'm not surprised at all.
You think she'll have a good career in the WNBA?
I think it'll be short-lived. I think she's going to make her money doing many other things. And if I was her, I really wouldn't care about playing in the WNBA, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And she's making more money now as a senior at Iowa than she is if she was in the WNBA.
Yeah.
And for me, once the green starts coming in,
changes.
It's hard to give up to go play for $60,000, $70,000 a year, whatever they play for in the WNBA.
$79,000, I think she'll make her first year. But again, she's gonna make a lot with endorsements. Ice Cube said he put out $5 million. Now, a lot of times you don't know if it's true or just to get press out there for them. Ice Cube, obviously, very successful guy in the music industry. Not that he doesn't have the money behind him, but you wonder sometimes. You hear like years ago. There was the dating site who said, we'll give somebody $1 million if you take Tim Tebow's virginity away. And you never even know if it even comes out there. So you don't even know, to me, if some of these are real or they're just people, throwing stuff out.
Yeah, you hear all the stories. We don't know until it actually happens. I'm sure she'll make a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I don't know if she's going to play too long.
Yeah, you might be right. We'll see. I mean, she might not have a 10-year career. Who knows what's going on? Again, the pressure she had at Iowa is going to be different when she gets into the pros. And again, something already that's changed is the WNBA draft. Nobody even cared when the hell that was. But I've heard so many people say, hey, it's Monday the 15th, which is crazy. And that's because of her.
Yeah, and I think for her, though, she would really need to go to a team. And I agree. I don't even know the draft order. So
Indiana, she's going.
But, I mean, she's going to Indiana. I mean, she would do really well in New York.
Big market team. We could we could have a Patrick Ewing with the league, and she ends up in a big team. But, yeah, she's supposed to go to Indiana. Indiana's a great city, obviously, for basketball. They love it. Great state. But, I mean, it's just one of those situations where if she went to L.A. or she went to, obviously New York or Chicago, it'd be huge. Almost like remember years ago, Gretzky came to the L.A. Kings. You see with Patrick Ewing and Gretzky, they're once-in-a-lifetime players. And if you ran the league, you're like, hey, man, I got to get the most out of it. And the leagues all want to, again, if you look at it smart, I go back to Ed McMahon. If you don't know who he is, look him up. He sat on that couch and made millions of dollars. You look at it and say, hey, man, we could all make money. So let's look at what's best for the league. So we'll see what happens. Mike, always great talking to you. Anything that you're looking at in the next couple of days or tonight in baseball or NBA that you want to send on to our audience?
Yeah, I mean, it's a South Florida sports station, but it's hard to bet with the South Florida team, so I'd probably take the Yankees 1.5 tonight.
Yeah.
Plus money right now. Good value. I would probably come back also with the Braves. So Braves-Yankees 2-team parlay, given the 1.5 both ways, $100 returns $420. So good value there.
Oh, it is. That is a good bet. $100 brings $420 on both of them, the Braves. And in the NBA right now, the team to be betting on is the Phoenix Suns. They're hot as a firecracker. I know they're playing the Clippers, but they're on a roll in Philly. Those two teams are very hot. And we'll see how our Heat do in the playoffs. I don't think they do well. I think they do okay. I don't know if they even get out of the first round, but we'll see what happens. I hope they do.
Yeah. You hear me all the time say it. I'm very much a negative when it comes to the Heat, but they always seem to prove me wrong. So hopefully this year is no different.
All right, Mike, thanks for your time, brother. Always a staple and always nice of you. You got to get us, we'll talk to you as we get closer to the Derby for your pick. And Mike had the Florida Derby winner, so hats off to you again. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy, have a good day. It is the Greek and Jimmy in the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. Marlins and Yankees tonight. I hate to say it, but it's repeat. It's like Twister, green. You just do it. Bet the Yanks tonight, lay that 1.5. Jimmy, great job as always. Thanks for your help.
Thank you, Greek. Have a great afternoon. Thanks to Mike for calling in, too. Always great to get his insight.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll be talking to Kelly from Vegas, see what he has to say. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Remember, don't be buying eyeglasses for the eclipse. You don't need them anymore. Go Yanks. Peace.
Ciao, baby.
Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.